Today, two teams qualify for the Atlanta Major. So welcome to the second day of deciders. We have a lot of action coming your way, 3 best of 3s. But first of all, C-Dubs, how are we feeling after yesterday?
I'm worried about some teams, and, all of our expectations were completely shattered. I thought Black Dragons, I thought E1 were going to win. All of a sudden, they didn't. FaZe Clan had a resurgence. Vivo Keydstars didn't look like themselves. They looked like a much better version of themselves, and there is still the opportunity for the teams of W7M and NIP, who we are expecting to be just as strong as we saw in the group stage, to maybe kind of regress just that little bit and open the door for the upset, but we still have to just wait and see because it's a BO3 and typically the better team wins.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're also just one step closer for booking your ticket to Atlanta. So that's something to keep into consideration. Whereas when we're looking at Black Dragons as well as E1 Sports, regardless of the formidable run they have had during the best of ones of stage 2, they are now fighting for that seeding for the LCQ, which, let's be honest, none of us really predicted that, but here we are. So let's jump into what we can be expecting today in terms of how this will be playing out, because we're looking at Black Dragons up against E1. That will be our first matchup. We then have W7M against Vivo Keedstar. I have a very solid prediction for this one. I think I'm gonna be right. And then we have NIP up against FaZe Clan, which, just the rematch that a lot of us were looking forward to.
Yeah, I mean, it's just still weird to think about. NIP last stage were so bad. They were tied for 9th and 10th, bottom of their group, going into open qualifiers, and they made it all the way to phase 3 of the major, going through the LCQ, fighting through phase 1, fighting through phase 2, and making it to phase 3. And then now FaZe Clan also went that full distance after winning stage 1, but right now on stage 2, the first play day, one of the first games was NIP against FaZe. It went the full distance. It was max overtime, and now we finally get a full BO3 out of that series.
Yeah, and also a reminder in terms of how FaZe has been performing in the best of ones. They have won 1 out of 4 of their best of ones, which was a little concerning, but the way that they showed up yesterday and the way that they showed off against none other than E1 Sports, a team that has really proven their worth in gold over the last couple of best of ones, that was impressive to say the least. So a little bit of a comeback story from there, but the question remains, how far can they push it? Because as you said it already, going up against NIP, a team that has just been on the up and up and up since stage 1 of Brazil, it's going to be a little bit of a tough deal.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be a really close game. If you look towards game 2, W7M against Vivo Keydstars, that one should, this is like put in asterisks, it really should be a dominant win for W7M, but weirder things have happened, crazier things have happened. Sure, W7M, they've been consistently one of the best teams in the entire world for so long, but this is Brazil after all. Sometimes things get a little bit crazy.
Yeah, sometimes it gets so crazy, C-Dubs takes a shower. But the first game that we're going to be looking at today is going to be Black Dragons, and they will be going up against E1 Sports. It's really crazy that we're here, C-Dubs, if we're being completely honest, because these are the two teams that we've sung their praises. We're like, okay, stage 1 especially. We didn't really know what to expect coming from stage 1 into stage 2. I mean, we haven't even seen E1 during stage 1, regardless of that major. So the fact that we're here and they're fighting for seeding, I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, technically yesterday was double upsets. Both of the 3 seeds out of their groups managed to beat out the 2 seeds. That's double upset. Sure, you could say that FaZe Clan was a little bit less of one just because FaZe underperformed, but for Black Dragons and E1, by all standards, they were stronger teams coming out, and they definitely had some issues that seemingly just popped up out of nowhere. E1, their attacks were slightly below average, but they were so rough yesterday. They only won a single attacking round against FaZe, and you just can't be doing that. Especially Black Dragons, a team that is still strong on defense once again, means that E1 really, hopefully, in these 24 hours, in this short round, has fixed some issues.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking as well at the scorelines for Black Dragons, and the roster started off week 1 with a 7-0, and now they are in the best of 3 fighting for seeding. But we said it yesterday, the fact that this roster has so many incredible talented individuals that always have an opportunity to step up in case one of the players is not having the best day. But it didn't feel like that was what we were seeing yesterday.
Yeah, it was just kind of mid. All things considered, nobody really had a phenomenal performance. Stemp is one of the highest performers in the entirety of Brazil right now, and he was relatively quiet in all 3 of those matches. It was mainly people like Loira and Live stepping up, which is nice to see, but it would have been even nicer to see in conjunction with the sort of constant factor that we've seen with Stemp.
Yeah, and the way that Black Dragons has been performing in terms of individual rounds was something that we highlighted yesterday. And we said that their clutches were great and they were really good at these close rounds. But yesterday, again, all these predictions, all the things that we've seen, the statistics and from Black Dragons over the last couple of best of one play days just didn't come to fruition again.
Yeah, and the decisive losses really stepped up yesterday, where it was sort of the inverse of this chart, where they didn't have nearly as many decisive losses as they had decisive wins. And now that is completely flipped, where for Black Dragons, if they have a plan and it doesn't work, they aren't adapting very well. Just going off of what we saw yesterday, it was if plan A doesn't work, they just completely crumbled and weren't able to do anything.
And then just go for plan B, but plan B wasn't there. And that's a little bit of a scary situation to be in, because at the end of the day, it is going to be a best of 3, and that adaptability is going to be key, because you're not just playing one game and you're calling it a day. You have to show up consistently throughout at least 2 maps to be able to get that win on their lock and key. And a similar case really was it yesterday for E1 Sports. And when we're looking at E1 Sports, we're looking at players that you've highlighted yesterday, such as Sexy Cake. They were really great at coming up onto that scoreboard. They're really great at pushing the team forward, but not enough yesterday against FaZe Clan.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't enough, because those attacks were just so poor. Going into yesterday, they had a 43% attacking win rate. They dropped it by 10%.
No.
That is how rough it was yesterday. They dropped their attacking percentage by 10%. That is just mind-boggling and just clearly indicative of how poor of a result yesterday was, because on the defensive side, they were still fine. I mean, it was a bit of a struggle. They got a 3-3 half on one of their defensive sides and then just got completely smoked. And there was just so many losses in the close factor for E1, where they were giving up clutches from FaZe, and those close rounds where players left alive were able to just find the gaps that E1 were leaving. And if that's the case, there are players on Black Dragons that have that playmaking capability, and we could see a repeat.
Yeah, we're looking as well on the attacking side from E1 Sports, and that's something that you already highlighted in terms of dropping 10%. I mean, 12 to 24. That is, what'd you make of that, CDAPS?
It's poor. We can just say it's poor, because it's just rough to see, because E1, they still have a good pedigree of veteranship on their team. You have Astro and you have Sexy Cake, who have been around the block. They have been in positions like this, and you would hope that bringing that experience to newer players like Dodas would really help them to facilitate good play in these BO3s and when rounds are close, and understanding how to adapt on the attacking side. But yesterday, it just seemed like they were completely outclassed by FaZe.
Yeah, and we're highlighting Sexy Cakes already. We've spoken about them a little bit, but then Stemp on the other side, when we're looking at Black Dragons as well, these two players are really going to be going head to head and can potentially be that make or break performance of today's series.
Yeah, for sure. Stemp, if he's left alive after the entry engagement's currently -4, does find actually a lot of success in the mid to late round, which is where yesterday for E1, we saw so many of the struggles go through. So if you're E1, you're going to be sending Sexy Cake in on the entry and saying, hey, let's find Stemp. Take him out, please. That's what we need to do, because Black Dragons, they won't be able to adjust as well. But if Stemp stays alive, he can go massive.
So it's about Stemp, alive or dead. However this is going to go is going to be down to that one individual player. That's what I'm gathering from this. But I think as well, what we really need to look forward to is the maps and what is going to be picked, because we're looking at E1 specifically. And yesterday, them picking Cafe, them picking a map that we haven't seen them on before, and they fell short.
Yeah, and they fell pretty dominantly short, and also picked into a FaZe skyscraper that I thought is a bit of an interesting position, just like we see today with Black Dragons taking E1 to Oregon. That's a bold choice, because last time we saw this roster play, it was starting on attack against Liquid, and they came out 7-3. So maybe Black Dragons saw something in E1's Oregon, and I don't know. Plus, E1 going back to the cafe that they just got destroyed on is interesting once again, especially because Black Dragons are definitely comfortable on this map, not banning it a single time through the entirety of their game so far. So it is in their map pool. They feel comfortable, and going to bank as well. Both these teams looking decent enough. E1 keeping it close with W7M on this map, as opposed to Black Dragons taking a dominant win. Might swing the favor slightly in Black Dragon's favor during these map ban picks, but is that everything? Probably not.
Probably not. But we're also looking, I wanted to dissect Oregon a little bit, as that's the map that we're going to be heading into. When we're looking at Black Dragon's performance on Oregon, how much more is that beneficial for them to have this as the first pick in comparison to E1?
Well, for Black Dragons, their attacks are slightly worse than their defenses, and you would expect, like, hey, now you're going up against a strong defensive team like E1, where sort of with the flip side, struggling on the attacking side for E1 has been the biggest issue. You're going to a map like Oregon, where we saw E1 have their best attacks, is going to be difficult, but just on the flip side, the best attacks we've seen out of Black Dragon are also on this map. So it comes to the point where you might expect the 2-4 splits on the attacking side, and whichever team gets the 3-3, you're probably going to think easily takes it in regulation.
All right, well, let's see whether or not our casters are going to agree with your point here, CDAP, saying that it looks more in favor of Black Dragons. So, hi, Ollie. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to Brazil. Hi, Parker. I'm going to have to start off with you, Ollie. You know, you're new here. Do you think Black Dragons have what it takes?
New here?
Well,
I can't believe you're going to throw that out here, Jim.
New here to Brazil.
Broadcast way before this.
Yeah, he was the OG
this stage,
Brazil.
This stage.
Okay, we'll take that one.
I'm correcting myself.
So hit yourself. What are you saying? Talking about Black Dragons?
Yes, absolutely.
Black Dragons for me have always been that team that have got that potential to really turn it on and just be a real rock in the road for a lot of teams. They're never the one that you expect to go and win a major, but they are the team that I think have the potential to be a rock in the road. And they do often get in the way of some of the teams that, in air quotes, should be somewhere. Hence my little pick here today.
All right, I see that Intero isn't completely agreeing with you. He's more going in favor of E1 Sports. Is that still the case after you've seen the map picks, or are you sitting comfortably? You can't change it.
I don't know if the map picks are going to change anything. I am sitting comfortably, irrespective of how well these teams do. But that's thanks to the ergonomical support of my chair.
Saw that one coming.
I will say, I think this map is going to be an absolute crapshoot. I have no clue which of these teams are going to show up. Yesterday, from the matches that we saw, neither of them showed up to the potential that we know that they have. Both of them underperformed the expectations we had. Both of them underperformed their own record so far through stage 2.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's obviously bad days that teams have. But to come in yesterday the way that both of these squads did and just dynamite what had been a really successful stage 2 was a bit distressing as a fan, I'm sure. So both of them have learned some probably very valuable lessons. I think that E1's going to have the edge because I believe on paper they're the better team. But Black Dragons can definitely turn it on, like Ollie said.
All right, so remains the question of whether or not they have learned from their mistakes, but we're going to be finding that out as we're going to be heading into the first map of this best of 3 series. So Ollie and Parker, please do take it away.
Thank you so very much. We'll get rolling with operator bans. Now, before we start with the actual matchup, we'll let some data come in first. Is this the first time that you and I have ever casted together?
I was thinking about this, you know. I think aside from any sort of scuffed streams that we may have done for qualifiers and things in the past, I think official, yes, 100%.
Yeah, I think so as well. I know that we've been a part of the same like broadcasts, as in like you've been on the desk or something along those lines, but what an opportunity it has been so far through stage 2. And I mean, there's pros and cons to working from home, but I think it's inarguable that being able to work with people that you don't usually get to work with is kind of a nice part of the job. And I think you're a terrific caster, just as I think Demo, who will be working later today, is also definitely a terrific caster. And I was paid to say that by Demo. Operator bans now. Rolling in Ying and Monty, the 2 most banned operators in terms of attack. Kaid is not exactly the most banned operator, but there is one of the two most banned defenders. Everything looking bog standard so far through these 4 ops. Anything out of the ordinary for you for in Oregon?
Nothing particularly. I mean, we're going to really be looking at this Oregon game and thinking and referring back to what happened yesterday, I think, quite often, given that this is a map that was played yesterday by Black Dragons. It was the only map that they were successful in inside of their best of 3. Obviously, we've got previous games in the stage to go off, but really looking at, in a best of 3 environment and what they were able to do very recently. You've got to look at this one and almost question why E1 have brought Black Dragons to this. Have they seen something that's potentially been, a little bit of a key, and we've thought, if we start on defense here, we can really get something rolling?
Those that need a refresher, Black Dragons faced off against Vivo Keydstars yesterday, and they had very different records going into the matchup. Black Dragons were out of their 4 matches, were 3-1 on their stage 2 games. Vivo Keydstars, the opposite. They went to overtime once where they lost to Team Liquid, 2 regulation losses to W7M and E1, and then beat MIBR. So you would think on paper, okay, Black Dragons are going to breeze through Vivo Keydstars. Well, no, Vivo Keydstars could pull off the upset of the century later today against W7M. As unlikely as that may be, it'll still be an exciting match with the major defending champions in mighty good form. Black Dragons just failed to show up. As you pointed out, Oregon, the only map where they were ultimately successful on. 7-2 for Black Dragons on what was not BD's map. So now they've turned around and picked it because Vivo Keydstars picked it yesterday. But outside of that, Ollie, only 4 rounds in their losses on Cafe and Skyscraper. That is a pretty miserable result for a team at this level, especially when, you're playing 3 maps. 4 rounds in a single map is certainly something, but 4 rounds spread across 2 is, well, you don't gotta be Jesse J. Chick or Jack Fresh Allen with numbers to know that those aren't very good.
I think misery was the order of the day for both these teams. E1 were only good for 6 against FaZe. So, you really look at it and you think neither of them, well, E1 not even getting a match-winning score between 2 maps is never the best sign. So both have got a lot to prove today. Now, there is the asterisk that this is just a seeding game. So there is a question of how much, players and teams are going to be sort of really invested in this. And as the rounds sort of go on, I think we'll get a bit more of a flavor as to just how much these teams are really wanting to take away something today.
Yeah, I think that's also a very salient point. And not that we're trying to discourage you from watching the broadcast, not that we're trying to discourage you from being excited about this matchup, but this is probably the lowest stakes game that either of the teams are going to play for this entire part of the year. This matchup does not have even close to what just a regular group stage match all the way back at the start of this stage has on the line. So yeah, I mean, these are the matches where we tend to see teams maybe change up roles. Maybe they'll change up their map pool. Maybe they'll conceal some things, because both of these teams will be competing in the LCQs for a spot in Atlanta. You don't want to give away too much too early on. But speaking of early on, round is over. All right. First kill comes in, and then 7 seconds later, all of the remaining kills come on. Black Dragons come out victorious in that first ensuing fight. And boy, what a mess that was.
On the basement as well. And I was looking at the timer when that first kill came in. It was around 1 minute, 11 seconds left on the clock, there or thereabouts. Now, that's not the worst time for a first kill to come in, but for all of them to come in immediately after, it's a little bit of a problem. You defend in the basement. E1, they were bringing things like Goyo. They were bringing things to sort of delay that time. And Black Dragons, they'd done a great job of setting themselves up there. I think they had that nice crossfire going on. They had the good bit of pressure coming in from those back stairs, and that was a kind of early focus in the round, to remove that barbed wire utility, to free up a little bit of that line of sight and the access through there. So great job from Black Dragons. We always say that teams are expected to win at least the basement site here on Defense of Oregon, and depending on operator bans and current game state, sometimes they're expected to win a little bit more. But with E1 struggling so much there, no real surprise to see them switch things up.
Yeah, I mean, general conventional wisdom would suggest that if you're going to the same bomb site twice, it's because there are micro adjustments that you can make that can ultimately change the results of a round. For example, if you defend laundry and it comes down to a 1v1, maybe the diffuser gets planted, maybe it doesn't. But in all reality, you waste time while you roam well. You don't have too much that you sacrifice in terms of utility on either offense or defense, depending on which team is on what side of the ball here. And think, okay, a kill or two, structurally, what we did worked well. We saw some issues with their execute. We can kind of course correct. Let's go back and give it another shot. I mean, that round was just an absolute massacre. So
yeah, you ain't going back there.
Given the state of it, yeah, go somewhere else.
Yeah, you need some time to think. I think you need some time to think about that round and, really put it on the back burner for the time being. Get yourself upstairs, see if there's anything else you can change. Black Dragons, they don't look like they're going to take the foot off the gas here. They're going to be bringing Amaru. Now, obviously, Amaru speaks of some sort of rush, getting into somewhere very quickly, getting on a rooftop quite quickly as well. However, Live has kept himself alive for the first part of the round, and it's actually going to be Stemp first to fall. Only player on Black Dragons that wasn't rewarded with a kill in the opening round. Playing on the Nook this time. Was taken out by Astro.
Big game for Astro is a requirement for E1. A bit sad to see that he's shed the Super Astro title that he used. For those that don't go all the way back, you'll remember, and I'm sure you'll remember this in particular, Ollie. I think it was around the time of the Paris Major. Players, when they were facing elimination games, started to tinker with their names, because when you play on LAN, you have to enter your name every time you logged in. So you'd see like Liven, who played on Millennium at the time, would go Super Liven. Astro would go Super Astro. Canadian, when he was on the ropes in a matchup in EG at the time, would go with Big Bad Nadian in game, for example, when the time gets tough. I always thought it was kind of nice. Astro obviously had changed his name yesterday because of the importance of the matchup of E1. It was all for naught. They lost. Now he's just back to plain old Astro. That's a bit of a womp, 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 womp.
Yeah, is that confidence thing, or is that just like a don't mess around, keep focus on the game? You're going to have to focus on the plant, though, because...
That's a good point.
Look at what Alive is.
He's in the site. And he will come to blows with Astro. No, he gets away.
Way.
Almost gets away. Astro, more like Super Astro this time, as it was a 4-2 scoreline, or a 3-2, a 3-0 scoreline. 2 kills came out for E1 in the previous round. Oh, it looked like Black Dragons only got 2 kills, but he's closed that round. But again, very chaotic end to the round. Once the first kill comes in, usually we see the ball get rolling. This time, as you pointed out, E1 broke the ice early on with their roam by back tower, and then it was perpetually a 4v5 favoring E1. All the final kills coming in again within about 3 to 4 seconds of Live dying when he attempted to get the diffuser down inside of dorms. Structurally, I like what Black Dragons tried, but they didn't have the rest of the site locked out to keep Live alive.
I think they were missing Stemp, weren't they? They needed that pressure underneath, and Stemp was going to be that floating pressure wherever it was required. Playing on the Nook, he's got that ability to play from below and to cause a little bit of a chaos. You've got the Dokkaebi calls that are going to give you a bit of information, and it just sort of came a little bit flat when Live used the Amaru to get himself in through big window. It's not really necessary at that point in the round. I'll tell you what, Parker, it's a good job we've got this bird's eye free cam, because we wouldn't be seeing a lot of these kills if we didn't, because of how quickly they're all coming down. You're not switching between POV and POV in that sort of time. We need a good wide angle view of really what's going on here. And E1 getting the job done upstairs. It's going to give him a bit of confidence as well to move back down here to the basement. Now, I'm not sure if the microphone maybe wasn't on, or we didn't get audio for when Black Dragons won round 1, but it was significantly louder in that space when E1 won round number 2.
Yeah, I mean, that cam of them celebrating and hearing the audience, albeit it's not a huge audience, it's mostly contained to players who will be competing later on, their family, their friends, etc. Just how is a Brava in a position to die to a shotgun less than 30 seconds into the round? What happened here?
That's a bit of a problem.
A huge problem. No Brava for a basement execute? I mean, you've now thrust more on the shoulders of an operator who usually does it all, which is the Flores, so that's fine. But, yeah, you cannot be conceding that first pick so early.
I like the adaptation that E1 have gone for here as well. They've got themselves a little bit further out on the roam. Sexy Cake has been able to get that opening pick, and now he's taking himself upstairs into tier 3. He's just causing a problem now that needs to be solved, because if you leave him behind, he's going to come back and flank you at a later point in the round, because his team has still got a 4v4 on site. He is the extra man right now, And with that, he can waste quite a good deal of time and maybe even pick himself up a kill while he's sneaking around up there.
Oh, they're going to have to wrestle with these Valkyrie cameras if you're Black Dragons. You got Stemp still alive. Stemp has been far and away the best performer on Black Dragons. And now is dead. No kills so far for Stemp because Sexy Cake, who's been lurking and on that roam roll an awful lot so far this stage, doesn't really get pressured much at the top of back tower. That'll poke a hole in whatever map control Black Dragons bubble thought they had. They're ready for the hatch drop, and it could be quick. Either for or against them. It is quick, but maybe not in the direction that they were hoping for. E1 sacrificed Petoxy, but that's literally it. Sacrifice 1 to Petoxy. These rounds are so chaotic, it is very challenging to keep on top of who is actually dying at what point.
Yeah, I mean, we got the opening kill. We got the opening kill there. Yeah. And to be honest, all you needed to know in that round was who died first, because that was the story of the round. Oh, look, Black Dragons lose somebody quite integral to the push and have to really make some significant changes and deal with the roam game. Guess what? They're going to lose the round because they never dealt with Sexy Cake. He did exactly what I said he would. Took himself off into tier 3, into the big tower, was able to pick up another kill onto Stemp, and then his job was done. He's picked up 1 kill, wasted a ton of time, not left his team in a disadvantaged position on site. Great team performance so far from E1. They've certainly bounced back, because I think after round number 1, I was certainly looking at this and thinking, ooh, Black Dragons, they look scary. But obviously, it's a best of 3, not only just this map of Siege, but there are more maps yet to come. I'll be judging too heavily off that first round. Black Dragons now in a position where they're going to start thinking, well, we need to get another round here because we can't let them get a clean sweep of the defensive sites. They've done basement, they've done top floor, now they are looking to do kitchen and meeting.
Yeah, a good solid tertiary bomb site. Every now and then we will see the kitchen into meeting hall, or into dining hall rather, which I know some people refer to as cafeteria. I hear some people refer to it as mess hall as well. Unfortunately, it's proximity to small tower, which is going to be a part of the map that, you know, you're going to see Black Dragons likely try to take control of, just to ensure you're flushing out these defenders. It's not exactly as easy to hold as, say, the backstage or back tower portion of the map, which is what adjoins that meeting bomb site. Very early action, again, 30 seconds being the number that we have seen kills come out in rounds 2 and 3. Very narrowly did Astro escape with his life still intact, as the focus so far for Black Dragons heavily aimed at flushing out those 2 split panels into meeting, and now the drones will go to work the back of the map over by stage, so they could very easily pinch this defense of E1.
I've no idea how Astro lived that, by the way. He was on drone, position known, pinched on 2 sides, and then he gets away, he takes a shot, he runs through his own Capcan trap, which has been bravoed down the stairs, and gets left on like 10, 15 HP. Unfortunate for Black Dragons, but they will clear him up eventually.
Good first
he
pick
is still
by
going to be that first pick.
Oh my, Astro. Both of his kills coming in the previous round. One player that's really stood out for E1, it's not the usual suspects. You know, you look at this team, and based on their historical performance, you'd say, okay, well, Lukid, when he was on that Team 1 roster, if I remember correctly, as long as I believe it was Team 1, was excellent. Astro has always been good and has competed for so long for the title of one of the best fraggers in the game, at least in this region. Oh my, there goes Loira, because it's the Sexy Cake show ultimately with E1. It's a full frontal defense now, as Yoda is very aggressive. He'll get swung on twice, getting caught on the wall. Missed opportunity. Lukid will be pressured from the back, but has to watch towards stage. And there's the push on in from Split, but don't look down. Toxie dying to the Capcan traps. This is prolonged action now at this point, Ollie. Both teams just chipping away at each other's defenses and attacks.
Only 30 seconds left. Raps has got himself dug in here. His location now known as he takes ass down. Sexy Cake going to be the next to fall, leaving it 2 versus 2, 3 versus 1 with a downed player already cleared up Stemp got some work to do in the final 15 seconds of the round. It looks as though he's got a good bit of info. Doesn't have the diffuser. That's going to be cold and really won't matter at this point. Really clutching at straws here, but E1, they are not in a position to peak. They are split up, so they do just need to keep themselves alive, and Rex makes the optimal moment and clears up that final kill.
One of the reasons why I am so looking forward to Atlanta is to hear the crowd, even though I know you as a Brit will probably have some choice words about the caliber of American audiences that we've had as of late, especially the one in Charlotte, where was it Dez and Ian and Fresh to an extent were effectively in the crowd trying to work them and give them good chance. It was like teaching a baby to walk.
The chant game it's so specific, and it really is a part of English culture, I think. And it does stem from football. There is no doubt. But you've got to come up with, the let's go is just, We're going to hear some let's goes at Charlotte. Not Charlotte. We heard let's goes at Charlotte. We're going to hear let's goes at Atlanta. And I'll be honest, Parker, I'm not looking forward to that. I want to hear something fresh.
Well, I mean, you'll be hearing Fresh when he's on the desk. Providing that he is one of the talent who goes to Atlanta. There was a tweet I saw a long time ago that really struck at me. And I've pulled it up just for this particular moment, Ollie. If you humor me for a second here. It says, American sports fans, defense, defense, defense. British sports fans. All right, lads, I've just worked up a song to the tune of Claire de Lune about an opposing player's drunk driving charge. I'll count us off. And I think it is entirely accurate. The speed at which you were able to come up with these kinds of quips, the wit shown off by the British fans. I hope for as many years as Rainbow Six has left, that we absolutely need a major in either the UK or Australia. I will take either, though I would love to go to the UK for it, and I'm sure much of the EU talent would be excited, as but half of them are British. Because with all the trash talking that you Brits have done, I need to experience the actual crowd itself in your country.
It'd have to be good as well, wouldn't it? I think we'd have to get in some extras. We'd have to go down to some local football clubs and just get them all in a room, give them a brief, tell them what's going on, and get them in to actually come up with some tunes just so we didn't lose.
Talking about
then the pressure will be on.
I mean, you're hard pressed to think of a louder crowd than that Rio contingent that we had. As far as I remember, it was a number of, I think there was over 10,000 people there the last time that we went to Brazil. Now, we were supposed to go to Brazil in 2020 for the May finals, but there was a global pandemic or something like that that got in the way. I can't quite remember. Now we get to go back for SI, and I am very excited to go to a warm climate in February instead of the frigid Arctic tundra that is Montreal. And even though I won't be able to understand most of what they're saying, it'll be great to hear the Brazilian crowd chant, because my first live event ever was in Sao Paulo, and I will never forget the moment of being in the casting booth right before the event started, right before the host was set to take the stage. The crowd just started chanting. At that time, we didn't have the benefit of large groups. I think there's only maybe 1,000 people there. But, oh boy, the electricity. Speaking of electricity, these two teams, very early action that resulted in a singular kill that is now swung back with E1 at a disadvantage in terms of numbers.
Losing Astro and Luke. Astro first on that first blood again, so not the greatest start necessarily for him. That's 2 rounds in a row. You'd want to really try and get a handle on that. Can be one of the players that, whilst is incredibly talented, does tend to find himself in a little bit of bother occasionally. Maybe could be charged with just trying a little bit too hard to make things happen, especially when Black Dragons have seemed to adapt quite well to the pacing of these rounds now, albeit they are sitting at 2 rounds down. They're making good progress here.
I mean, you just can't get bogged down at this point. Have the advantage, but you're going to have to run through 2 more gas canisters with 45 seconds on the clock. You've got the DMR in the hands of Dodez, which is a very powerful gun. And then the one real question mark is, where are these dread mines? Sexy Cake showing that there's still 3 left on the board. A nearsightedness takes a second or two before it comes into effect. Player is prepared and ready for the swing. Black Dragon's coming out on top. Sexy Cake will need to clutch out. This is a very familiar spot for him, but he just can't outdo a live inside of Attic. I don't know if he was swinging for kills or if he was swinging for intel, but it was a swing and a miss. And as good as Sexy Cake has been, you can't win them all. Black Dragons used their timeout in the previous round. They settled themselves down. I'd like to remind everybody that this is their map, and they have already technically, quote unquote, lost the first half by surrendering 3 rounds to E1. So the best that they will be able to pull off is going to be a draw, which I guess on Oregon, picking up 3 rounds is not terrible.
It's not terrible. And if we look at what was spoken about on the desk, Red CDAP's bringing up the old attacker percentage win rate for E1. They were dreadful yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
They dropped 10% on the stage just yesterday. They're sitting now at a very dismal 36% attacking win rate, which, if you're Black Dragons and you're looking at coming out of this at 3-3, you can maybe forgive yourself for a couple of the mistakes maybe you made in the opening couple of rounds and think to yourself, we've probably got this in the second half, because we know that E1 are really in a bad place with their attacks at the moment.
I will also say that the one big caveat to all of the analysis work that we're going to do through this entire broadcast is that this is a seeding match that is of not the most importance for these teams, but it is game day reps, right? And that's something that comes up in conversation, at least on most of the casts that I work, for newer teams or teams that are still adapting to new players or role changes, etc., getting familiar with themselves, which I would consider E1 to be that team. I would consider Black Dragons the same, but to a lesser extent. You cannot use scrims as a substitute for proper game day reps.
Tô durando tudo aqui, até o jantar é meu. Até o jantar é meu já.
Eles barricaram o freezer,
Depois a gente vai ter,
Yeah,
o
neither of
Porta
these
vai ter
two
multi
teams
passa
are,
com switch aqui.
you know,
Não, passei já
particularly
durante o
long-standing at the moment. I think that's the sort of key takeaway there.
Tudo nosso, tudo nosso.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, does that go out to everybody?
I imagine so.
Brilliant. Well, I apologize for talking over it. I'm sure everyone was understanding what was going on.
I will say that is the very first time I've casted every single Brazil playday so far. And I will tell you that I have never, that's the first time that showed up on the broadcast. So I don't know if it shows up on the actual stream, but it was certainly in our ears, wasn't it?
I thought that was just something that we had to sort of deal with and was muted to everybody else.
Dude, I don't know if you've ever heard this story, but going back to that very first LAN in Sao Paulo, we didn't have a mute box, so we had no way to mute ourselves once we went live, and we didn't have a talkback box, Pix and I. And right as the event started, they go to throw to us, and all we can hear in our ears are Melly and Ratalia like blasted at inhuman levels, saying, like, just speaking in Portuguese like normal, but at a decibel level that's enough to deafen most mortal beings. Imagine being on hard cam with no cough button, no talkback button, and all you can hear in your ears are the two Brazilian casters speaking Portuguese next to you. It was impossible for us to hear. That was a nice little throwback. Now, as we transition over towards the execute, started off well for E1. Black Dragons seemingly catching themselves. Now, they've been reduced to just live. 1v3. They'll hunt down the Capitao for the final kill. Oh, what do they call that? A fan of lucky number 11, you'll call that the Kansas City Shuffle. It's where they look left, but you're to the right. He did look to the left. There were players on either side of the wall. He was going down no matter what. E1 recover gracefully, take the first half 4-2.
I think it's a shame for Black Dragons to almost try and throw that last round. Well, they did kind of throw that last round away in a bit of a blitz rush. That just didn't seem to be something that would really fly against E1. The way that they won the first round was they set up a really nice execute with a good crossfire. They had presence in kitchen, And then that was Freezer, sorry. And that was something that they were able to really exploit. Every time that they've then tried to attack into that same site, they've not won that gunfight inside of Freezer. Stump's been taken out there. And that's been one of the big problems. Not really sure the Blitz Capital was the optimal combination there. And for as bad as E1 have been on their attacks, you look at this and think, 4-2 split, it's kind of what you expect a decent team to get away with on Oregon on the defense. This really ought to be theirs for the taking now. Black Dragons have got some hard yards to do to try and catch up here, and they're going to start us off by going downstairs.
And they brought an Ella shotgun to boot, which is not outside of the norm. Shotgun's getting a huge buff for the most part over the most recent changes, though it doesn't really seem to move the needle on a lot of operator loadouts. We do see more M870s, which is the pump shotgun that is brought by Thorn, Jaeger, and Bandit. You see it on Jaeger and Bandit every now and then, though I think the 1.5 is just a bit too strong at the moment, and it's in a position where you can't forego it if you're playing on Thorn, so she tends to run that, is it a mini Uzi or whatever variant technically it is? I'm not a gun guy. As for Ella, that Ella shotgun has always been an absolute menace, especially if you're going to be playing over by Pillar, which is where most Ellas tend to play. I imagine that'll be the domain for Ask. You've got observation blockers to keep Ella a little bit safe.
Smoke tá chegando.
It sounds like we're going to have another listening. Never mind.
I think we've got a quick listening, so I think we're expecting some action here. The Sexy Cake charges his way down these freezer stairs, but it's all kind of fallen a little bit flat. We've had a bit of utility exchanged, but Black Dragons did a great job there of getting themselves a little bit further tucked back. I say that, Dudes. The fantastic nade coming through. I wasn't sure they had anything left to throw it in there. They have managed to pick up first kill.
Well, it goes right back with Patoxy. Defender's doing all right for the time being. Rarity is that Astro is going to be playing on the F2. Now, this is a gun that used to be so potent at one time, but the recoil changes being what they have been have forced the 417 to be the meta for most Twitch operators. That's the gun that Lukid is using on Lion. DMRs, especially on LAN, which is where the Brazilian region plays, means that those DMRs are going to hit you like an absolute truck. But the F2, absolute bullet hose, will typically do well. Lukid trades back Patoxy, the only player from Black Dragons to have gotten on the board, and what was certainly shaping up for a quick round has cooled off a little bit.
I kind of wish we got to hear what they're saying in the timeout now.
Me too.
We could have had the timeout going on in the background of all this.
Yeah.
We're going to see Sexy Cake hack the old cameras now on the Dokkaebi. See if there's any information there to be gleaned. Obviously, we know that there could only be a bulletproof left at this point. There's still a bit of a job to do here. You guys? Going to kick things off by taking down Stemp, further diminishing these Black Dragons numbers and giving no option again here for a trade. Very tough situation now to be in, fighting down that long corridor. It's a lot of pressure for Ask and his pistol. Of course, he does have the shotgun, but not going to be all too useful, especially when his location is known like this. Can he pick himself up at least an exit here potentially? We'll find one. 20 seconds left. Diffuser is going to be cold and recovered by Lukid, but Ask, surely not. Finds another down, eventually taken out by Sexy Cake. I don't care who wins this game, but I'm so glad that E1 didn't lose that round, because if Ask could have won that, that would have just been unforgivable.
Yeah. Oh my. It wouldn't be the first time that we've seen somebody with a shotgun at close range pull off a couple kills. I mean, usually it happens with a smoke or a sledge. The smoke in particular, typically that operator that'll get the job done, but a couple kills with the Ella shotgun, pull out that pistol. It's got the red dot sight on it. You can absolutely win a 1vx in that position, though most 1vx's, in order to win that, rely on your opponent committing some mistakes. Good news for E1 fans is they didn't really commit mistakes and pushed Ask in synchronization after giving up that kill in Freezer and win the round because of it. Now, same logic might apply here, as it's an immediate hop up to dorms for this Black Dragons team. They lost Laundry in a hurry. It was a 4v1 favoring E1 before Ask got the freezer pick. All things considered, I think you approach it as in a, hey, a 4v1 is bad. That's mentally where I'm going to stand when we lose the round. Let's go somewhere else. Oregon's an AB type map. Laundry and dorms are interchangeable to a lot of teams, and though Laundry does get the slight edge in terms of defender prowess for a lot of these squads, dorms is not an abnormality, and if played well, can be just as favored for you as a defender.
Absolutely. And the idea is you've got to win at least both of them anyway. So you really can't be sort of limiting yourself in that sort of a way. And again, Black Dragons feeling very similarly to the way that E1 did at the start of their defensive phase. It wasn't even close. Let's just reset. Let's go somewhere else and see if we can find our fortune elsewhere. 5-2 as the score. It starts to get into a position where you really got to start doing something now as Black Dragons. You don't want to give E1 that opportunity of a map point. I'd like to see Black Dragons just taking a little bit more time in these gunfights and not throwing themselves head first and really giving themselves up. Stem, what a great shot over onto Astro. Able to pick up the opener this time in Black Dragon's favor.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you don't want to go 3-7 as Stemp, but it's been a bit of a lackluster performance on his end. Same with all of Black Dragons. Right now on their map, we're basically seeing the same thing that happened to them yesterday in the Vivo Keed Stars game, where they have the advantage of picking a favorable map to themselves, but then they just... there's a lot of different metaphors you can take here. They take their foot off the gas, you know, they're playing catch up, they, you know, had the wind knocked out of them, etc. Losing Astro, though, as your ace is particularly bad, but as you can see, Raps still has plenty of hard destruction left. Way that you want to approach this Dorm's bomb site. Bonham might be okay on her own, but clearly the double hard breach leads to E1 either wanting that insurance policy or having other ideas about a typical standard take where your hard breach would go onto the back of attic wall and then into closet to open up games.
Oh, Asket's a bit unfortunate there. That nade was not meant for him. Doesn't matter, though, as the kills continue to fly. Lukid now left as the sole survivor for E1. Recognizing that, probably needs to go downstairs. Potentially knows there's a kill to finish off here. Although maybe not. Ask could provide this intel. I don't know if I would have ran to the place that everybody else on your team died as well, but that's what Luca chose to do. And he was taken down there by Stemp, who at the start of this round wasn't doing too great. At the end, he's picked himself up 3 kills.
Yeah. A good round for Black Dragons and one that they needed. They won that Dorm's bomb site and again just lends some credibility to what every single caster will tell you about the way that the rotation of this map goes. There'll be another laundry take now for E1 as that's where Black Dragons go on defense. The way that this bomb site is shaken out, this will be the 5th time that we see that basement bomb site. Black Dragons have only won it a single time. E1 might have lost it in round number 1, but then prevailed the next 2 times they went to it on defense, and then were ultimately successful the 1 time they played it on attack. It's punctuated in a lot of ways, I think, by how quick E1 can be. As you saw in the first half, both of these teams have a level of speed that is not abnormal, but is certainly quicker than the pacing of most of Stage 2 here in Brazil. Brazil, I would argue, with the exception of a couple teams, is a much faster region than, you know, one of the other region that I cover all the time, which is North America. A lot of North American teams far more sluggish. Brazilian players have always been, in a lot of ways, I would argue, more mechanically talented than a lot of other regions. And because of that, they're able to be aggressive, be very overwhelming, trample you, just run roughshod over your defenses. And as for this defense, I don't know if you saw this, but with all those observation blockers going and the players upstairs, this is a very aggressive top floor hold for Black Dragons.
Black Dragons needs to be careful that E1 don't read into this and just hit the site. Because I feel like if E1 read into this well and hit the site correctly, there's a chance that they find it a little bit light here. Black Dragons have, as you mentioned, gone for that extended roam, the observation blockers, a lot of players here off-site, really looking to waste a bit of time and pick themselves up a kill or 2 before they ultimately fall off. Do you believe that the meeting hatch is reinforced? So you're not necessarily going to get that easy access back into the site, so you are likely going to be playing there for your life, but That shouldn't concern them too much. Stemp, he's going to be the one playing. No, the meeting actually is in fact open, so he will play here for as long as possible.
Like, I shamed Stemp, and then as you pointed out, 3 kills right after. It's like the inverse of the caster curse, but it's too much for Stemp now. The fadeaway nitro cell going up the hatch explodes a bit too prematurely. Loira has the hatch the opposite way. If Stemp disappears down below, that's Loira playing from above. If Raps doesn't see this, the Solus might be able to get a pick, but pressured from Attic as that's now open. Sledge creeping ever closer. And Lucan has now pushed Loira off of that spot. You'll have to go back and drone it out again. You've got good map control from not even taking an engagement.
There's great levels to this Black Dragon defense, because now you're looking at it and you're thinking, well, Loira, where is he? We know that there was somebody inside of Attic, but we've lost them, and we can't afford to go chasing them one-on-one. 3 players here for Black Dragons dug into the site. Ask returning down those laundry stairs to make it 4. Less than a minute left. Still 10 players alive. And more importantly, Loira off on the roam. 2 hatches open. Great access for a little bit of a backstab here as the push comes in.
Nice first pick from the defense. And oh my God! Flawlessly done by Black Dragons. I almost at a loss for words. This has been an extremely unpredictable matchup. So back and forth. Different pacing across the board. Fast in the first half, cooling off a little bit in the second half, but those last 2 rounds, Black Dragons looking so formidable on defense. Now they've won dorms and they successfully tackle laundry supply. The question becomes, tertiary bomb site, is it meeting that you go to, or is it the dining hall bomb site? Furthermore, how are you going to go about doing this? This is the map. This is a map where usually you expect that tertiary bomb site to go in favor of the attackers. If that's the case, E1 moves to match point, and then the more favorable sites start unlocking for Black Dragons. As we can see from this free cam, which you praised the work of not too long ago, it will be a meeting hold for Black Dragons. So far, the same 3 bomb sites have been played back to back to back. I don't know with the way this is going if we're even going to see that dining bomb site show up.
What's your thought on the free cam, Parker?
I like it. I think that I think it can really elevate the setups, and I think it can give you a good look at the way things are going. You know, there have been times where we get a bird's eye view of a bomb site, but then because you can't rotate the cam, there would be times where, say, like a Valkyrie camera was thrown, or there would be, you know, holes through a floor or a roof that you can't exactly capture properly with the way that the cam was set up. I like the way that it's being used. I think since it is so new, it's going to take a little bit of time for the observers to get the full potential out of it, but they very quickly learned how to use it to, you know, emphasize certain parts of a broadcast. The only real knock I have against it is that there are times where textures just don't load in, and that's just more on the engine than anything. You know, you'll go to free cam on Bank when I was casting with Harry the other day, and then there's the entire top floor of Bank disappears. It's a bit jarring to look at. But other than that, I think it's excellent. What do you think?
I like it. I think it takes a little bit of getting used to, because we're obviously so used to looking for where the information is.
Yeah.
It's different to now look and to have it presented in a different way. So it definitely takes a little bit more getting used to when you're actually watching the action unfold. But I do quite like it. I think it's good for showing, you know, if a team is honing in on a certain area or not. And when you can get that sort of stack up of players and the defender that is ultimately going to get pushed eventually, that's yeah, I kind of like it like that.
Like I said, it's really elevated the broadcast in a lot of ways, but it's one of those things where Rainbow Six is such a deeply complex game that our esport is, I don't want to say hindered, but is not exactly aided by the spectating system. There's a lot that gets missed. I think free cam will fix some of those issues, right? And by allowing us to see better setups, to see action in a different way, I think it will only help. A game that is notoriously hard to watch and is even harder. Genuinely, we have very talented observers who make the best of it. I think free cam will just aid that. First blows, by the way. E1 with the advantage. So now we get into the final moment of the round. Loira aggressive up top. Down goes Sexy Cake to Stem. But Loira is simply out-dueled by the sidearm of Astro. Stem backed off. Over by Split. Down goes Patoxy. 1 kill remains for E1 to move to match point. Stem could be working some magic here. Yodas is only on a single point of HP too. This is very, very winnable. Stem tie the game. Yodas gets the kill. E1 go to match point. Sorry for talking so much.
Enjoy. I'm enjoying being back in Brazil, honestly.
It's good to have you back.
Seeing it,
that's all.
seeing
I
all
care
the
about.
names, seeing all the players, seeing all the names. Because obviously, when I was at Copenhagen, for example, you see an amount of the Brazilian teams and players, right? But you don't get to see everybody, and especially with all the changes and everything that's gone on since the sort of last time, it just makes it so exciting to see the, you know, there's teams that, you know, you look at E1 and you think, oh, it's like there's a bit of MIBR in there, there's a bit of FaZe in there, there's a bit of Old Liquid in there, you know, there's players and they've got so much pedigree in them, and then you get people coming up like Stemp who out of nowhere are now putting up those big numbers. Unfortunately for him, as you've mentioned a couple of times, he hasn't had the greatest game. I honestly was thinking he might do it there inside of the kitchen. I was thinking there's definitely a chance. He's got that MP7, fantastic gun, great in those close quarters. But E1, too good in the clutches, too good in the teamwork as well, which has kind of been a running theme throughout the day in those attacking pushes that they've started to develop. Haven't done too terribly at all on the attacks here we've seen on Oregon. And as you mentioned now, they've got themselves on a map point.
Not their map either. I will say, in my defense, when we were talking about why we thought certain teams were going to win, I said I thought E1 had the advantage because just on paper they were a better team. And I said I don't care about the maps. And E1 is winning against Black Dragons on Black Dragons map, and I was right.
Does that make you happy?
That's me clapping for myself.
Yeah, I thought it might be.
Yesterday, I don't know if you watched the broadcast, but I tried to do some of the Discord soundboard effects, like the duck quacking when Emmy and I were talking about ducks and Tomahawk cruise missiles. But unfortunately, with the setup that we have, the Discord soundboard doesn't come through on the show. So as much as I'd love to do the clapping one, doesn't exactly work out. E1, who are on the cusp of snaking Black Dragons map away from them. I've got the very first pick. Down goes live. E1 only 4 kills away from stunning us on a map that they probably weren't supposed to win.
I don't know if I think that's more fortunate that the soundboard doesn't come through the broadcast. Probably a good thing. And I did watch yesterday as well. And
I wasn't trying to like expose you for you to be like, I wasn't watching.
No, I enjoyed it.
I wasn't trying to do that. I'm sorry.
Emmy did send me a message saying that something about a duck and a tomahawk. So,
well, we kept.
I'm not sure. And that's probably a little inside joke from yesterday.
I just came about out of nowhere, as did that nade. Like Black Dragons, really sticking it though. A lot of gumption. They got some real pep in their step here, Oliver. And Patoxy could get 2 kills. That DMR, a peek in the doorway. Uh-oh. You didn't drone him out. Now it's time to swing. Patoxy wins them both. His teammate was down. That was a 1v1 for the map. 5th round will now go on the board for Black Dragons, and we go all 12 to see what happens. I think we're going overtime.
There's a possibility, isn't there?
Mm-hmm.
I think to coin one of your phrases, would you feel it appropriate to say that we have a ball game going?
I think we do have a ball game. Yeah.
I love that one.
We've got ourselves a ball game here. Or, obviously Tim has the, we're going all the way, guys.
I love how everybody sounds exactly the same when they try and do that, but no one sounds like Tim.
Well, it's impossible to sound like him. He's got a He's got a
Well,
hard working
no, you
accent,
sound
let's put it that
exactly
way.
the same as everyone else that tries to say it. Or it's like everyone says it in a certain way. I think it's brilliant. I think based on this site choice, there's a very good chance we could go to overtime.
I definitely agree. I mean, the last time that Laundry was played, it was won flawlessly by Black Dragons on defense. So that, if anything, should give you a pretty good idea of where this one lays. Or lies. Really depends on how you want to approach that word, I suppose. Laundry, though, has been I don't want to say a coin toss bomb site, but I mean, it's been won by the attackers twice of the 5 times it was played. So it is not as dominant for the defense as we're used to seeing. This whole match has been unpredictable. Both of these teams yesterday did not play up to their standards, as we talked about. And when you're not playing your own game, or, you know, we've watched 4 or 5 maps of both of these teams, and then suddenly they just play completely different styles of Siege, and they, you know, the usual suspects don't do the things that the usual suspects ought to do. You kind of scratch your head and go, okay. And I mean, I approached this round exactly the same. Blitz on the board is going to be the big question mark for me. Does Sexy Cake actually prevail on this role? Does he get the support around him for the blitz to actually pay off?
Last time when Black Dragons defended, they took observation blockers, they extended and roamed quite heavily. And I think that E1 have sort of read into that and gone, that's what we're going to try and target. We're going to try and use the blitz to make our way into site quite quickly, or use the blitz as an effective roam clearing tool. This time, Black Dragons, they haven't gone for that roam. The site is stacked, and you've got the blitz. So now you've just got to work through the players on the site. It's kind of the worst situation to be, because you can't use the blitz for the quick rush with an advantage in numbers. You've got to make that advantage yourself, and you can't use that blitz to roam clear because there's no roamers. So Sexy Cake's kind of left a little bit wanting at the moment. Its time will come in the round, but it just isn't now.
It's very easy for us to finger point at Shields as well when a Monty is banned. A blitz is still a strong operator, but obviously will be played in very different ways. We've been talking about individual players, but it's Patoxy and Dodez leading the way on their respective teams. These are not players who are usually at the top of the score sheet. Seeing them there is a bit of a surprise, but honestly a nice surprise, as we witness what is the slowest round in terms of time management. But as we know, between these two teams, it can be over in the blink of an eye.
Sexy Cake's time is ticking, and it's certainly coming toward that moment when the blitz will be very impactful. He's going to try and push through and delete Ephemeria inside of Elbow. Does put a good couple of points of damage, but it's his teammates that will be doing the rest of that damage, taking as Black Dragons rinse through, and Lukid drops Electrical Hatch into the Viper's net. He had no chance there. Flawless for Black Dragons to confirm that we are going to overtime.
Back-to-back flawless defenses of this bomb site. That is a tough nut to crack. You know, I gotta say it. E1 are no doubt a talented team, but Black Dragons made them look like chumps on both of those defenses. Excellently played by Black Dragons. With the way they held map control on that first floor, very good. They read into the blitz. I think that was a bit of sloppiness from Sexy Cake, but you know what can you say? We can go back and look at it, and again, it's very easy to kind of condemn the Shields for the way that they're played. It looks like there was a timeout called as well by E1, so I mean, a hell of a time for them to call it as you now go into overtime. Black Dragons will ride out defense twice. This is a defender-sided map at the current moment. 4-2 score lines for the defense on both sides. That's very favorable to BD. So despite the worrying signs that were there for them on their map, they will get to go back to Laundry. Could it be 3 for 3 on flawless rounds? More importantly, what can E1 change up to guarantee themselves, not necessarily a round win, but how about some kills as a start?
How about an opening kill?
That'd be nice.
That'd be lovely, wouldn't it?
It would.
Let's pick up an opening kill and start to base an attack from something instead of just rolling through the motions. Looks as though we have ourselves a brief technical pause at the moment, or a pausa technica, if you would prefer.
Based on the sequence of events, what I imagine happened is that E1 called a timeout, but it was too late to actually use the timeout. So now they have to rehost the lobby, and then there will be a timeout taken by E1 so that they can actually speak. That would be my guess. We've seen this a couple times before where, you know, a timeout, whoa, timeout. And it's like, you've got 2 seconds left in the prep phase. Way to leave it to the last minute.
Yeah.
So I think an opening pick, honestly, would be nice. Both these teams have been fairly evenly matched when it comes down to who drew blood first. And the approach for the laundry defenses of Black Dragons have not been the same every single time. You know, that the one that pops to mind was when you saw the hold upstairs in Attic playing back by the backstage. And then the second time you defend it, you have almost nobody up on the top floor.
I think Black Dragons have done a really good job of that. Black Dragons have done a really good job of that. Like you say, they've got the defaults, but they've got more than one. They've got more than 2. And that's what's caught E1 really flat-footed there.
Can't help people with flat feet, man. They just need arch support.
I mean, the arch support in Rainbow Six is the 7th pick, the 6th pick. I call it 7th because you press 7 on the keyboard to get it. But the 6th pick is what helps you as that attacking team, because you can look at that and go, this is really strange. So last round they brought loads of observation blockers and they kept themselves upstairs and really extended a roam, and they were investing a bit of utility into that. Reinforcements, hatches were open, etc. We haven't seen any of that in our drone phase, so let's get off the blitz because it isn't going to work. We need to bring something that can just get us into the site, not necessarily the sort of the use for the blitz that I think was envisioned.
I think that the blitz is a lightning rod. Hold on a second, I have to sneeze.
Well, bless you.
Thank you very much. I literally was muted, so you didn't hear it, but you actually timed it perfectly, and my suspicions were correct about why we had the rehost. God, I love being right. The blitz is a lightning rod for criticism. Maybe not so much now that blitz is a better operator with the way that the meta is working.
Yep.
But I mean, shields in general put you in a position where you absolutely must play around the shield operator. It requires a lot of inflexibility with a strategy, right? We were losing our minds a couple days ago when we were casting M80 because Kino had such an insistence on playing Monty, and round after round, it genuinely seemed like there was almost no value being given by the Monty pick. And there were a couple times where Kino would play maybe more standard operators, and M80's chances seemed to pick up. Same could be said for E1 here, where, you know, you're going to run the blitz. All right, perfect. But you have to play around the way that Sexy Cake will use that blitz. Almost certainly the blitz is going to come rushing at you through blue. You have to be prepared for that. A lot of teams are. You've got Warden there to pick away at his feet if he's running. You got a smoke to gas him and then pull out the shotgun and maybe just hope you get lucky on one of those shots. Because if the blitz drops his shield to ADS, well, then you've got a huge target to hit. And a pistol, unless you're hitting the head, doesn't do a terrible amount of damage, especially when compared to a shotgun. Right now, no repicks coming in from E1. They seem to like this lineup. I like the Capitao pick over blitz a lot here.
I think Capitao's in a much better place to flush those defenders out, right? You can use the fire arrows, the asphyxiation to really push people into awkward spots to clear area. You've got the smokes as well. I don't think we're going to look at really getting the plant down in this game. We've seen, I think, one intention of getting the diffuser down in round number 2 from live, and that was it. So I don't really think that we're going to find ourselves in a real plant-based game of Siege, but the smoke still for cutting off that line of sight is going to be important. And yeah, like you say, much better than the blitz. I think it's just so easy to criticize any shield player because it's so clear when they haven't got the support. Yeah. That's when you can question the play, because it's so easy to see, a blitz on their own or a Monty on their own without anyone near it, whereas someone might fluff a nade and it's not as easy to catch that. And, you know, you don't really come down on it with the same level of criticism.
No, absolutely. Dodez is dead, by the way, with the lobby resetting. You lose the fact that Dodez was on, I believe it was 14 kills, but we'd have to get absolute hard confirmation. I know it was above 12, that's for certain. Toxie was the top kill getter for Black Dragons. Loira removed, Dodez traded right back. You've got a set of backup nades. The one thing that you're going to miss from the Yana is just, honestly, good gun skill from the player that died, and then the ability to gain information. I praise the Capitao pick. You've already used half of the utility, one fire arrow, one smoke arrow, both dropping at the bottom of laundry, but it doesn't seem like there's a lot of follow-up. Might actually not have been a fire arrow, by the way. That might have been one of the smokes from Astro, and then a Goyo canister, but hard to tell unless you actually see it go off. And right now, Capitao is actually bugged, where, see, look at that. A fire arrow was used and it went back up to 2 for a second. Things are going to come in very quickly here, Ollie.
Stemp. He's going to be finding himself in that action again. Lukid, Sexy Cake, they're trying to push their way through. They're coming up against quite a lot of resistance. Look at Stemp's positioning here. He's got the DMR on the long angle with that deployable shield and a little bit of information. He doesn't need to move, and Astro is trying to bait him into this engagement. But Stemp knows better than that. He has a great little pixel that he can try and make use of. Astro has the kit, but it's no good in the freezer live. Starting to think about a bit of pressure from elsewhere as well. So with Astro pinched, got to look toward Lukid and say, you need to try and free up this teammate. Astro finds one, Lukid a second, eventually flushing Stemp out and leaving Ask in the 1v1. Dropped the diffuser cold on the ground, and Lukid going for that large rotation. He has the time to do this and get himself into the freezer. It looks as though Astro has the heads up. He's got the live ping information. It's about making himself an alternate route, but what a great clutch to finish things off.
The smirk on the face of Ask. He's at a disappointing stage in terms of results, but can still turn it on when need be, and this match is nothing different. We've seen some incredibly impactful kills from Ask, and it's helped keep his team in round after round after round. And if you're not having the usual suspects show up, which again was kind of the issue yesterday, and honestly is repeating it today too. Stemp and Live have not been the terrific players of this matchup. Ask has had a number of rounds where he has excelled, and then obviously Patoxy's been phenomenal. Yeah. Ask in this position, knew he was in freezer. That Vector's a bullet hose. It's going to just chew right through its opposition. If you can control the recoil, you'll be rewarded, and that's exactly what happened, as reductive as it might sound. You know what a fascinating thing is about this matchup, Ollie? Black Dragons have only led one time, and it was all the way back in round number 1. Since then, it's been either E1 with the lead, or they've been tied, and then E1 has regained the lead again. Now, Black Dragons pick up only their second lead of the match, and it couldn't come at a better time.
I mean, they're just going with the mindset of you only need to lead at the end, right? It doesn't matter if you lead all game, you just need to lead at the end.
The only time that you lead can be that 15th round, right? You could be trailing or tied the entire time, and it doesn't matter. A win's a win. Though it is nice that if Black Dragons do win, they let E1 keep it warm for them.
It's kind of sad that that last round came down to a bulletproof. There was a bulletproof in the freezer. We got to see it in the replay. We could see all the players on the side of Black Dragons on that bulletproof camera feeding that information for Ask. Obviously, we were in the split view at the time, so it was a bit tense, and we couldn't really see what the other team were doing, what the teammates were doing for Ask to give him that info. We see the red pings come through, but E1, you're going to be kicking yourself over that. You can't be letting the bulletproof cause that many problems, especially when it's a sledge in the clutch. Like, just get rid of the bulletproof, hello. I mean, it's beside the point. It's just something that caught my eye inside of the replay. I'm sure they won't be worrying about it too much now, as E1 are in a must-win situation if they want to take map number 1.
I will say one thing that it takes some getting used to about the free cam is how it's not perfectly like straight when they go from above. Like they'll go above and then they'll kind of turn it just the map a little bit and it'll look askew. And then my reptilian brain is not used to that because, you know, it used to be you could only turn the map in like 90-degree increments.
Yeah.
Not the case any longer, which is good. But my brain is like, that's abnormal, so that's bad.
Because you've watched thousands of hours of Siege with maps turned in 90 degrees. That's the problem.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's just old habits dying hard. I do wonder, as was discussed yesterday with Emmy, I said I've probably casted close to 1,000 maps of Rainbow Six Siege, if not more than that. I'd actually love there to be a counter as to how many maps I've casted. That'd be fun. I'm never going to go through and do that math myself.
Gotta get you
drop
10,000 hours in, right?
It's possible. You know, that's what you need for expertise, right? E1 striking back, looking for a round to propel us to all 15. Or else they go out in the wrong direction on Black Dragon's map and suddenly Ask has 5 kills since the rehost. Blue control very firmly for Black Dragons. It's forced the last 2 E1 players, a mirror and a smoke, both anchor operators with tools at their disposal, usually, but no gas canisters, no C4. Sexy Cake pushed out of position, now over towards Elbow as the advance continues from Black Dragons. Live goes down, it's equal numbers. Ask might want to get the diffuser down. Toys with Sexy Cake Patoxy to save the round. A swung on by a shotgun wrap wins it. E1 push us all the way.
You gotta watch that and think, like, do Black Dragons even want it? Like, how are they losing that situation? We've just praised Ask for all the work he did in the previous round. He picked up a fantastic clutch, kept a level head, used the information that his team got, and really played for the win. And then you just find him in the middle of sight with the diffuser, just looking left and right. Like, hello? Oh, frustration. Frustration, certainly. 7-7 here. By the way, 5th place LCQ seeding game. Not the greatest stakes of the day, and already a maximum overtime in map number 1.
And not to diminish the excitement that this match is giving to the people watching, but all that's at stake here is an LCQ seeding position. That's it. It's not, they're not fighting for a spot at the major. They're not fighting to finish at the top of the stage. Those things are already out of reach for them. This is really just for posterity and for the slight advantage that being higher seeded brings for you, which I'd imagine most teams would tell you is relatively small potatoes. A joke might not, Mo might not understand that joke because it involves potatoes, but or maybe he understands the reference more because
maybe
it
he
involves
gets
potatoes.
it. Yeah,
I don't know.
I think there's probably nothing worse than a small potato, right? In terms of potatoes.
Yeah, I think that's yeah. Not really too much potatoes. Not really a bad thing ever. See, look at this. Tell me this doesn't look odd.
Yeah, it does look a little bit. It doesn't look odd. It's just an unusual angle, right? It's not one that we're used to seeing. But I think that's why I like it.
These swooping effects. I believe Brazil has 2 observers, which again is brought upon by it being on LAN. Back when NAL was played on LAN out of Vegas, we had 2 observers more frequently than not. In Ty and Cyano. And that just gives you better perspective. You can have a persistent top down. The 2 observers get to work together. It's excellent. But I know that there are a set number of observer slots when you're playing online versus on LAN. Faithful round.
Had a bit of trigger discipline from Astro, or can he not actually see that person?
I don't think he can see him. The silhouettes are sometimes a bit confusing, especially when, you know, you might be looking at a wall that can be shot through. Some of the times it's a hard wall and there's nothing you can do. I think it's just the silhouettes playing mind games with us.
And both these teams are playing mind games with one another. Very slow round. You can tell the stakes here. Both teams really wanting to come away with this first map in the book. Only now we're starting to see a bit of action. It's going to be Stem to open the account here onto Dudez. That push through the attic is going to be unsuccessful, and it's going to leave quite a big gaping hole here. E1 may need to go and send somebody through to fill that, and it looks as though Sexy Cake might be given that task.
Oh, I mean, it would be a terrible time for Sexy Cake to have one of his worst performances of the stage. Now it'll come a duel that he ends up winning. Down goes Stemp. Usually that would be such a profile kill. Black Dragon's coming out ahead in this duel. Numbers now equalized. Everybody's still upright. So the 2v2 is genuine, but oh my, it's a frost mat to give Black Dragons the win. Bit
Not
of a
like this.
shameful end.
Not like this. Michael, we just sat through a maximum overtime Oregon. Back and forth as you like to watch a Frostmat take the win.
Oh, jeez. PD prevailing 8-7. They win their own map, Cafe. The next up, and Bank obviously being the decider between these squads. An oddly paced Oregon, all things considered, but despite the scare, Black Dragons wins it in the very final round.
It wasn't convincing, and it's maybe not the fashion that you want to win your own map choice in, but then again, it's Oregon. Is Oregon ever really your map choice? It's a map that we expect every team at this level to come and play. It's not like we came in here and it was a Night Haven or something like that, something that's a little bit newer, at least, to the stage. I think the Black Dragons are putting a good shift. E1, they're going to be pretty frustrated with that, I think, especially as it ended. You know, the frost mat, it's great for us to sit here and laugh at, but I imagine there's some real frustration going on there inside of that camp.
Absolutely. I mean, do you recover if you're E1, you're going to your map of Cafe? It's possible. I expect an exciting matchup no matter what. But before we get there, we got a break ready for you. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
OT, but Black Dragons do manage to get themselves that map pick under lock and key. Can E1 Sports bounce back after what we've just seen? Because both of these roster setups, they're going at it head to head.
Yeah, I mean, for E1, they did look a little bit more reminiscent of what we expected to see out of them. They won a couple attacks. They won more attacks in this game than they did all day yesterday. So that's a massive improvement. For the side of Black Dragons, their defensive side still did look good. And a couple of the rounds that they won on their attacks were very, very explosive. And that's what was really required on this super defender-sided Oregon.
Yeah, so what's required though from E1 Sports? Because Black Dragons, although yes, it was a little bit more of a difficult situation when we're looking at the way that they've handled it, when we're looking at the stats, they were in the lead from everything except the entries.
Yeah, just being able to convert entry picks is, once again, just for me, an IGL issue, and that's like an IGL problem for there to solve of what are you going to do with the man advantage? Sure, in this game, I would say at least like 80% of the entry engagements were pretty much immediately traded on the side. Like the defender would get a pick and the second attacker instantly traded, and vice versa on the attack. So it was more of a 4v4 kind of game as opposed to a 5v4, but still on the side of E1, not really anybody stepped up besides Dodez, who had a phenomenal game. Sure, you might look at Lukid, who has had some very solid performances. He's typically hovering around a 1.0 rating, like in the 0.9 eras. For him to drop down to a 0.74 today does leave you kind of wanting a little bit more.
Yeah, but can they bring more into the next map? I think that really is the question from E1 Sports, because at the end of the day, it did end up being 8-7. It did end up going to max OT. And if anything, E1 Sports really was in the lead at the beginning. They managed to string together around 3 rounds, and then they kind of just like lose the lead that they have. So what was that stumbling block for them? What can they identify it and make sure that it doesn't repeat on the next map?
I think they really got ahead of themselves just a little bit. I mean, you were saying that there was a bit of a comeback. It was 5-2 in favor of E1. And when they started off with their first attack, I really thought, hey, this is the E1 that we're going to expect. For the side of Black Dragons, they just played a very passive, patient game on the defensive side. They established great crossfires and were playing great fundamental siege, which is what we saw out of E1 last time we were on that map. So hopefully if Black Dragons can really just apply this once again onto the map of Cafe, but that's going to be really difficult considering the history of Black Dragons and this map. Through the last 40 map ban phases that Black Dragons have had, they have banned Cafe themselves 35 times.
Okay.
The opponent have banned it 4 times. They've played it 1 singular time, and it was that 7-1 loss yesterday.
Ooh, all right. Well, when we're looking then in terms of Cafe, for Black Dragons, winning this first map was absolutely crucial. Get your own map pick on the board, get the momentum going, and potentially see how that's going to be playing out on Cafe. You always have that bank decided to be leaning back on, but we're looking at Cafe now, and that is E1 Sports' only chance to get the better seeding for the LCQ.
Yeah, and for E1, you also have to say, with the transitive property, blah, 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 they should be a better Cafe team, because the one time we've gotten to see them on this map, because it was an unplayed decider yesterday, was a 7-5 victory over Vivo Keydstars in a very defender-sided matchup that was still fundamentally a sound game, as opposed to Vivo Keydstars beating Black Dragons 7-1 on the very same map. Does mean that, yes, by all metrics, E1 should 100% win this game. But for Black Dragons, yesterday there was a lot of rounds I think could have gone their way. They were just so slow and lethargic on their attacks. They lost like 3 rounds purely on time, and it was like 3v3 situations. Hopefully they can avoid those, rack up some defenses early, and try to transition well on their attacks.
Yeah, absolutely. Something to look forward to from the side of E1 Sports. They need to make that improvement if they want to take this all the way to the decider, which will be bank. But enough from us. Let's see what our casters have to say. They just had the great opportunity to cast the first map. So Ollie and Intero, based off of the fact that we're going to be going to Cafe, how are you feeling about your prediction, Intero?
I mean, I don't feel super great about E1 obviously winning after that first map, but I will say the fact that E1 was at least able to take all but 1 round needed to win map 1, I feel a little bit confident, but Black Dragons pick things up after a strong start from E1. Maybe they continue that momentum here on Cafe.
I'm really disappointed Ginny didn't ask me what I felt about my prediction.
She doesn't care what you think, actually.
No, I'm sat here thinking, I'm sat here feeling quite smug, to be fair. No one cares.
It's your chance, Ginny, to ask him.
Do you think about your prediction, Ollie?
There we go.
Thank you very much for asking, Ginny. I'm feeling very smug about my prediction. I think that Black Dragons take the whole thing. Although I don't think that they're going to win Cafe. I think we're going to go to all 3 maps, to be honest with you. I have just got a feeling about this one.
I agree. And now it's just up to us. The hosts are gone. They've left us to run the whole thing. Monty, Ying, Azami, and Solus. There we go. Those are the bands that we're used to seeing. Nothing really outside the ordinary. Those are the foremost band operators. They will not be available. I assume that if we need a shield operator, we will likely see a blitz pop up.
Ideally, hopefully, we don't see a shield operator, as that wasn't something that worked too well for either of these two teams when they brought it on Oregon. That's not necessarily a criticism of the blitz or the person that picks it, as much as the team play that goes in around that. Speaking of team play, Black Dragons and E1 both demonstrated themselves quite well on Oregon. It wasn't necessarily an Oregon that went all the way because of a great deal of mistakes from either side. Moreover, it was an Oregon that went all the way because of the team play from either side and the opportunity spotting and advantage taking that both of those sides did. So hopefully as we move into Cafe, we expect to see a little bit more of that here. Now, C-Dat's brought it up on the desk that Black Dragons have shied away from Cafe, is maybe a lighter way of putting it. They really don't like this map or picking it. So for it to be played here and for it to be E1's pick makes quite a lot of sense. Let's put Black Dragons somewhere that they are potentially quite uncomfortable and pile on the pressure. But what a start here! Goodness me, Astro sent into next week. One of the difficult things, of course, about Cafe is that free passage to the building is not guaranteed. You have to fight for that as soon as you get yourself out of spawn. And LCQ, he's going to be fighting himself up these white stairs here, but he too shall eventually be taken out there by Stemp. Black Dragons, they might not play this map often, but they're certainly not doing a bad job of things here. They've picked themselves up 3, make it 4. Could we be about to see a flawless round here as Raps? He's going to make himself a nice little pocket here on these white stairs. I would wager his location is known and that Stemp with a shotgun isn't something that you want to be challenging with a DMR. Don't throw the flawless round away, Stemp. Please close it down now. No, traded for the kill in the end. It's going to be Ask that finishes things off. I wasn't expecting Cafe to be as explosive as that, Parker. I'll be honest with you.
No, I wasn't either. I mean, I don't know if E1's initial presumption was we can hit the site hard and fast, let's do that, or if after suffering the first casualty, they said, course correction, let's just YOLO it. But I mean, Lawyer really does set the pace here. That is one hell of a shot on Astro, and something where, yeah, I mean, I don't really think the Wamai of Lawyer was in any significant danger exposing himself through the window that way. But additionally, you don't usually get that kill. Yeah, you'll break the panel, go for a couple shots, you might miss, you scamper off. Both teams walk away, no worse for wear. Not the case for E1, certainly. Losing Astro, losing the Ash. And frankly, Ash is a fascinating operator right now with where we are, because we're so used to seeing Ash as this 3-speed who gets in, gets picks, and yeah, that will set the pacing for you. This particular instance in the meta, Ash is honestly more of a utility operator for a lot of these teams. Breaches are used deliberately. The explosives are so high value for the attackers that losing an Ash early on can frankly be a bulletproof camera and a soft wall that will no longer be taken out on your side of things. If you've got a castle on the board, which we can see Stemp running the castle in this particular round, an Ash in the hands of Sexy Cake, that's 2 castle barricades. That's immense value for that gadget. So Not just that you lose Astro, it's what comes with losing the Ash as well.
I mean, I think that was the whole reason that SexK had to push up White Stairs, because they lost the Astro. They couldn't deal with the castle barricades, and they needed an in from elsewhere. So a lot more caution is being paid this time. But of course, the greatest thing about the first round spawn peak is you're only going to do it in the first round. You're not necessarily going to do that every single round. You just want to get into your opponent's head nice and early and say, yeah, you spend that extra 15, 20 seconds checking the windows. Be a little bit more concerned running out of spawn, because you saw what happened in round number 1. And it does often work where the attackers will just have a little bit of that pace knocked out of the early round, and they will pay a great deal more attention to those windows and potentially at this point in the round the runouts, because you've got 3 people on the rappel. However, Black Dragons, you can just sort of relax into that and know that, you know, we've slowed them down a little bit. If they start getting a bit quick, we'll do it again.
Well, with a cocktail take, you want to get Piano as quickly as humanly possible. Already half the round is gone, and in comes a Rotero drone. Don't know what Live was hoping for there. At least one pick. Does some serious damage. Oh my, come on, Dodez. And Sexy Gate goes as well. Any speculation that Black Dragons might be uncomfortable on this map should have fallen away after those 2 rounds. Stemp will hear that DMR used by Blackbeard primarily, but hey, Astro's going to go with the DMR and the AR-33. Well, would. Now Lawyer's punished him, and up to Rakid to clutch out the remaining 50 seconds with only Patoxy removed from Black Dragons. Stemp gets wrapped.
Oh my.
This is quite a tough attack for E1 so far.
It's hard to watch. I'm gonna be honest, this is difficult to watch right now. We've got people double dipping at bottom White Stairs run out. The double dip. That's not something you're meant to get away with. You need to get domed on the second time that you poke your head out of there. E1, they're approaching this in a very soft manner. I would like to see them input a little bit of aggression here and get themselves on that roof, get themselves safe in the early part of the round, or set up some more effective means of keeping themselves safe, either on the rappels or later on when they're starting to think about dropping hatches, because you can't die to the guy that stood inside of Cigar. You can't let 2 people die to that. You can't have someone dying because someone ran out of bottom white twice. Like, these are pretty unforgivable mistakes at this level. Black Dragons, they're making light work so far. They got the first round on Oregon, granted, and then proceeded to battle for equal or be down for the whole round right until the end. This time they seem to be chaining them together. If they pick this one up, it starts to spell alarm bells for E1, especially given that they are the team that are known to struggle with attacks.
I mean, this isn't necessarily the start that I anticipated at all. I don't think you anticipated it either. E1 have blown up their composition, bring a Gridlock, Zofia, a Brava, all 3 of whom are not exactly meta operators. That said, they very much have a place on this map, especially Gridlock. You're going to want some form of anti-flanker due to the stairwells, due to the narrow corridors that defenders will often need for retakes. I mean, one track Stinger can cover quite a lot of a staircase. And I mean, Sexy Cake's got 4 of them. That might slow you down a little bit, but the defenders are going to need to shoot through it or melee it, which will in turn give information through sound to the remaining defenders. And already E1 looking for this fast pace. Once more, we're not even a minute into the round. Astro coming to blows with the defenders of Black Dragons.
Ask is on the hunt at the moment for a Brava drone. Dudes going to be doing battle on the rappel. Black Dragon's doing a fantastic job of just holding E1 at bay here. E1 are, of course, going to be setting themselves up here. And they would probably like something that could be that big entrance for them, like a Ying. But of course, Ying is in a state where it is banned nearly all the time. So instead, they will look to things like the Zephyr, things like the Gridlock. Live, it's a good portion of damage there in onto Luca, but Luca actually goes for the plant. Now, Ask was hanging around just inside a museum. No way this plant goes down unchallenged. Kills fly, but the plant is confirmed and will likely be held here from the Rebel. Patopsy goes for it, but gets claymored out of nowhere. We got Stemp outside of the bottom of Bakery. He'll find his way back into the building. What's he going to be able to do in this retake? 25 seconds on the clock, 2 kills to find, and still quite a ways to go. Vertical now being held from above, but it's going to be Dudez who shut him down as he transitions through reading. That was a mess.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the best way of putting it. A lot of these rounds have been a mess. I gotta give some praise to E1 for the fact that they were so quick to get in, but therein lies the problem with that mining bomb site. For the defenders, that is, if you can get in as an attacker, you have that wheel well as protection. And you can see it right there on your screen. Ask needs to get to the other side of that bomb site. How is he going to do it? Well, he has to run himself. If he's not running himself, you need to know a gas canister, maybe a yokai drone, something to knock that planter out of that position. There were no tools there whatsoever from Black Dragons. So you have to take the engagement. But if you've got somebody on the stairs watching you, that's red stairs control for the attackers. You've got somebody on the window as well. And red stairs control could be coming from the top floor or could be coming from the bottom floor. It doesn't matter. As long as you have that part of red stairs under your control, you got a great angle where the only way conceivably that the defenders are going to win that is getting a pick and then rushing the planter. But E1 doubled up on that. They had somebody on the window. They had somebody on red stairs. Yeah, not an easy task for the defenders at all. And I mean, if you're not bringing any anti-plant, you're going to be in trouble. Now, if you look at the lineup for Black Dragons, they're not going to be bringing a smoke whatsoever, but they've got 2 nitro cells at their disposal. That's about it to stop the plant. No Maestro, no Yokais, no smoke. So you're going to hope that those explosive C4s can hit their marks. And I mean, one of them in the hands of Stemp, who will gamble his life very early on. Patoxy will find himself same position that Loira was in earlier to go for an early pick, but everybody survived the first 30 seconds. And I suppose for E1, that's a pretty good state of affairs.
Not bad at all. There is some good information available for E1 as well. They've got a couple of these defenders on drone. And they're probably just thinking about lining up a few nades here to see if they can get themselves through. They've got a bit of burn to go through. Obviously, we're dealing with a WAMI. There's going to be some magnets above that double bakery door. C4 is going to get thrown out there pretty prematurely, in my opinion. You're going to want to try and hold on to that for a little bit longer, especially given that E1 have now shown that they maybe want to play a little bit more plant-focused here than they did over on Oregon.
Sexy Cake will go for the drop now with the logic bomb ringing out. You've got to tackle that top floor first, so E1 have gone on stairs, and well, very briskly it looks like they've actually done it, and now the second floor as well. News for E1, Black Dragons are really not holding on to that second floor as much as you'd expect. It's a very linear defense at the moment. The silhouettes all down on that first floor, seemingly down on that first floor. I mean, sometimes the silhouettes can betray us.
You ever been betrayed by a C4?
One time when I was still learning the game, I thought that in PvP, very similar to Terrorist Hunt, C4s were remote activated. Or were proximity activated. So I threw a C4 onto the doorway expecting it to kill somebody without me having to activate it. And that happened. Hold on a second here. Black Dragons are just feasting upon E1. As Astro and Luca are the last 2 alive, and through the 3 rounds of action, neither of them have been able to find a kill for E1. That's a damning prospect. A flawless round for Black Dragons, very much on the board, unless Astro can stop it. He does. Down goes Loira, goes fishing for more kills now towards Whiskey as he's trapped inside a delivery. We're just going to keep peeking him. I mean, why? At this point, just wait. You need to narrow down his HP, I suppose, but you've just given Astro 2 kills for nothing. No reason to do that. Wait and let him swing you. He has no intel. There's no utility. Basically, a lot of pride on the faces of those in the crowd for Black Dragons. 3-1 the scoreline for BD.
Timeout from E1. Recognizing things aren't probably going to plan here, given, of course, that this is their map choice. It's only fair that we remind everybody that. E1 led for the majority of Oregon, which was Black Dragon's choice, and we certainly made a point of making that known here. E1 are trailing on their own map, and they felt it's time to bring that tactical timeout. Black Dragons have got a really good handle so far of controlling the space here on Cafe. And that's somewhere that they have shone particularly well. The information game is definitely there for E1 as well. They had a lot of drone game going on in that round. I commented on it at the start of the round, and still during the round, they had good intel. But allowing someone like Loira to pick up 3 kills inside a Christmas room, it doesn't make too much sense. Picks himself up 1, catches 1 on the drop as well. Correction, he got himself 2. But he still was able to pick himself 1 as they dropped on into sight. There was a big 3-2-1 that was attempted there by E1. And it just all sort of fell around that single point.
I mean, these teams are definitely playing outside of their comfort zones. This is a seeding match, and I'm going to keep bringing it up. I apologize for the viewers that think I'm trying to make you not care about this match. You should care about this match. You should care about where that bulletproof camera is. That's kind of a sneaky spot underneath the Christmas tree inside a piano. One of the big changes to bulletproof cameras to make them more viable is that those that might not have played the game themselves in, I don't know, a couple patches now, bulletproof cameras don't just stare in a single direction anymore. You can now actually move them. So whereas before you might look at that and go, well, that camera's useless. It's just going to stare straight up at the ceiling, and what effect is it going to have? No, my friends. That thing can now rotate and can look around. So you're going to get a value off of that. It's in a bit of a cheeky spot. I do like that setup from Black Dragons. Back to the point that I was making. This is a seeding match. So it's not hell for E1 or Black Dragons if they lose. I mean, obviously they're taking this very seriously because it is a game day rep. Both of them need to prepare for the last chance qualifiers. There will be some good teams in the LCQ. Team Liquid is going to be down there. MIBR is already down there. Both of these teams will be competing in the LCQ. And then of the 4 remaining teams, Vivo, Keedstars, W7M, FaZe, and NIP, one of those teams will go down to the LCQ as well, where a single spot will be available. So yeah, if you're a newer team that's trying to get your game day reps in, this is a great opportunity to do that. Not just because of where it puts you in the LCQ seating, but just because a match is a match. And it's always nice to gain that experience.
Especially when that experience is on LAN in quite a personal venue. It's very, you're in a very close proximity to your opponent there. And it's got a little bit of a crowd going. Granted, it's all going to be people that you probably at least know or know roughly who they are. It's not like you're talking about a random crowd of just fans. But it still gives you that experience. And I think that in itself is very important. And like you say, when it's teams that are trying to build that synergy that maybe individually are successful or have been to majors or have competed at a high level, but haven't necessarily done it as a team, it's nice that they do get the opportunity to do that. Toxie, he's going to be in the hot seat here as the Warden.
Look at this. It's a glass.
It's a glass in the smoke. And Patoxy, as the Warden, has been taken out. So both players there that you would look toward and say, they're in the hot seat. Maybe not so much anymore.
Looked like Sexy Cake was going to be able to do something, but again, I will say, it is a bit frustrating to see this resurgence, the renaissance of Sexy Cake, kind of fall a bit short. All of E1 is falling short though. Black Dragons, 4 rounds through 5. Looking mighty good here on Cafe.
maybe, just maybe, there is a world where we don't see all 3 maps today. And maybe, just maybe, there is a world where Black Dragons just win their opponent's map pick.
Yep.
4 rounds to 1. It's starting to look a little bit dicey here. You're looking at E1 and thinking, have you got some sort of a reverse sweep in you at this point? I'm not too sure on the strats that they were employing in this particular round. I think a Glaz crouch walking on long bar is not ideal, to say the least, especially when you have tools like the Warden available. Neither of it really mattered in the end. It was the teammates around each of those players that had the action and the part to play. But Black Dragons seemingly not able to put a foot wrong so far. They can come away with a 5-1 split. Things look a bit scary.
Yeah, I mean, there's a theory here, right? LFO get picked up by E1, or at least most of LFO get picked up by E1. You've got experienced players on the team. Good Raps, Astro, Sexy Cake, Dotas. They've been around for a while for the most part. These players like Astro and Sexy Cake have been around for half a decade at this point. Sexy Cake's first championship came in Atlantic City, if you'll recall, which was the spring of 2018, which was 5.5 years ago.
Ew, I don't want to think about that, because I can very vividly remember what I was doing.
Yeah. Astro obviously playing on these teams back before FaZe Clan got picked up. Back then they were known as Font Energy. People who might recall. And he's been around for a while too. I mean, he was retired. As far as I read, Astro had effectively retired and came back out of the retirement home. And well, I don't know if there's just more rust that Astro needs to shake off, but on the roles that he's
Eu pensei
playing,
no padrão da DC, bro. Mas reta é esse aqui que
we had to listen to. Which is honestly great for the Brazilian broadcast, but for us it does us no good as none of us speak Portuguese. We are the English rebroadcast of the Brazilian broadcast, so if you want to go hear what it sounds like in Portuguese, you're welcome to do that. Not that we want you to stop listening, but you're not going to hear the call-outs and listen-ins in English.
Yeah, we didn't quite get to the point of translating too much. I can read a little bit of it, given that I know what it says in the English version of the game. Like, Ladada 6 means round 6. That's about as far as I can go.
Presumably Terrace. I know that much.
Yeah. Casino is kitchen, I can tell you that.
I'm not sure. Black Dragons, though, surrendering one player more than E1 at this point. Sexy Cake going out in the first half, 0-6. Good intel gain from Patoxi's Yokai. Knows the drop is going to come from this main hatch. And from this highlight. So he prepares himself for it. Oh, no! Black Dragons equalized, though. There's still a lot of life left in them. E1, though, an advantage. Moira will need the clutch. And Astro, whose name was Tip of Our Tongues, is the hero of that round. E1 escaped with the best result possible at this point in time. Just 2 rounds on attack. Now Black Dragons will presumably have the harder side to deal with.
It can be a tricky map to attack onto, King Cafe. It requires a lot of coordination. We saw a great demonstration of one of the main reasons why it can be a trickier map in the first round of this map, and that's because of spawn peaks and very aggressive plays being there for the taking, essentially, for all the defenders. So you've got that going against you as an attacker. It can take you 20 seconds or so to get to the building in some cases, sometimes a little bit longer if you want to get onto the roof, which is a typical point for at least one person to enter each round. So there are downsides to the attack here on Cafe, and I think E1 really sort of demonstrated that quite nicely to us. Black Dragons now, they have got the comfort of a couple of round buffer, but E1 certainly turned it on when it mattered the most. They did use their timeout in that phase as well. Black Dragons still have theirs in their pocket. So provided how the next couple go, we may or may not see that come out at some point, just to see if they can gain back a little bit of an edge and a little bit of a reset.
No, resets place for Team Liquid.
Great, good one.
Thank you.
I was thinking about it earlier. I was thinking about the first game. I remember watching Ask and Resets play for Liquid. And if memory serves, it was on... Well, I know it was definitely on Coastline. And I think it was against FaZe. And Ask went crazy. And it's just so nice to see him still play. You know, move out of that Liquid squad. Obviously, things weren't working out there. But then to come inside of Black Dragons and to still be able to put up, you know, decent numbers. Considering he's a support player. I don't know what it is. I just really rate him.
Lucan is downed. From where the action happened, he was looking out onto that terrace/balcony window, but that's just speculation on our
Tem uns rapel aí, vou
part.
puxar rapel 1 pra você, tá?
Another listen in. A language we don't understand. You speak any languages other than English, by the way?
No, I'm a little bit embarrassed to say I don't.
I'm an Anglophone too, so I mean, I'm just used to the old joke. It's like, what do you call somebody who speaks one language?
English.
An American, but I mean, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Same horse, really.
I don't know how the Brits get out of that. I mean, maybe it's because you might speak like what is the language in Scotland that's spoken every now and then. What, Celtic? You've got Gaelic. You've got Welsh.
Yeah. Celtic, Gaelic, Welsh, yeah.
I refuse to believe that Welsh is a real language, but that's just a conversation for another day. I think it's just a very elaborate joke.
Hit me with your elaborate joke.
Well, I just think, like I said, it's just, I think that Welsh is an elaborate joke. I think it's a language
oh
that,
yeah, for sure.
I think it was just made up to make fun of English people, or at least to confuse English people.
You want to try playing Scrabble with Welsh people?
Are their boards big enough?
They are quite huge, yeah.
I feel like I get away with saying these things because I have more family in Scotland than I do in Canada. And therefore, an adopted Brit.
That's surely not how this works, but okay.
Well, they adopted my country, so...
Oh, so you're just going to adopt back. Fair enough.
I think it is really fair. And we're talking now because there isn't really a lot happening. Would you believe it's the final 30 seconds of the round?
No.
And there's a
this round has flown by.
Botched flashes as now live walks in. Killing begins. Black Dragon striking first and second. Sexy Cake finally on the board, though not officially credited with the kills. It was just a confirmation on a down. Live getting the diffuser, but there's some damage being done through the wall. Sexy Cake rebuffed. Live needs to attempt again. There's Astro to stop him in his tracks. Nobody will be able to get to the diffuser. A blunder of epic proportions from Black Dragons as E1 wins the round.
Plant going down in that position without sufficient... Astro literally just ran through the double door right next to him. Bit of an oversight, I think, from Black Dragon's part. Maybe they didn't realize it was the final 30 seconds of the round, Parker. Because they didn't look like they were ready for that round. We've not seen Black Dragons attempt the defuse... Well, sorry, we saw it once on Oregon in round 2. And it didn't work out for them there either. This hasn't been a plant-focused game of Siege.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why they're trying to bring it out now. I know that Cafe is a map that you try and plant on because it's got exceptionally strong post plants for attackers, but you've still got to get it down. And yeah, that it wasn't happening there, I'm afraid, for Black Dragons. E1 were far too well positioned, and we speak about Astro. Maybe he's got a bit of rust on him, but he still knows how to play that game. He still knows when the plant is going down, the right time to make that push, what the ultimate win condition there is for that round.
Yeah, I am enjoying this back and forth. E1 have now drawn within a single round, and again, that realistically, and I hate to be this guy, but I don't think that was a very well-deserved round from E1. I think Black Dragons just had nobody watching live whatsoever, and again, it really speaks to the deficiencies that come with a new, right?
Yeah, for sure. You've got that breakdown in communication. And maybe it's not even a breakdown in communication. Maybe it's just as simple as things not being as understood as quickly as they will be in the future. You know, whether that's plant position or thinking that somebody has got your cover from a certain angle when potentially they don't yet, or they're not yet in position. It's going to be something as small as that, really, because, you know, these players know not to plant in dumb places. They're planting there because they think they're being covered, or there is really no other choice. Although there was limited time left on the clock, there was enough to make a decision on where you're going to try and get that diffuser down. I don't think it'll knock Black Dragons too much. They can't really be expecting to come in here and just walk away with it, especially given that it is E1's choice.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think the initial 4-2 for Black Dragons on defense was a surprise, just as I felt the same about E1's 4-2 on Oregon. You know, when it was 5-2, in fact, I thought, which way is this match going to ultimately end up going? Anywho. Downstairs defense. Necessary steps taken on these top floors, and really there's not a huge extension of E1's roam at the moment. Allows Black Dragons carte blanche. That's French.
You said you only spoke English.
I'd still say, I mean, I swear a lot, so I guess I do speak French.
There it is.
Mm-hmm. It's when people say, pardon my French, and it's like, oh, no, I'm fluent. Really? No, I just swear a lot. I have a good story to tell about the English versus the Scottish, but maybe not when there's a minute left in round number 8.
I'm sure we got time later on today.
Oh, absolutely. Just a cheeky little anecdote. Sexy Cake still searching for his first kill. I don't know when it will emerge, but he plays roles where you expect him to get kills, so at a very basic sense, he needs to be getting on the board more often than not. Astro just got turned into a default cam. You see that? He was shooting and then all of a sudden, he's gone.
Unfortunate.
Looking for kill number 1. It's Loira. This is a sleepy round, my friend. Black Dragons will find themselves in the exact same predicament if they just take way too long. They've got the advantage, but things are going exactly the same in terms of kills. Dodes to the rescue as he gets off the site and will now come face to face with Patoxy on red stairs. Dodes traded out effortlessly, though. And while Black Dragons manage the clock a little bit better, they get the necessary kills. This really could be a 6-2 game for Black Dragons if anybody had watched live in the previous round. Was not to be the case. They forfeited that one, but they don't make the same mistake again. And with their 5th round, they inch ever closer to putting this one away 2-0. They, Black Dragons, will call the timeout, which is intriguing because usually the team that's on the ropes that does it.
I have really strong feelings about timeouts when you've just won a round or you are in that position of, call it a little bit of momentum, because they didn't get absolutely stomped in the previous round that they lost, albeit they did a great job of clearing up in the final few seconds here in the previous round we've just seen. It wasn't all too clear. So maybe this isn't the worst time in the world to take the timeout and maybe just say, look, I know that you're trying to play with the clock. I know that you want to try and use as much of the round as possible, but we can't be leaving it to the final 10 seconds. Maybe we got a little bit lucky there. Maybe we need to try and, guarantee things a touch more, because it can go either way when the clock is seriously taking final 10 and you're scrambling, trying to find gunfights and just desperately trying to trade out. So especially when you do, a long-standing roster that's been together for years and years that can pull that sort of thing away. There are plenty of teams out there across the world that can pull off very, very intricate moves with very little time left on the clock. Maybe Black Dragons aren't quite there just yet, and that's where we saw them struggle in round number 7. But they do lead 5-3 now. And after having that bit of time out, they probably had a good idea of where they were going to go. So maybe, just maybe, they can put themselves onto a map and series point here. But you want to bring in a bunch of tricks to try and slow that down. We're actually going to see the Echo. Now, we saw this previously, Parker, and the yokai was used and it was sent out onto the roof. It was sent through the skylight hatch. It gave a good bit of information. I think it was used in conjunction with the Warden, potentially, when we had a little bit of glass action earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, the glass experiment did not work well. That was Sexy Cake who was playing that operator. Now, back on Valkyrie again. I like the tools being brought by E1. I do like seeing the Thorn, I will say. As much as I have a personal vendetta against 1.5 sites, I would argue that they should just be removed from the game entirely, but that's just me. That's just me. I don't want to piss off the people. I don't know if you saw that. That thread going around is, oh, hold on a second. There's a run out. 2 runouts, actually. E1 break out of this cafe map as if it's a clown car, and well, clown emoji indeed, but for E1.
See, that's just not how you do it. You want to, if you want to play aggressive, but don't be throwing yourself like that at the problem, because this is a round that you can pretty seriously and confidently chalk up for Black Dragons. They've got 2 minutes left, 5 versus 3. Just take your time. Yeah, you've got 2 C4s to go through. You've got plenty of drone information available to you, and they've only lost 3 drones so far, so they're doing fantastic in that economy. Make it 4. I do believe they just lost another, but still, they've got so much time to work with here. Just use the numbers advantage that you've been gifted.
Yeah, and you'll see teams almost overcorrect, right? Where it's like they'll lose 2 and then suddenly they'll start swinging to try to keep numbers close, which is usually the right play. But if you let the bomb site do the work for you, you can be a bit more passive. Same goes for when you have an advantage. Oh, we've got 2 picks. Okay, everybody rush, everybody rush, everybody rush, and then all of you die. I like that E1 is listening to your advice right now. You know, they're playing very standard. Sexy Cake got on the board. Hold on. Breaking news, Sexy Cake got a kill. Black Dragons win the round, and they move to series point, though. At least he's got 1.
Yeah, the writing was on the wall there as soon as you see an Echo running out of Cocktail. Echo jumping out a Cocktail window isn't a great sign. When you're going to bring that Echo for utility, I commented on how, you know, Yokai Drone, fantastic piece of utility for that site and for the map in general. You can send it out up through one of the skylights, through one of the hatches. You can get a bit of information. You've got the ability to deny a plant if you think that's where it's going, and Black Dragons certainly attempted to get the plant down in round number 7. So you give yourself an extra pair of eyes, and all of it just gets sort of thrown away in the first few seconds because, yes, jumping out of windows will be punished at this level. 6-3, map and series point, more importantly, here for Black Dragons. They're looking to make this map 2 certainly quicker than map number 1 was at an 8-7 scoreline, but it isn't over yet. E1, they have a chance. They're going to go down to the bakery, see if they can hang on in there.
Ah! That's not the name of the bomb site.
Well, okay, kitchen.
And?
Service?
Kitchen and kitchen.
Kitchen and kitchen. I mean, it's...
This is a reoccurring joke that we do, by the way.
The camera was in the bakery at the time, okay?
I approach it in the same way. I don't know how much you watch and how much you, more importantly, listen, but whenever Nick and I are casting Cafe, we always refer to it as bakery, and then usually at least once a matchup, we have to stop ourselves. All right, well, technically it's kitchen because they changed it around, but we're both old and blah, 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 blah. So the fact that I heard you say bakery actually excites me very much because, you know, one of us. But we are technically wrong. I just thought it'd be fun to razz you over it, as we've done in the past with other casters.
Thanks for, I feel like I'm part of a club now.
You know, people say, oh my God, these casters don't like each other. They make fun of each other so much. Get some friends, because if you have friends, you make fun of them, because that's what friends do. If I didn't like somebody, I wouldn't be talking to them. Oh, not just 1 kill, but now 2. Sexy Kid got the last kill in the previous round. I thought that grenade had actually bounced and Live was about to land on top of it. I don't know if you saw that visual.
Would have been unfortunate. It looks as though it could have happened.
Why? You want to have the advantage. They lose it. Sexy Cake spent a little bit too long around reading. Hold on. Dodes is in hot pursuit. Down goes Stem. They didn't expect 2 of them. They probably didn't even expect 1 of them. Live failing to reach this player, but instead disoriented by the yokai. allows Dota's time to live. There goes Lukin. Back to a 3v3 with just a little bit over a minute to go. Black Dragons looking to close out this series.
Crazy to see the value that Astro's getting out of those yokai drones now that he can actually use them and throw himself out of a window in the early part of the round. Live eventually cleans up onto Dudes. It was pretty much inevitable at that point. Astro and Raps now. They've got a lot of angles to hold here for only 2 of them. Their only saving grace is that there are only 3 Black Dragon members that are looking to bear down on them. They have plenty of flash utility. They still have a nade in pocket, so they gather a bit of information. They could try and make this a little bit easier for themselves. And with the clock ticking, drones need to get in there and really figure out what's going on. We can see that Freezer's fully reinforced here. Ask just threatening at the other side of the bar. We're almost certainly going to see a nade from Live come through, but no, Raps is in position to take him out. That adds to the heat as he gets caught inside of the Fenrir gadget. E1, they do collect.
Still up, right? Fighting. I don't speak Portuguese, but I know that ponto decisivo means match point. You know why? Because I speak English and I see what it says in English.
See, this is the crazy thing, right? That's probably not what it means. It probably means like point decider or something.
Decisive point, yeah. Something
Decisive
like a
point,
literal
yeah.
translation, right?
Yeah, a little, yeah. Still, 6-4. Kitchen working out for E1.
Thank you for saying kitchen.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. So where do we go? Well, we go to the mining bomb site. Very early on, we saw all 4 bomb sites get played, so it's not like this is new territory. Very first mining defense that we saw, or very first time we saw in mining, E1 not only got the first pick, they got diffuser down, they won the whole round all the way back in round number 3. This is a relatively familiar territory for them. Though they are the team that has seemingly not been the strongest. That's actually a very hard Valk cam to see. Interesting. Break us down on this mining attack. Look at the lineup that is brought. I like the IQ that's being added to the mix for several rounds now. If you're going to have Sexy Cake on that Valkyrie ad nauseum, then you need to ensure you're finding the Valk cams, but you've also got Mute Jammers, the Magnets, and the Dread Mines from Astro's Fenrir that you're going to be spotting. So a very, very good pick because IQ counters basically everybody except for the Warden on defense. That's humongous. A lot of value.
All these electronics, eh? No one can just go back to good old-fashioned somethings.
It's that I don't know if you'll ever go on YouTube and you'll look up like a concert from like the 1960s and it'll be like, look at all these people enjoying this show in the moment. It's not a cell phone in sight.
Yeah.
But it's like, oh, I wonder. What is Dota's going to do here on the window?
I
It could
hope
be
he
a
doesn't do
fly
it.
out with a shotgun ready to punish Black Dragons. Previous attempts to get early picks for E1 did not work out in their favor. Black Dragons ended up getting those 2 picks when E1 flew out of the windows, and then they used that their advantage to get that match point. There goes Stemp. Sexy Cake firing up. Is the cake ready?
He's going to need to do a little bit more than 3 and 9, but if the game continues, then maybe he'll be given his time. Nade that is going to be destined for Dudes is caught just prior by a Magnet. Live will see good on a kill over onto Lukid, but with Dudes and that shotgun at close range, it is able to dish out the finishing blow. Another nade is going to get sent through, but Dudes is doing a really good job of dodging around them so far. Top floor control gained. Air jabs to maintain that security, but now it's time to rip open that floor because you've got 45 seconds to try and make something happen here.
I'm very happy if I'm E1 in this instance. Obviously, there's still time for Black Dragons to sort this one out as they look to bring the diffuser over through reading. Godez will retake. There goes the air jab. Live. Where are you going? What are you doing? What are you looking at? Sexy Cake has been dropped, so it's a 3v2. He's retrievable. Patoxy knows this. Look at, oh my! He gets it and the down collected as well. A 2v2. 10 seconds left. Raps looking to hold on, playing around this bomb chassis. They'll struggle to get in. Now it's try to save the round. We'll just waste time. Pre-fire. Oh my goodness, E1 wins it at the last second. They didn't think they'd won it. Did you see that? They had their hands on their headsets. They thought it might have been over. Oh my goodness.
A close shave there for both teams. E1. I'm going to feel pretty happy about that. And overtime looks like a very real possibility now with a scoreline of 6-5. Black Dragons have struggled to convert onto winning round number 7 for a good number now. And Dudez, maybe a bit of an MVP of that round, particularly with the flank that he was able to achieve. It must have been a very sloppy air jab, is all I'll say, because he basically just shot the side of the railing and was able to delete that. Credit where credit is due for Astro. So the kill came through, but I believe because there was a down player and the time was still good, the defenders won. Is that what happened there?
I mean, we'd have to go to an instant replay. We had the same thing happen yesterday where Emmy and I were trying to figure out, did somebody actually bail off the plant or was it the impact grenade underneath them? From my view, I thought he got off the plant in yesterday's match because the impact did not look like it landed on where the diffuser was. Now, there is an interaction that, in all fairness, is not entirely consistent. If you are planting and you lose the floor underneath you, there are times where it will stop you from planting, but it is often incumbent upon most of the floor being destroyed. We went back to instant replay to try to figure it out, but we couldn't get good information on it. Same thing here. Was there a down? Was it earned? It looked like E1 were prepared to walk off the stage, but I mean, who knows? Now, one more round to send us to overtime. Black Dragons have been sitting on this precipice for quite a while. It was a 4-3 game. Black Dragons won 2 in a row, put themselves on series point. This is a seeding matchup, so it's not like it in their ability to go to the Atlanta Major, outside of the fact that you get a favorable seeding position in the last chance qualifiers. Though, I will say, I got to give credit to these teams for playing it seriously. These types of games tend to become meme matches, and while that's okay for a broadcast, and it's okay for us to see because it's lighthearted, well, it's sometimes nice to see teams investing in themselves, and so far, both Black Dragons and E1 have been doing just that.
It's great to see, you know, as you've mentioned a couple of times, putting in the reps and, you know, really looking to practice in the correct way so that when, you know, the game has got higher stakes, you've got that experience and, you know, you've put yourself under a little bit of pressure. And both teams have done a great job of that here today, and that's demonstrated in the scorelines that we've seen. Neither team looking to roll over and make it easy. Looks like Stemp is going to start his approach now. He's very cautiously jiggling his way up so far and will now find himself on that pixel spot. Blue Kid going to be on the white stairs. Does have a magnet at his feet here for the inevitable nade that comes through, but that was a great headshot there from Stemp. A little bit of line of sight and perspective coming into play, just getting a glimpse. It will be immediately traded, however. Ask is lost in the exchange.
Now it's Astro over towards Laundry, this reading defense with most of the players from E1 in close proximity to the bomb site. Stemp still upstairs. We talked last game about how he was not the savior. It was Patoxy having an absolute ball. This time around, Stemp is back doing Stemp things, sitting at 13-5. We have not had a rehost in this map, so the score lines that you see are correct. There's no more addition that needs to be done. Only 20 seconds left. This round has flown by. It's do or die for E1, and Astro will die. Dodez taking some damage. Is this it? Did the comeback happen, all for it to fall apart? Dodez is down for the count now. Raps with 1 kill. 2 remaining players for E1. It's all up to Sexy Cake to clutch. He's been spectacular so far, but he's outfooled by Loyron. Black Dragons wins 2-0.
A very close final round there. There was a moment you thought E1 had a chance at staying in it. A lot of pressure coming down to Sexy Cake on that final exchange there. He was on the Echo. There was a chance he could have tried to deny that with the Yokai, but not given the time or the space to do so. A deserved result there from Black Dragons, at least in my opinion. The way that they started that cafe after the back and forth battle that was Oregon was considerably impressive, especially given that it's a map that Data would suspect that they would rather avoid.
Yeah, I mean, one has to wonder, even though that first map went the way that it did, where was E1's head at? Right? I did not see E1 call a timeout that game. Did you? Because I didn't. I saw Black Dragons call one, but I didn't see one from E1. Maybe that was just me missing it. But I mean, again, not to diminish these results, but this was a seeding game. At the end of the day, it's not the highest stakes for these squads. And if you feel like it's not your day and it's ultimately going in one direction, I can't fault a team for playing the way that they did. So either way, though, as we said, kudos to both of the teams for the way that they approached this matchup. Black Dragons obviously coming out ahead, but we're going to have to run through the LCQ. A lot of good teams down there. And there will be more teams going down to the LCQ, but more importantly, there will be teams qualifying for the Atlanta Major. And up next, W7M and Vivo Keed Stars, as we will send our first team from Brazil to the Atlanta Major. We'll be right back.
All right. Let's just start talking about the fact that Black Dragons do get that better seeding, and considering how that first map went, I really thought this was going to be another incredibly close-cut game setups, but it wasn't the case.
I mean, it was closer than you might have expected, but I mean, Black Dragons, they surged to a quick early lead. E1 started clawing back just a little bit, but it was too little too late. E1, they definitely needed to get more of a lead on their attacking side, because Black Dragons, they did just good enough on defense and came out looking even better on their attacks. And on a map like Cafe, it 100% should have been in E1's favor. Black Dragons, for history, they have not liked this map. They have not played it. They permaban it. The one time we finally get to see them play it, they get 7-1'd. And then they instantly, in the first 2 rounds, get more rounds than they have gotten in the last 40 games on Cafe.
Yeah, also looking at Black Dragons and how they've executed this time around with their entries is so much better than the previous map. E1 Sports last time around was on top in regards to those entries, but Black Dragons the one be taking the lead, doubling it in comparison to what E1 Sports was able to do. And I think it just further highlights the issues that E1 Sports was having with this game particularly.
Yeah, it was just a lot of aggression on the side of Black Dragons that E1 seemingly couldn't deal with. And for Black Dragons, almost every single player on their roster had a solid, good game. And for the side of E1, it was really top heavy, unfortunately. There was just some players that we definitely would have expected to step up, meaning mainly everybody besides Dodez. Dodez had a great map 1. He was kind of by himself. Sexy Cake down at the bottom, 3-11. That is not what we expected out of him by any stretch of the imagination. In stark contrast of us highlighting, hey, Sexy Cake, he's good. He can do well. We did the same on Black Dragons with Stem. And look, he did well.
It's just you ended up cursing one of the players. Now, when we're looking as well at E1 Sports, I think is something that was highlighted as well by Interi was the fact that they didn't even call for a timeout. It felt like they weren't finding their pace in the game. They weren't finding their play style. They didn't look like the E1 Sports that we have been seeing over the last couple of play days.
Yeah, it was just an E1 that maybe the pressure was too high. Best of ones, they came out swinging. Sure, they maybe dipped just a little bit form-wise as they transitioned towards the end of the stage. But now here, where the games truly mattered so much more, they completely vanished and leave so much left up in the air. With E1, there is a lot of pressure on them. If they have aspirations to go to SI, they have to get a really, really, really good finish in Atlanta because they don't have the SI point buffer of stage 1. And now they have to go through LCQ, fight all the way through, and continue to get a deep run in Atlanta. There's so much pressure on this roster.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for both of these teams, to be fair, there is a lot of pressure on them going into that LCQ. Some really great teams sitting there. Liquid really coming to mind. Yes, maybe those best of ones from the side of Liquid weren't the best, but again, it is going to be Liquid. They were second at the Copenhagen Major, so that is a team to be a little scared of. But it does conclude our first best of 3 of today, going 2-0 in favor of Black Dragons. We have the first semi-final coming up next. That will be W7M up against Vivoki. The winner of this game will be heading to the Atlanta Major. And remember, W7M, they are our previous Copenhagen Major winners. So for them, it is everything on the line. Make sure you stay around because we're going to be back shortly with the first semifinal of today. W7M up against Vivo Stars, the first semi-final of Stage 2 of Brazil, and also the first opportunity to be sending one of our teams towards the major. CDAPs, expectations, feelings, thoughts, opinions, if you have any.
W7M win.
That's a really great expectation to have. Really, you know, such a hard-hitting analysis in terms of what we can be expecting today. But let's start off by looking at how both of these teams have been performing, because when we're looking at W7M Esports, they have had a formidable run here at the second stage of Brazil.
Yeah, and it's actually a kind of a weird one for W7M because we've been on record so many times saying, hey, this is one of the best defensive teams in the world. As soon as they get to the defensive side, they look so dang good, but they're actually a little bit better on attacking, which is very interesting, with their defenses slightly regressing, but still, from, oh no, they're not the best team, they're the third best team, is nothing to be worried about. Meanwhile, Vivo Keatstar, their mid-stage kind of run in their form is a little bit more worrying for me. Sure, they were able to beat Black Dragons just yesterday, and that is a good step in the right direction because of how we saw Black Dragons just look so much better against E1 just a little bit ago.
Yeah, so that also brings the question in how they're going to be showing up today, because Vivo Keatstar, yes, yesterday was a formidable run, but looking at them historically, it hasn't really been the best case. Now, W7M, however, I mean, this is a roster that we have spoken about time and time again. From here at Brazil, all the way into those international leagues, from Copenhagen Major, taking the crown home, to maybe a little bit what they would have considered a shortcoming at G8, but they just had to get the dust off those shields and get right back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, with W7M, whenever you talk about them, whenever they're at any event, they're instantly going to be a favorite. They're at least like top 3. If you're thinking of anybody like, oh yeah, they can win the event, W7M is in that conversation no matter what for like the last 2 years. So, like you said, Gamers 8, slightly disappointing for them to go out to the eventual winners in the form of BDS, but by all metrics, W7M are already still in a great position. They are locked in for SI, and it seems like anything that they're able to accomplish here at Atlanta, just extra money in the bank and extra pride.
Yeah, absolutely. But pride is also on the line for them today, because this game up against Vivo Keatstar, if that does turn into a potential loss from them, you know, it could be a little bit of a hit to them, not just as the organization, but also as these individual players, because they have so much pride and they are so proud of what they have achieved and continuously pouring their hearts and souls into improving.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a W7M roster that you might still want to say, like, Volps was a huge piece of the roster, and then after SI, he departed, and it seems like W7M got even better. People like Fellapox and Nate have really stepped up. JV92 was a phenomenally consistent fragger, or just in his role, very consistent player, with Hertz and KZ just being crazy as well. With a 68 win percentage right now, they are still definitely looking very strong on the defensive side. It's just some of the other rosters have slightly better things. So just across the board, there's not really much to point at and be like, hey, this team needs to work on it.
All right, and as we say that, we're going to be looking at how the rounds have been breaking down, and of course, with the track record that they've had, wins are most likely going to be in the bag. Maybe the clutch is not as high as we might have expected or hoped it to be.
Yeah, but just as much, I think a flawless round is even more impressive than a clutch.
Absolutely.
Where 5 flawless rounds is pretty dang good, and if anything does get close in those close rounds, they take them more often than not. Sure, decisive. Maybe sometimes their plans don't necessarily work the best. They might get a little bit too far ahead of them. They might have a little bit too crazy of an idea, but just overall, W7M are just a great team right now and in form.
Yeah, absolutely. And it wasn't something that happened overnight, because when we're looking at stage 1 and compare it to the fact that for them to even get to the major, they had to play all the way through from phase 1 as well, it has been an upwards and improvement from the side of W7M.
Yeah, because W7M in stage 1, they were the 3rd place team. They did not make it to the just overall finals. That was Liquid versus FaZe, and they actually had slightly below average defenses, especially when we hold them to the standard that we hold W7M, where we know they're a great defensive team. that you would expect those numbers to be up just a little bit better. And as we moved into Copenhagen, it was a complete night and day difference. Not only their attacks move up quite a bit, but we got back to the defensive form that we expected coming out of this W7M roster. I think one of the biggest factors to that is how much faster they got. It's just overall, they just seemed so much more cohesive, where their roster was just used to playing with each other for a full stage. Now going into another event, they got faster. They seemed so much better. They were just firing on all cylinders. And then you go towards stage 2, and guess what? They're even faster once again. On the attacking side, cutting nearly 20 seconds off their first kill time is absolutely huge, and we might be seeing the best form of W7M that we've seen all year.
Yeah, that's a scary beast to be looking up against, because you're looking at Vivo Star and they just barely scraped it by the skin of their teeth being able to go up against W7M. They had one win during the regular stage in those best of ones. Yesterday against Black Dragons, it was the first game was a little close, but everything else after that really wasn't. And you're looking again to be going up against a team that not only has won the last international major, but also ever since they've been on the grind.
Yeah, I mean, W7M, they continue to look better and better, but with Vivo Stars, they have looked a lot better as well, and it's mainly somebody in the form of Hates who has really stepped up to the plate for this roster. It was Magic Squad, ex-Magic Squad, Vivo Stars. We talked about how they really did just struggle with the firing power. And then Hates came in. He's in a more aggressive role. They have good facilitators like Daffodils that they stole from another team. And they're just starting to really collect together. They are explosive enough when they need to. And that's all you can really ask for.
Yeah, that's all potentially that they might be needing today as well, because we're looking at this roster and you've already highlighted a couple of individual players, but who really should be or would most likely be taking on that burden of leading the headway with Vivo Star towards victory?
It really does have to be a duo. We need to see Hornetal step up to help out Hates, who should be our highlight because he's been playing absolutely out of his mind. And for Hates, it's going to be an uphill battle because, my gosh, if you're on the entry, you've got to go up against such a formidable trio. You've got Herds, KZ, and even Nade getting involved in these early entry engagements for the side of W7M. So when you're Hates, sure, your stats look phenomenal right now. 66 and 51. He's plus 15 on KD and getting involved in so many more entry engagements than even Hornetal is, who we know is a very aggressive player, has been a massive key to success so far on the side of Vivo Stars, and he definitely needs to step up once again.
Yeah, so expectations are very high on the side of Vivo Star, and especially looking at these individual players. But then it also brings a question to me in regards to W7M, because we've spoken about them and we've spoken about the fact that they have had such a great run. They have been improving, but with that comes a lot of expectations as well, because at the end of the day, we expect to see them at the Atlanta Major. We expect them to win this game. And as we've seen yesterday from the likes of Black Dragons, from the like of E1 Sports, when those expectations become maybe a little bit too heavy, it could result in just getting into your own head.
Yeah, I mean, even like because we're going to hold W7M to such a high standard, if we see games go to overtime, it's still going to be like, oh no, W7M, there might be a little bit of worries. Sure, the result might go into their favor, but it almost feels like they need to blow out this roster of Vivo Stars, and that is going to be more difficult than you might expect, especially when Vivo Stars actually has a surprisingly decent map pool in stark contrast to what they've had in Stage 1. Sure, W7M is still one of the strongest map pools in the entire world, but it's not going to be as much of an advantage today.
All right, well, let's see those map pools and what each team feels comfortable playing. Starting off with the fact that Clubhouse, Labs, as well as Border and Consulate are already taken off of the map. So do you have any speculations in regards to what you think would be the best case scenario for both of these teams, really?
It becomes a very interesting dance because both teams are taking away the strengths of each other, and it comes down to, hey, do you like the third best W7M map? Or do you like maybe your fourth best map? Where do you find the strength in the pool? And going to bank for Vivo Stars isn't necessarily just that surprising. Right now, they had a 7-5 win over NIP last stage on this map and an overtime loss against Liquid in Stage 2. So still a strong overall performance on this map, as opposed to W7M still playing this map might be a little bit more worrying. But as you flip over towards Cafe, me and you, we got to see a Vivo Stars Cafe yesterday.
Yep.
and it was
It was
very,
great.
very good. It was very good
was great.
indeed. But W7M, they obviously saw something in that Vivo Stars match that they feel like they can really exploit, because they're still a pretty dang good cafe team as well. And it then leaves up to either Skyscraper or Chalet, where both of these teams have had very good results. Vivo Stars, they came out swinging against MIBR on this map of Chalet, but once again, as we know, W7M on Chalet, it is a very good pairing that typically breeds results.
Yeah, we're also looking at these maps, Bank Cafe and Chalet, being locked in and ready to go for both of these teams. And from the historical perspective on how these teams have performed on every single one of these battlegrounds, it does kind of feel like the best case scenario for not just Vivo Star, but also W7M.
Yeah, and then you have to say, with W7M having a stronger map pool and a lot more history on a wide variety of maps, them getting a better result for them does carry that little bit more weight. So with Vivo Stars, it's still, like we've been saying, it's going to be an uphill battle for them, but the door is slightly cracked.
Slightly cracked. Okay, and is that simply because of these map picks alone, or also because of the performance that we've seen from them yesterday that really got you thinking, okay, if they can carry that momentum forward, this could potentially be it?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a combination factor where they didn't get absolutely bullied in the map ban phase, which when you're playing against W7M, that's like you should get a participation trophy for that just in its own regard. You know, they're taking the first step forward.
Right.
They looked good yesterday. They fixed a lot of their issues on the defensive side that we saw throughout the regular stage, and now here in Deciders, they're hitting form, they're getting the right strides, and maybe, just maybe, there's a small chance.
Oh, okay. Well, let's bring in our casters and see how they're feeling about whether or not there is a chance for Vivo's Star. I'm gonna start off with you, Demo, because you are the guest joining us for today. Yeah, let's all just sit really up close and personal and have a talk about how this is gonna go. So, Demo, we have W7M up against Vivo Stars. Do you have a prediction that you just like want to throw? Do you want to do a coin flip? What are you feeling?
First off, get this man away from me on my left, right, whatever it is, because he's annoying me already, and we haven't even started yet. He hasn't said a word to me yet, and I don't want to be here, but no, he's gone. Thank you.
Oh, he's gone.
I'm looking forward to seeing W7M. I think, obviously, they're the team to beat. They're the team that have won the last major, so they're going to obviously go out and want to do it again, do the double, something that team hasn't done in many, many years, as we know. So yeah, I'm feeling very confident that W7M will come in here and do the job. I've seen the map pool. I think Stars have played well throughout the stage, and I also think they've picked maps that will do extremely well on, but W7M is a different gravy when it comes to that. I think Bank's going to be a real decider. I think Keystar needs to start off on the right foot, or else you could easily lose 2-0 against a team like W7M who have been there and done that.
Yeah, and it looks really scary for the side of you, Keystar, also considering how the predictions are going. It feels like everyone is very heavily voting for W7M. It feels like, as Demo said himself, they are the team to beat. So, Parker, you might actually get a prediction right this time.
I am buffeted by the fact, or I'm buoyed by the fact that we see basically everybody except for you picking E1, which is the way it probably should have gone again on paper, but Black Dragons were the better team in the server. That's fine. I don't think we're going to see an upset here. I would be stunned if Vivo Stars wins. Honestly, this matchup, the next matchup, they are, to me, so one-sided. And I mean, it's a bit unfortunate for these teams, but I just, like, W7M are so good. They're so good. Vivo Stars have shown very obvious weaknesses. W7M are great against teams that don't do that. There's no hope whatsoever. W7M's
All
winning.
right, well, thank you so much for the inaudible answer. We're gonna, I have no clue what you said, so I'm sure it was a five-head, big brain analysis. We're gonna be throwing it to a break, and we'll be back with the first map of W7M up against Vivo Stars.
thank you very much, everybody, and pardon the delay. One of the more extensive tech delays that we have had in a while, but that's what happens when apparently an entire PC crashes and you need to get it replaced. But we are in the action, starting on bank map number 1. W7M and Vivo Keydstars will clash, where the winner will guarantee their spot at the Atlanta Major. On the left side of your screen, W7M are the defending Copenhagen Major champions. On the right side is an organization that has never made it to a major at a tier 1 stage. Will that change today? What do you think, Harry?
What do I think?
Yeah.
Do you really care what I think?
There are dozens and dozens of people who care what you think, okay?
Well, the thing is, with Keystar, sure, the organization hasn't been there, but there certainly is, Landa, for example. He's a player I remember back at SI21, that young Furia side that we've seen develop in early stages. He was part of that. You think of where that Furia team, all of those players of where they went, you think of where Miracles went, even, coaching staff, Twister now, on Secret, for example, all came from that team. So Landa, he's been around a while, where you wouldn't have said that, sure, a couple of years ago, but that's just, hey, we're getting old, Parker. We're getting old.
We are. How old are you now? 22?
24.
Just a baby, Harry.
Mm-hmm. How old are you? 45?
It's about 55.
Yeah.
So we came back, but as far as I'm aware, we're not in the match. I don't know what next steps there are.
Well, there we go.
Operator bands are in Ying, Osa, Mute, Valkyrie. Now, for this particular cast, we're going to be doing a hybrid of play-by-play and color commentary. For you, I'm going to put you on the color spot right now. Why a mute ban?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think there certainly is stronger operators that you would have in the meta. You think of Kaid for bank, for example, Azami as well as another one. But I would say Keydstars is specifically target banning Mute. Mute as an operator is one that I feel that the great teams will play and really know how to use that operator well. Mute fills a lot of holes if you actually think about what his kit does. He brings a C4, he brings the shotgun, SMG to back it up, and the Mute jammers are so influential sometimes. It's good to block off a wall, but the drone work as well. Whenever you're dealing with a team like W7M, where they will go for the roam game, which is what we're already starting to see right off the rip, is the roam game, well, not really working out for them, Parker, but not having to worry about, oh, there's a mute jammer in this door. Oh, we have to shoot that before we can find out where these roamers are. It will just speed things up for Keydstars, especially whenever they know they start in the attack first, which I would say is more difficult on bank than defense.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree with you. Given that this map does, or should rather, favor Vivo Keydstars as they picked it, they'll have a jump on attack in some way, shape, or form. They haven't lost anything yet other than a bit of HP for both Daffodil and Hornetow. Not the same to be said for W7M, who are without Herds and Nade. As Hornetow's entrance towards the bomb site will come through Garage. There's only 3 players for W7M as they look to hang on. They've not fully coalesced around the bomb site at this point. Philippox is still roaming above, and Gomez dies, meaning that W7M get on the board.
Yeah, Fleetbox is the danger man. He's the one who's accounted for. A double push from Garage isn't working out too well for Keydstars, because that goal is maybe pushed in a little bit too quickly. They should have waited for Landa coming down the stairs, and finally we will start to see Landa push his way through. 3 kills already. He's killing everyone inside of this round. JV have to hold on. The Vault has to wait for Fleetbox to come in, and he's the only one left, and they know exactly where he is. There must be an account on him, and it gets cleaned up. Oh, that's a good round to get things going for Keydstars. They take their first attack.
Yeah, job well done. All they needed was that early presence upstairs. Vivo Keyd coming in, rolling through the top floor. W7M trying to gain that back in the later portion of that round, but ultimately falling short. And then we've seen teams be able to pull off a 2vx on the bottom floor bomb site, but there's usually a couple things going in their favor. Number one, you usually got Goyo canisters or smoke or something to delay the push. That is typically a linear push from the attackers. Vivo Keydstars did not all push from one direction. Obviously, that's going to benefit them. If the team has the wherewithal to spread out and use the advantage that they have in terms of numbers, then things are going to typically go well. Additionally, the time usually benefits the defenders. W7M, because they lost players early on,
were fighting the clock just as much as they were fighting Vivo Keydstars. When you're on attack and you got 10 seconds left, the attackers are fighting the clock. When you're on defense and there's only 2 defenders left and you've got a bunch of opponents still to come and there's a minute and 20 seconds left, it's the defenders who are going to be fighting that clock because you do not have your greatest asset, which is the timer hitting 0, working for you. So ultimately, W7M faced a lot of problems. They couldn't get themselves out of it. As good of a team as they are, they're going to lose rounds. And ultimately, they're going to make mistakes. There were a couple of mistakes committed on that particular round, and Vivo Keyd capitalized.
Just touching on the map bans again, I would say that W7M, they've played it pretty safe, probably expecting themselves to be at the major. I think, you know, a team of that standard, they'll expect to be heading to Atlanta. So you see kind of from their bans, I think they've played it pretty safe with the maps that they're playing. These are maps that they've already shown this stage. They've still managed to hide away Nighthaven and Consulate as well. Those were the first 2 bans they had. Oh, look at this. This is straight out of the playbook. A Glaz solo jumping in through copy window, eliminates Nade, and jumps straight back out. A smash and grab, Parker.
I love that reference. Smash and grab it is. Man, Vivo Keyd are making this one their own. W7M slaughtered every step of the way. Fellapox, not in the position that I think he wanted to be in, and now Glaz will seal the deal. We might have been in a tech pause for about 40 minutes, give or take, but Vivo Keydstars have just burned the clock through these 2 rounds.
That round ended at 2 minutes 10. That kind of sums it up. I mean, first of all, what the region is, which is just, it's chaos. It's been a long time since I've had the luxury of commentating Brazil. And boy, it's like you've never left. You know, it's just the same. They see an opening, they see a weakness, and they just go for it. And that's exactly what Keydstars done. They see it, hey, there's really nothing stopping a Glaz jumping in copy window. Ideally, there should be. In what world he does that and gets away with it is beyond me. Sure, he jumps in, he gets the kill, but the fact that he was able to jump out, that is where the salt in the wounds get rubbed in. Because he should be dead immediately as soon as that happens. But maybe W7M, starting off slow, a little bit sluggish. They need to wake up, because momentum, especially in Brazil, is something that is very difficult to come back from. We know the energy of this region, the passion that they have. Whenever a team is leading and they're in that element, how do you stop that?
Entirely sure. I mean, not to lead into this too much, as there's, you know, Fellapox has been the garbage man for W7M, kind of cleaning up those trash kills towards the tail end of the rounds, ultimately having no real effect beyond that. But is there frustration for W7M here? That's a question that I need to ask, because the player that was having the tech issues, as far as I heard, was KZ. So if KZ is struggling with this, is there some frustration? Are there some issues with him as a player? I'm not sure, because it's very easy to get tilted.
Yeah, I think mental fortitude needs to come in then from the coaching staff. I've always said that I think to be a professional player, 40% is how good you play the game, 60% is how well you keep your mental in check. And we've seen some great players who struggle on the mental side of the games, maybe getting demotivated after a loss, maybe toxicity issues. You know, they happen. You know, people sometimes lose their cool. We're human at the end of the day. So yeah, you kind of have to look at the coaching staff just to make sure that those players are in check. And most of the great sides we know have great coaches that go alongside them. As we stand on round number 3, we do have a little bit of a different setup coming in from W7M. They're not going to go for a roam game. They're going to look for a bit more of an anchor in the bomb site, utilizing Goyo canisters and smoke grenades to the best of their ability. We know that's going to burn a lot of the time, Parker. But it does give Keydstars then just to go ahead to start opening up the hatches, start preparing for these executes. A good side will be, you know, well drilled with their time management. They'll know what stage they need to get to. You know, burn through those smokes, burn through those Goyo canisters, and yeah, as long as they're doing it, I think they execute around 40 seconds, they should be in good standard.
That's the hope. Fire Rage is on blue stairs. KZ will take up that same space. Still toying with who might be up there, as that's some of Fellapox's gadgetry. There goes the Yana clone as well. Fire stopped lingering. KZ can reascend top of blue if required. 1 minute left to go, and First smoke could rain down into the red column, the red hallway, if you call it that.
That's correct.
Once again, there is a glitch in the game right now involving the utility of Capitao, so don't take it too seriously. What is Hates putting on at the moment? 6-0. Marching and asserting himself. Lenda, the only player of Vivo Keydstars who's punished up to this point. Herds will get flashed out. Hates is not too far removed from this engagement. Gomez down, Hornetow down. W7M are always a threat, and when they're swinging like that, they're a tough team to beat. They get on the board finally with their second attempt of Locker. CCTV breaking in their favor.
Oh, that was very fortunate for Herds. The enemy has opened up a kill hole for him to use to find a player. Sometimes you can't make it up, just some of the things that happen in games. But yeah, that's really helped out W7M. It's gotten them in there and got their first round on the board. I think the actual execute from Keystar was quite good. I like the fact that they're attacking splits. You know, having one team push in towards blue, one team push the back. It's just whenever you lose one side, then it all kind of falls flat in its face. For those kind of like pinch pushes, everyone needs to do their job. You know, it should just be you get every kill, just bang, bang, bang in the space of 5 seconds. If you cannot do that consistently, you should just go for just a plain old simple grind out the utility, look for the defuse, play around that. Because if you are dropping those back hatches, it's very unlikely you'll start to see diffusers go down. Just because the time limit, the time you fight through those defenders, you're never really going to get a sniff into getting that plant down safely.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we see the setup occurring. I think this is the most free cam that we have actually seen from Brazil, possibly in any region.
Is that a shot fired?
No, they use it quite extensively. It's very cinematic. I like it. And honestly, it gives us a very good view of what these setups are like, which is, frankly, is a big stumbling block a lot of the time. No way. Uh-oh. JV92 at the castle barricade, so he wasn't going to get shot through that. The soft wall could have been pressured by Hates. JV92 deciding, why not re-engage?
Another roam game from W7M. So they will extend out in towards open area. I think the castle helps with that, just gives them that extra shell almost. If they want to crack into that, they still can fall back to the inner shell. But it looks at the moment just a bit of probing going on for Keydstars, trying to figure out where they want to enter in from. You can see the Brava drone was doing some good work getting rid of utility. Pretty sure Hates is probably going to look for another jump in. You know, you don't spend so long outside copy window clearing away utility, opening up angles if you're not going to push that. Daffodil might be fucking open the wall and sprinting straight into kitchen, but that's a risky play, Parker, if you haven't droned out well. Hornetow eliminates Philippe Pox, and Daffodil does exactly that. Walks in, finds JV92. Herds is there with a kill back in favor of W7M, but Landa makes sure that man advantage is firmly in Keystar's hands. A good collapse, and it clears away the roamers.
My. Evo Keyd looking so formidable. Now it's Nade. No kills to his name. Walking down those red stairs inside a lobby, finds Hornetow, but over by ATMs, it's Lenda to send this round into the history books. Vivo Keydstars up 3-1. Not necessarily the result that we expected so early.
It's not, but I think that was a much better played round. What they've done was the idea of their last attack on the basement, where they have a couple of people just pushing all different points. That pinch comes in, and we've seen them on the feed this time, kill, kill, kill. That is what they needed to do whenever they were attacking the basement, but it never came from them. It went the other way. W7 just went kill, kill, kill. So that's just minor things. They've improved clearly on their communication. Whenever you see a team just clear the rounds so quickly like that, it proves that the communication is on point, because everyone's doing their job. Everyone's doing what is needed to be done. So yeah, very impressed with Keystars at the moment. W7M, we need a little bit more from them. We're actually going to go to the top floor, Parker, which I think without the lack of Ossa on the board and Ying, it's a tough nut to crack. Because really, what is your pushing power? How do you break down this top floor effectively? I know that Monty has been a big operator that especially NA teams and European sides that have taken to help them with top floor. Brazil, not so much unless you're dealing with certified Monty mains, which really you're looking at NIP for that. They're a team who like the shields. I wouldn't be expecting really any Monty play from these two teams at the moment. So I think top floor might be tricky for the attacks. And also, is Ame up, Parker? This is something we don't say every day. That makes the top floor even more so difficult to attack because you just have so much portable cover you have to burn free, and there's only so much burn you can bring from the attacking force.
Well, I mean, I like the tools from Vivo Keydstars. I like the Nook pick from Hates in particular. As long as you can get close to the bomb site quickly on, then... I mean, Nook is not necessarily wasted even if you wait until the tail end of the round, because you can strike when people are least expecting it. You're a versatile operator, and even though Nook has seen some nerfs, she still has a niche role.
Yeah.
And a good gun. That's the other thing. So...
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Up the stairs she
Fire.
goes. They're ready for it, though.
Very close. Just that's the worst thing. You know, if you're a Nook crouch walker backstabbing the opponents, if you see a goo mine, Fenrir, just a piece of barbed wire, you can't go there. They're going to know what's up, and yeah, it scares them away. So just that bit of barbed wire really helps out the side of the defense. And, you know, I think, again, that's another improvement for W7M. Whenever they were trying to actively hold the top floor, whenever they had that basement round, I think round number 1, just seen anybody just walking up staircases, there was nothing to stop the attackers. So just that little minor change helps out W7M. A shed load. They need to find kills here for Keydstars. Half the round gone. You've got no map control. You haven't even really attempted to take in towards the stock office as of yet. You really relied on Nook. I think, again, that smash and grab kill we've seen earlier from the Glaz. Get that one kill and open up the map for yourself. But if that doesn't come, I'm really interested to see what the plan B option is now for Keydstars.
Yeah, well, this is the slowest round, inarguably, so far between these teams. Lenda 6-1, Hates 6-1. These two shouldering most of the load. You've still got an offensive threat who lingers as Hornetau can come alive at any moment. Lenda by square stairs. You saw Hornetau was on upside down rappel. There's KZ activating the glasses. A kill onto the Nook just outside of his fingertips. First two picks go to W7M. KZ does get on the board for that Nook pick. Vivo Keydstars not just sacrificing the first pick, but the first two. Down to just Lenda. Picks up a kill. 2 kills over by square stairs.
Uh-oh.
Sheath the nade. No way! Pulls this off! Oh my! Velopox ensuring it does not go in the favor of the Keydstars. That's 2 rounds now on defense for W7M. Their best hope is a victory here to tie up the first half.
Oh, they're lucky he got that kill, because if they didn't, that is Tilt City. That's where we'd be headed to in W7M. Question marks would be flying. Discipline is one thing that we sometimes critique, you know, younger sides, newer sides, Parker, who are just kind of getting their, you know, their teeth into competitive Siege. It's a team that's won a major, and that's happened. You know, just little things that shouldn't be happening for the caliber of this team. Is it overconfidence? Disrespect? You could throw them words out, I suppose, as well for W7M, but yeah, need to be doing better than that. Sure, they won the round. It was good that follow-up until they just started tossing bodies in front of an Iana. You see the struggles. You know, that's for Keydstars. If you don't have the right operators, if you don't have that big pushing power from the Osa, from the Ying, how do you really get into that top floor? How do you abuse the windows?
Well, you don't abuse the windows. The windows haven't done anything to you, Harry. You control the... Maybe even control is bad. I don't know.
Control? You think controlling's better than abusing?
That's a weird way to ask that question. An uncomfortable way to ask that question. But also, yes. Now, all jokes aside.
Yep.
No, I mean... Oh. Building is gone again.
It's happened the other day. Don't know what it is. They've heisted half the building.
And it's the same map, too, that you and I were casting when it happened the first time.
Yeah. Bank again.
Yeah.
What it is about this?
No, I know what you mean when you say abusing the windows. You mean like using the power that comes from it to your advantage. I know it was just a joke.
You're a jokester.
I am. What can I say? That's an old
Jovial.
skin being ran by Gomez, by the way. I think it came out during Velvet Shell. Called like the Fader or Crossfade or something like that. One of the seasonal skins.
Yep.
Blue control right now being held by KZ. He's lost half of his HP. Got every single gas canister in play. I don't know what tools are around him to keep him safe. There's a Goyo canister there last time. That was really beneficial. You can hit it, prevent any push from coming in on blue side. Open area hold on this basement bomb site. And Herds has not been shaken off his position. Oh, is he about to lose it? Oh, he saves the mirror window.
That was lucky. Just about got to it. I like this hold from W7M. You are putting a lot of utility, as we know. You look at the lineup that they have. You know, castle mirror combinations are always fun to deal with from an attacking standpoint. But it's just trying to control a lot more of the map in a condensed space. You have reinforced those double walls on the main stairs, which is really crucial for a player like JV. You always have an attacker move in towards tellers, open up that wall, and then you have that long angle down onto main stairs. Removing that option, it just makes that gunfight even more difficult for the player pushing in towards elevators. It will be W7M coming out on top as the trades flew in, and they still don't have that open area control. They have not taken it. As we can see, W7M, they've fled the group. They're gone. They are back on site. They can now fall back into stage 2, which is use the smokes and use the Goyos. I think Keystars, they're going to really struggle, and they're going to have to hit some really good shots into the players playing in towards red.
Maybe it just took a while for W7M to get their heads in this game because for this back half of the first part. Oh no, Daffodil, you don't want to get too close to that. Taking a little bit of damage from the Goyo canister, and now maybe an opportunity to get in. Gomez only a single kill. Will now smoke off the drop. Daffodil charging through the fire, taking a lot of damage.
Oh my.
But a bit of an unconventional plant spot. Down he goes to the gas thrown out by KZ, who has been fantastic over the last 2 rounds. Now Gomez in a hopeless situation, an unrealistic win for him. Find 4 kills with just 10 seconds left. Won't even get one. JV92 guarantees W7M their 3rd round. All tied up as we go to the second half.
I love that castle barricade placed in red corridor. I think that was a really smart idea from W7M. Whenever you know you're going to be holding heavily into open area, eventually you will have to drop off. They will break through that at some point. So whenever you do drop back off the site, hopefully you're burning a good chunk of time. Whenever teams know that, okay, we've took open area, they have a Goya and a smoke. There's no way we can burn through everything and take blue within inside a minute. We've just fought through open area. We have no utility left. A lot of the time, teams will then just drop hatches. That is always a big hatch that teams drop. Castling that off, it makes it so the players inside of red corridor will not be touched. And it creates more of a funnel for the attackers to drop into, and there's so many different crossfires being established, and also protects the important players with the utility like the smoke, like the Goyo. Just a minor little thing, but I think it makes all the difference. I love the creativity from W7M.
Well, it shouldn't really surprise anybody that W7M is a creative team, and I like it as well. It certainly makes for entertaining matchups. What did you say, Harry?
Triple frost mat on the Vault hatch drop. Triple frost mat.
I mean, we've seen it work before, so why not bring it back out, right?
Oh, I love Brazil for little things like that. It's just, you know, if I did that in my stacks, I'd be blacklisted.
We wouldn't want you to get blacklisted, Harry.
You know, everyone would be like, oh, come look what Demos did, and then they'd laugh at me.
He sat in his room and played Yu-Gi-Oh! For 7 hours.
No. Nope, didn't do that.
6 hours.
Used to do that. Didn't do that.
Oh. Did you end up capturing, I don't know Yu-Gi-Oh! At all. Did you capture the Blue Eyes White Dragon? I don't know, man. I don't play that game. How am I supposed to know?
It's actually evolved quite a lot. There's no more. It's Blue Eyes White Dragon ain't that good. Actually not. Ain't that good.
I'm old enough to remember when that first Yu-Gi-Oh! Set came out, and Blue Eyes White Dragon was in the starter set. Mm-hmm. I actually have somewhere a copy of that starter set because I bought it when a bunch of my friends played Yu-Gi-Oh! When I was like, I don't know, I was like 10 or 11 years old. Is that card worth any money?
I don't know, but you just sound like a massive nerd right now.
I don't play card games anymore. I did play Magic the Gathering growing up, but Haven't touched any kind of card game in a long time. First pick, by the way, goes to KZ. All of the benefit that he provided to his team, all the advantages that he provided to his team on defense, now gone. Those are the Selmas removed as well, but a backup hard breach in the hands of Herds. Not all hope is lost. He's going to go for just a straight drop in an open area.
Nobody's home. They've left. That's what you'll find a lot of the time with the roamers. They'll either go for just a die-hard hold where they will die there, or it's just almost like a bait where, you know, you think the attackers are going to clear you, but you just drop off early, let them waste their time, you know, hunting something that's not there. Look at this from JV. In Garage, trying to creep his way in, but backs away now. Ideally, the standpoint for Geetstar is just keep running down the time. I like this from Daffodil, attempting to try and get a little bit aggro, maybe find somebody lurking by themselves, win that 1v1 engagement. Doesn't work out for him. Was not aware that there was already a player inside the hatch room, inside admin. And now it's just W7M opening up utility, doing all the generic work you would find. The positive going forward for W7M is there's no smokes, there's no Goyos. They don't have to worry about time management now. 40 seconds for a team that is very hot and heavy, Parker. Whenever it comes to executes, this does give them plenty of time to work with still.
Uh-oh. Have all the frost mats been taken care of?
Mm-hmm. They have been.
So you can drop?
That's it. Oh, the shield.
Oh, Hates is prepared for this. What an impressive series so far. There goes Gomez. Hates lined up for the next one, but he loses it to JV, who now picks up his second and continues rolling forwards. Lenda and Hornetown need to get back to the bomb site. There's Nade with diffuser in hand. A scramble from the remaining W7M players looking for their first lead. They haven't done so yet. What a monstrous round from JV92. And W7M grab the lead on Bank.
That's all JV92. They obviously were looking to get a player into Vault who just died immediately. Losing that Vault player means for the defenders, they just have to look to one direction, towards main stairs. If you hold main stairs then, no problem. Nobody's getting in. I'm really surprised that Keystars let that slip after eliminating the Vault player, but it's individuals who make the moments like that for W7M. You know, they'll find a way to win off the back of somebody having a great round. And that's the thing with this W7M team. All of them will have rounds like that where they single-handedly win it. That's how, you know, good this side is that they all have players who will step up whenever they need to. And JV, it was his turn to take the mantle and stepped up extremely well, just killed one after another. Once that diffuser goes down, especially if you know there's one roaming, you're going to lock the side out. You know he's going to come main stairs. It's very easy then for the attackers to hold on to that and win the round successfully. So yeah, great attack. JV92, all the accommodations goes to you, my friend.
Lots of individual performances where you can give commendations to W7M players. I don't know if you saw, there was a thread on the subreddit a couple days ago basically saying, how come Herds is never in conversation for one of the best players in the world? And honestly, I think it's a part of the fact that W7M just are so good. There are games where KZ looks like indisputably the best person on the team. There are times where JV looks like the best.
That's it. They don't have a star boy, which a lot of other teams, you know, if you think of a team, you'll think of a player immediately associated with that. That's just how it works. And for W7M, they're all on that same level. It's difficult to separate them. They are just that team. You know, they're a team. They're not individuals. They're a team.
Yeah.
Well, let's test it out. Whenever you think of Dark Zero, who do you think of first?
Oh, Pambazoo. Or NJR. But I mean, the same could be said. The same could be said.
Not the two-time?
What?
Not the two-timer? No?
No, not Canadian. He's certainly not. I mean, the things that he brings to the table are huge, but I mean, NJR and Pambazoo are, to me, those are two incredible members on the team. Nice first pick, by the way, by Vivo Keystars, but it's not long. It's very short-lived. W7M strike back. Now it's Herds to take up more space. Oh my, and a relatively easy kill to keep a barrier from Hates thrown out. W7M are just a killing machine. Gomez 1 and 7. Only sounds he hears, pings of the bombs going away. Erds falls to the TCSG, a second kill for Gomez, but it's a fight for his life. Got the sidearm out. He's winning the duels, but in lockstep, W7R, they've won 4 in a row, 5 rounds in total. Yeah, I mean, the beginning of this was Vivo Keedstars doing well. I wouldn't be surprised. There it is, the timeout from Vivo Keedstars.
Yeah.
Just things not going in their favor.
No, it's not, but this is where the momentum starts to get away from you. Like you said, 4 rounds in a row. Very impressive from W7M. They just tore through that last round. You know, they didn't really put up a fight. You know, if you're looking at Keedstars, just everyone moved in as that one unit, that one wave, clears the entire site out. These rounds have been extremely fast as well, Parker. Have you noticed that? Like, that's, again, another round that has been over, you know, after only half of it being played. Both these teams are just lightning quick on the attack. But that's just Brazil as the region. If they see an opportunity, if they see a chance that they could maybe just push in and clear everything, they'll do that, and every single one of them will commit. It's just a go big or go home mentality from these sides. And of course, you know, the level of this match and what is up for grabs, it's a major spot. That's massive. This is where you shouldn't be shying away. You need to throw everything you can at this and get the win.
Almost seems like in a lot of ways, like a formality that W7M will win this match and go to the major based on, you know, based on past precedent and more importantly, based on the prestige.
Well. Yeah.
Do you have to make those noises? Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Ollie doesn't seem to mind.
That's because
Neither
Ollie
did
has
Rob.
tact and isn't going
Neither
to
did
call
Rob.
you out on it.
Rob didn't mind.
Is Rob Flynn?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not going to say anything bad. He's just happy to be back.
Oh, Rob's a nice
You
guy.
could make audible farting noises the entire time he talks, and he would never say anything badly about you.
That's not true. I'm sure if he was casting with you, he'd say a lot of mean stuff.
In jest.
You think?
I was mean-spirited with the thing I just said to you, and I'd like the record to show that. So, Vivo Keedstars on their map. We talked about this during the lengthy tech pause that we were in. Of course, it wasn't broadcasted to the average viewer, but it was something that we discussed behind the scenes when we were relaxing and talking to CDAPs. Oh my. Eights,
What's he going for?
What are you doing? Like, what was the goal there?
Kill them? I'm guessing it's kill them.
I mean, I think that's everybody's goal. I mean, the greater goal.
Yeah, that is correct. The goal is kill everything and you win the round. So I understand his commitment. But another way you can win is by running down the clock, which I feel for Keedstars is something they should be looking to abuse. The last time they defended down here, they didn't really do that. They didn't bring a lineup which I would say is correct for that mentality. So I think they need to really start to think about, okay, let's bring the smoke, let's bring the Goy, let's bring the C4s and go from there.
You got a dog, Harry?
Yep, they are going... Can you cover for me, Parker?
You know what? Go tend to your dogs. I got the next 1 minute and 40 seconds, my friend. As nothing will happen. Hello, viewers. It's just you and I. How are you today? I have freed you from demo. No more Northern Irish boy. Now, just us. Just us to watch the unparalleled skill of W7M, the best team in the world. At the moment, Vivo Keedstars slowed them down. Stage was set when the maps were picked. Vivo Keed started this round off with Hates getting a little bit aggressive, maybe a bit too aggressive, as he died basically for nothing. Hornetow suffered some damage on this blue spot. He's held it. There's a nade that's going to go in. No, Hornetow can win though. Yes, he's a swing and take down KZ. Herds dies as well. Suddenly, Vivo Keedstars winning these two duels. Favor of this round swinging back towards them.
Shotgun, ready in hand. Again, player in blue, so difficult to deal with if you don't have the correct utility. There's flashbangs nades, why not using them? Oh, it's a ward, never mind. Of course you wouldn't use the flashbangs. Nade, bearing in hand, just waiting for Hornetow to almost step out of place. Philippox eliminates Hornetow, so that's the blue player cleared. C4s though, primed and ready in the hand of Gomez, and also 2 smoke canisters ready to be deployed by Daffodil, though. It may be a hatch drop here. I think that may be what they have to go for. There's a lot of utility needing to burn through. Wall isn't even opened up for them. Nade goes for the hatch drop, tries to get in. Lenda eliminates JV92. Diffuser cold on the ground. The utility is working really well for Keydstars, and finally, they'll break that defense. They get their first round on it. Good way to kick things off in a bit of a comeback now, Parker.
Yeah, I mean, well, every comeback has to start with a single round, just as every avalanche starts with a single snowflake. And in this instance, that first round of the comeback might have just began on their second attempt at that Locker's bomb site down below. Now, where do you go next? We're going to go to a bomb site that really hasn't seen much play, and in fact, is starting in some regions to see less play than that Teller's Archives bomb site, which we've already seen today. That main floor bomb site, the 2 main floor bomb sites, have gone through an odd iterations rather, over the years. Teller's Archives was very firmly in the do not play camp for much of the last couple, I would say, stages, seasons, however you'd like to quantify it. Now it's come back. CEO is the one site upstairs that was largely kicked out in favor of Teller's Archives because open area is a relatively good site for the defenders. Evo Keyed will go up top. Will they prove to be successful? They've got the tools to do that. The Azami being unbanned means that her prevalence is going to be through the roof. She's going to be in almost every single round. Even if Gomez himself has not been the best player, the operator is going to pay off huge for Vivo Keydstars. Now, it didn't necessarily the last time, but that was such a dominant round from W7M back in round number 7, or round number 8 rather, that it's hard to gain a lot of information. The one thing that W7M is bringing to change it up though this time is the Monty of Felipox, who's been a good player so far. You're on an operator where you don't necessarily need to be a good fragger, you just need to be a good player overall. Felipox through the main lobby. Will he have an escort? And furthermore, will the escort be able to get a pick if Vivo Keydstars decides to challenge it?
As long as he has good communication, that's you qualified to be the multiplayer for Bank. Getting up that spiral stairs should be no problem for him. There's nothing on the lineup that you should be really worried for. Sure, there's a smoke and a couple of impacts, but if a smoke's wasting canisters on you instead of maybe into the later stages trying to deny a doorway for a plant, then you have to question smoke players at that stage. So I think assisting that Monty as best as they can with having somebody on the lobby repel is going to be key, which they have done so. JV92 is there. So Fleetplex is in a position where he can call out, hey, there's one behind this desk, there's one guy in an elevator. All those little bits of information is so crucial. Herds knows exactly where to look for Hornetau as he's been able to swing in, but he loses it. Hornetau prone. Oh, Herds, you need to win those smoke canisters to push back the Monty, knowing that the X2 came in really early from W7M. That's a good time to use the smoke canisters. I don't know how Hornetau's got away with this. They know exactly where he is, but they still could not kill him.
I don't hate losing Herds here, to be completely honest. Like, Hates died early in the previous round, didn't really have much of an effect on the outcome. That's fine. Still got the other threat of Lenda on the board. Hornetau can always come out of his own shadow. Nice pick on repel, but Hornetau finished off by Nade, whose own patience is rewarded. Monty will soon see Gomez playing upstairs in the elevator. There's no real way for W7M to capitalize on this until somebody moves into position, and that's exactly what Nade is doing. Will he get the call? There's a flash to go up. Look at this coordination, by the way.
They know he's there.
They absolutely know he's there. And now the scramble as Nade takes some damage. Daffodil emerges from the position inside a conference room. Could have another found. Instead, we'll cycle on over. The Monty of Felipox is still up, menacing, as he now looks to block Daffodil out through that conference door. Shield goes down. Now Daffodil playing Ring Around the Rosie. This is a must-win for Vivo Keyed, and they will do just that. Rare sloppiness from W7M, and we've got ourselves a tie game.
Incredible footwork from Daffodil, just moving back and forth, always keeping W7M guessing where he is. Yeah, it was the mid-round for me, not being able to clear Hornetau in front desk. You had one player swing in through the windows. Should have been a dead certain kill. It wasn't. Then another player goes in repel. He then dies, and finally you get the trade-off. But by that stage, you've lost 2 players where you really shouldn't. And especially for that top floor, you need to have a lot of different angles converging to put pressure onto the defense. If you are just attacking up spiral staircase, it's so easy for the defenders to hold because they're always looking one direction. They don't have to worry about being flanked because they know there just isn't enough manpower to worry about. So they need it to clear up those kills a lot better. I'm just surprised they didn't get them. They just don't win their engagements.
I mean, you get the first pick. Usually, that means good things for what comes next. Especially if you're W7M. 2 rounds in a row, it has not transpired the way that you wanted. Lockers going in favor of Vivo Keydstars on their second attempt. CEO going in favor most recently. Now to open area, these 2 teams will duel. How will the offsite play for Vivo Keydstars work? Because W7M struggles have been site players. Their struggle hasn't come from the early rounds. It's come from the mid to late rounds. And I mean, I don't really see a lot of innovation from Vivo Keydstars when it comes to what operators they're bringing, the lineups they're bringing, etc. This is pretty standard stuff, round through round through round. So I will say, small changes, just little changes, can make all the difference when it comes to teams of this skill level.
Yeah, obviously there's teams in the scene who will be the inventors, and then there are teams who will be the copycats. And it really depends on where you put yourself in the spectrum. I think for a team like Keydstars, probably better being copycats at this time. You know, they're still a fairly new team that have been compiled together. So whenever you start getting up there and you start having good synergy with your team, and you start, getting to that level of teamwork, then you can start trying out new things. I think W7M, they've shown what a creative side can really do. So I'm not really surprised to see Keydstars not take the more aggressive stance with these, crazy setups that we're sitting there thinking, oh, wow, I've never seen this before. What is this? What is that going to achieve? They just want to get this win. They just want to grind it out. They want to play messy. They don't mind if W7M know what they're doing. They're going to rely on their gun skill. And I think with gun skill at this game, Parker, it's been, I think, evenly matched. Both sides have had good shots on either end of the spectrum.
No, I completely agree here. I mean, not that Vivo Keydstars have any slouches when it comes to killing potential, but certainly you don't think of them as equals with W7M. Hates is dying way too early for comfort, though.
Agreed.
W7M keep getting this first pick of Hates, but they don't really do much next. It, in a way, is kind of nice that Vivo Keydstars can perpetually win a 4v5. A 5v5, obviously, because the gadgetry is still down, but it's just ultimately not as effective as it could be. And he is a player also not that effective. W7M now over towards Square. Not sure what the goal is for the Capital Felipox, but good control upstairs as W7M, oh no, approaches and execute.
Miss flash. Just barely misses the beams. Those bounce off, but Gomez, look at the ability of using the Azami, blocking up the holes. The Capcan trap went off on the kitchen doorway. Felipox jumped into copy, eliminated Gomez, and now he's in the heart of the bomb site. Upstairs, Case has been eliminated, but look at that peek from Hornatau. Catches him by surprise. Felipox didn't have a Scooby-Doo. He was there. Herds has to try and hold on and defend JV92. There is a flank coming in from top square. I like that from Daffodil. Have the added pressure of worrying about your back now, Herds. Will move in more aggressively, maybe trying to retake open area away from the defense and then play more of a post-plant orientated success story for them. Herds holding on to the rotate, but nobody's moving from Keydstars. What are they waiting for? In comes Hornatau. Looks the wrong way. Herds eliminates him. A 1v1 essentially, because there has been a down onto Daffodil. JV92 in a prime position to hold on to that diffuser as best he can. Landon needs to make the move, and he will! 10 seconds! Will he get the diffuse? Yes, yeah. He will! A great retake, but Parker, there was moments where I was worried.
I mean, does that happen if he's not Oryx? I don't know if he gets there in time. He had to use the Ramada Dash to break through the wall. Yeah. Get there. I'm incredible clutch from Vivo Keydstars to move them to match point on their own map. Might this be the time that W7M slowly works on these mistakes? I mean, we've got a tech pause, which is a bit of an unfortunate timing. And we will wait for an answer. How stunning would it be if Vivo Keyed win this 2-0?
Oh, if it's 2-0, then good luck to whoever plays W7M, and it'll be an angry W7M if they don't win here today, Parker. We know the aspirations that team wants to get to. And I would say, in terms of who W7M matched out with, Keyed Stars, would you put them on the same level as currently NIP or FaZe Clan? Look at the history of those sides. So I would say in terms of who W7M could have played, I think they've certainly came out with a good matchup for themselves, but they're not showing it. They are certainly struggling just in the later half of actually being able to execute sometimes. And I mean, that was obviously a close round. That was a coin flip. You win the 1v1, you win the 1v1. It's just that Siege in a nutshell. But certainly the 2 rounds prior, fairly comfortable for the defense. So yeah, a little bit worrying for W7M. They've called the timeout, and they just need to try and get back in it and get into that overtime. And then overtime, you reset, you clean the slate, and you go from there.
Production, do you happen to have an update for us? Well, apparently this is going to be not a lengthy break, but one that is not something that we can necessarily stall through. So you know what? Why don't we throw to a break and then come back when we're back in the action in a couple minutes? Back we are as W7M's timeout comes to an end. I have to imagine that this was probably where the snafu over the timeout first came from. There's no way for W7M to win this match in regulation, which means that we've got, if you are a fan of W7M, more to play. If we don't have more to play, Evo Keydstars goes out victorious on their own map, which guarantees us Cafe, as we always knew, but makes Chalet a much greater possibility. We'll follow along. What are your expectations, Harry?
Thank you for asking, Parker.
Doesn't sound as good when you try to overemphasize it, hey?
No, it didn't work as well. Mostly because, I mean, you emphasize it because nobody calls me by my first name. That is... It's true. Nobody, I mean, whenever people say my name, it's like Harry Demo Dempster. I don't know why people think Demo's like my legal name. I don't know where this came from, but that happens quite a lot. My expectations are Keystar need to win this map because W7 on Cafe is a hard battle. It really is. So I think they need Bank if they want to win the series. If they don't, it's difficult not seeing W7M take their map, Cafe. So it's a big one for them. So we really need to see them win it out here or on overtime. Just as long as they get the win, that's all that matters for Keydstars.
I think it's expectation setting, right? I mean, Vivo Keyd taking one off the defending major champions in and of itself is quite impressive, even if it is their map choice. I mean, Liquid had a couple map choices back in Copenhagen, and how did that work out for them? Oh, wait. They only got to go to one of their maps because W7M 3-0'd them in what was a very dominated matchup. What were you saying?
Oh dear.
What?
Oh, I missed Ram. He missed his Ram. Look, there's one going off onto the road. Quick, Parker, stop the traffic. There's a Ram going onto the main road. You kill someone.
I don't think it makes it. No, that's...
No. I love Ram. Just the fact that you don't have to enter the building to open up flooring is just, from a soft breaches perspective, it is the dream to not have to worry about C4s. Like, she is really good. I really like the addition of Ram.
I'm glad. I'm very glad you like it.
I do.
That's all you want to say. You're just going to say, oh, it's very good. I like the addition. That's it.
I really like
What am I supposed to do with that?
Just
Why do you like Ram?
I said because you don't get C4 anymore whenever you do vertical action. You can just throw it. Don't worry about it. It does its own thing. You know, it's like one of those lawnmowers that you put in like the garden and it'll just cut the grass for you. You have to worry about it. It just works away. Same thing. Just works away for you, and then you go and reap the rewards. Oh, Philippox. I think he's maybe looking for a quick drop. Parker knowing him. Because Philippox, I think he's been a big playmaker, and I love this. Doubling up with Herd. Herd gets the call that Philippox wants to go for the hatch drop. Whenever this comes in, he's going to jump in the copy window, and they're going to try and pinch Hates. I like this a lot.
Here it comes. Maybe. Herds dies to Gomez.
Do mine.
Keydstars 4 kills away from putting this map in the bin, so to speak. Philippox attempting to find Hates' position. You can see him, but he can't get the job done. Maybe 92 not too far away from a couple of these players from Vivo Keydstars, but you have to get to that point first, and the clock is not your friend if you are W7M. Only 30 seconds remaining. These Vivo Keydstars players are sitting very comfortably at this point in time. Smoke will go off. There goes some of the vision for Daffodil, but if there's anybody who could make this work, it's Hornatow, missing the one rare opportunity. Gomez dies, as does Hates. Hornatow still in this position. He wins the fight against the gridlock, but slaughtered over by Elevator. Daffodil will need to clutch. He's done it before, and he runs right by Nade. Looks the wrong direction. W7M send us to overtime.
Oh, that is just, that's so rough. He does everything right. He pushes in. He clears the man holding for the planter, and then all he had to do was kill the planters right beside me. Just no. Oh, that is not a happy pill to swallow if you're Keydstars. I don't know how W7M have won that. They really should not be winning from that position. 4v5, 20 seconds to go. Players still on main stairs, bottom main stairs especially. that is down to your Warden player. Warden have one and what they do, Parker? They watch the site. So somebody has not done their job for that. It shouldn't have gone down like that. But they'll take anything they can. They'll play Ugly Siege if they need to. And they've done just that. 6-6 overtime. Here we go. W7M on the attack. Is this better for them? Is this worse for them? That's always a good debate. Especially on even halves. What would you prefer?
I mean, that's a terrific question, right? As for me, I honestly, I would probably want defense just because I think the attacking side is more challenging and I would trust my defense better. If I'm W7M, I don't think they really care either way. Once again, goes through, I don't think the maps matter here, and I don't think the sides matter. Overtime is its own beast. I know that's a non-answer for a lot of people, but it is.
No, but it's true. Yeah, it is. It just goes into a shootout of the next 3 rounds. You know, everything prior to that does not matter. All sites are reset. So that's another thing that maybe sometimes teams favor defense because everything's open to you again. And I think for basement being open, this is probably your best shot at having a solid defense just because the utility that can be dumped into that basement. We've seen it before. You know, the havoc that Goyo canisters and smoke canisters can cause alike. And also even an echo comes into play. That's going to be another form of burn that you essentially need to run down the clock for. So, yeah, they've got everything that they need to stall out W7M. So we know exactly what Keystars are going to do, Parker. Just a case of W7M working against the clock and just moving as fast as they can to get things in place.
Yep. And as long as you can maintain a good pace on W7M and not sacrifice your first player to this Keystars defense, I think you're going to be okay. W7M on most of their attacks got that hates pick very first, but so many times we said it didn't really matter. Here, Hates is going to be playing a safer role on the Echo. If they can pick off the Echo first, they're in excellent position. But nothing. Just under half the round to go. First floor cleared out. Looks like these players from Vivo Keystars nestled very safely down below.
You're
on attack pressure from multiple angles, almost drags somebody down with him, but ultimately doesn't end up hitting a single shot. Down he goes, flushed out of blue. Lenda far enough back, not rocking any optic more than a 1. As there goes a Goyo canister. That prevents entry to the main bomb site. Nate holds on to the diffuser. Felipox tries to keep a drone safe for more information. All the drones that are being shoved into this bomb site, shot away at by Vivo Keystars. Still, there's plenty of information for W7M. 6 drones remain. Well, they have the time to pull it off and use them. No, I imagine any information that's there, you're just going to have to go for and fight on your own. They know there's a player over by garage. 2 drones actually go in as there's a smoke underneath the hatch. Fire will rain in. Lenda flashed inside a garage, waiting for somebody over by stairs. Felipox trudging on through. There goes Daffodil. Diffuser by Nade as the Yokai attempts to get into position. They don't seem to see it. There's information being gained as Felipox is outdueled. Diffuser goes down. Gomez firing away. He loses the fight. 8's from the back, but Nade picks up 2, and W7M goes on to match point.
Ooh, incredible plant position from Nade. Just threw the Echo off entirely. Echo was thinking, oh, we saw it in default. Maybe he's in the smoke. No, they've planted in such a risky position right on the CC door. It is, yeah, it's just the way W7M. They play with fire sometimes, literally, because he's Capitão. But yeah, risky plant position. It's paid off for them in the long run. You know, these little one-time things, that's enough to get you over the finish line, get you that round that you so desperately need. But overall for W7, it's just that synergy. Whenever they drop, whenever they collapse, Parker, sometimes they make Siege look so easy. The hype that was built around this side during Invitational and into the Major, everyone just said that they played the best Siege around. It was just, it's so easy on the eye. You know exactly what they're trying to go for, and they do it so well. I just think the style of Siege is, it's right up my street. It's the type of Siege I love doing.
There's a lot that we can learn from players at this level, but more than anything, I mean, you're getting a masterclass from a team that, even though they lost Volps, people thought that losing Volps would be a...
That they thought it was the end of that team, and
there were
even
a lot of
Julio
people saying,
prior.
like, that's it. W7M's going to split up. The team is not going to be able to stick together. The team's not going to do well. And then you get this iteration where both Nade and Felipox are proving to be excellent.
Standout. Yeah.
Excellent additions.
Like the pickups. I think Felipox was someone who was very underrated. You think of the MIBR side that we've seen throughout the years. They finished, what, 3rd place to 4th place back-to-back invites. That is something that you have to respect. And Nade, who was just a player from Black Dragons, he was, middle of the pack kind of team in Brazil for a long time, but him as a support has been such a standout, especially for this stage. I'm pretty sure he's their highest rated player on the support category. Kind of takes me back to the FaZe Clan days, where Souls was like a standout player for FaZe, and he was the support. So yeah, a lot to love about this side. But I've been impressed with Keystars today also, Parker. I think you have to give them their credit. They've really pushed W7M to their limits, and W7M, a couple of fortunate moments for them, but I think to win a match of Siege, Parker, you need to have a bit of luck involved. You have to.
I think there's a couple things that really play into it, right? And take a look at the way that Vivo Keystars has played this map. It's comfortable turf for them. But does that keep up on Cafe? We will need Cafe, no matter what. That is very familiar turf for W7M. Chalet is as well. It's an incredibly good map for W7M. So if you fail to win this, the road to making it out in the positive manner for Vivo Keystars, that road becomes significantly harder to walk. W7M can work with the clock. All they need to do is ensure that Vivo Keystars don't pick off all of them or get that diffuser down with 1:20 left. A scary moment with Hornetown now on Repel. W7M almost had to wait out the final moments of this round. One member down.
You have to be keeping an eye on Lander. Has the diffuser in his pocket. He's going to try and get himself in through those windows and look towards that plant. But ideally for Keystars, they're going to struggle with the same thing they did last time they attacked here, and it is, what's their main pushing power? What is their main element that they're going to try and really dive into W7M? It looked to be a drop from the skylight, assisted with players pushing in through square, and they're going to try and fight their way through it. 8 eliminates Fleapox, an important pick. Removes the player inside a janitor of the windows. Could be an option for them. Hurts battles back onto Hornetown. Hates has also been down in the process. Daffodil knows where they are. A quick two-piece at that. Keeps his team alive. Keeps him in the game. All the way, Parker. Round 15 coming up.
And that's exactly where Daffodil was by the conference store when he did the same thing, but on defense. So you ask me the question, would you rather be on attack or defense for overtime? Who do you think this benefits? Well, 2 rounds in a row for the attackers. I think we know the answer. 15th and final round. Man, Daffodil really stepping up for his team. It's a name that honestly has not really been in our mouths all that much the entirety of this stage. There's bigger players on Vivo Keystars whose time in the sun has been especially bright and especially long. So to have somebody like Daffodil in very clutch moments, playing the way that Daffodil is tremendous. I also like the site rotations that we have. Instead of seeing the same bomb site for all 3 rounds, no. We will end on open area. Again, irrespective of what happens here, I know it's their map. Vivo Keystars have put on quite the showing against W7M.
Defense for Keystars. As it stands, attack has been better, Parker, with the last 2 attacks, of course, being 1. So is this maybe the undoing? It's the fact that they have the defense side. Oh, is this what we want to see? A spawn peek in overtime? Or Natao? Be careful. Didn't even hit KZ at all. KZ walks away thinking, somebody shooting at me? Was that for me? Wasn't too sure.
Buys time. It appears with the way that the spectators are jumping around. When we cast NA and EU, and I think OS is the same, OCE, usually the spectator follows what we're saying, but because we are the English rebroadcast, they tend to follow what the Portuguese casters, or what the Brazilian casters are saying in Portuguese.
Correct.
The fact that they keep going back to Daffodil really does tell a story in and of itself. I imagine the casters are probably highlighting how good Daffodil has been so far.
Yes. Oh, Herds. There you go. Doki call. That goes out. Is there a drop? Is he in? There he goes. And he's straight back out. Daffodil, the player that we've talked about, has found an important pick. Stops W7M for the meantime. Hates just about gets out of there and straight down into the basement. But that little bit of pressure from W7M is enough to scare away Keystars into that middle floor. So top floor control goes in favor of W7M.
Yeah, I don't really like losing Herds, to be completely frank, especially when it comes to the side of soft destruction, but you've got backups for W7M, so not imperative that he stays alive, but an uncharacteristically poor match from Herds so far, almost as if he heard us mention conversation about him being the best player, one of the best players in the world.
He doesn't want it. He's too humble.
Honestly, can't say that I've really ever spoken to him much in person, so I don't know if that's true of him. Either way, job for W7M with 1 minute left. You have to isolate these players that are inside the bomb site. What utility do you have at your disposal? You got the sledgehammer from above. You still got hard destruction on both the Ace and the Hibana. Vivo Keed can answer back, though. Gomez, one more smoke remaining, as there goes that first smoke canister tossed out from him, the gas. I'll continue on. Nade primed and ready from KZ. Whose name is it on below? Seemingly some difficulties choosing where this one will be. Will Daffodil blow sky high? Yes!
Oh.
2 kills from W7M, but they need to manage the clock properly. Last 2 remaining players from Vivo Keystars, neither are on site right now, so they've completely surrendered it. They have to retake, but Hates gets spotted. Lenda's position given away as the castle now alone. The only option for Vivo Keystars is this castle to drop and stop the diffuser plant, but JV92 says no thank you. First map, hard fought, but goes in favor of W7M.
Extremely well played, W7M. Open area take, pretty standard, pretty basic, but it gets the job done for them. They dig in deep. They didn't start off too well. Mid-game was ecstatic from W7M, but then Keystars on the return pulled it back. But eventually W7M grind out that first map, went 8-7, took us all 15. But all credit to them. It's, I think W7M, they're always going to be favorites in this type of series. And for Keystars, I'm still have to give them credit, Parker, because they've taken W7M all the way to 15 rounds, which we know some of the best teams in the world, they struggled with that. You mentioned before, Liquid didn't really put up a fight at the major. Keystars are certainly doing that as it stands.
Yeah, I mean, you have to give credit where credit is due every single time, and it's hard to say that because it makes it sound like Vivo Keystars are some amateur team trying to stitch together a couple rounds. That's not the case at all. But there is such a gap between W7M and most of the teams in all of Rainbow Six that when somebody comes close, you know, it's like akin to slaying a giant. If they want to slay the giant, they got to do it in map number 2, which is W7M's map. That's where things get tough, Harry. But it was a long first map because of some tech issues, so let's not waste your time. We got a break ready for you. We'll be right back.
Bibbidi bobbidi, bank is now my property. That's what W7M said after this game had to go to max OT. 8 and 7 for them to be able to close it out. And my oh my, did Vivokid give them an absolute run for their money.
Yeah, they definitely did. Good money pun with bank. I'm going to just choose to ignore the first comment here, but there were so many times the W7M probably should have closed out the round, and that is a capital should in bold. That there's just some of the rounds Vivokid Stars almost seemed like they lucked into, but there was a gap the W7M left, and all of a sudden Vivokid Stars had the right players in the right positions to just go and just go huge in those moments.
Yeah, absolutely. And this was looking very scary for W7M very early on. For them to actually be able to close this out and just barely make it, I think it leaves a lot of question marks in regards of how the next map Cafe is gonna go and whether or not they'll be able to dust this one off and go into that next map and reset that mental. But similarly for Vivokid Star, I mean, when we look at them, how they've performed on those best of ones, it wasn't really their strength. They barely made it into the deciders, and they're here now and they're making teams look very, very flawed.
Yeah, I think overall it just speaks volumes to the strength of the Brazilian region as a whole, especially when a team like Vivokid Stars that snuck in just by the skin of their teeth into these deciders to come out and dominate the entry engagements against such a good team like W7M. It's very impressive.
Yeah, I think impressive is definitely such a great way to put it, because coming into this, we really thought that Vivokid Star was probably going to be one of the weakest teams this time around, but they have proven themselves yesterday. They're proving themselves again today. Unfortunately for them, this was their map pick and they weren't able to close it out. But Cafe was also a map that yesterday against Black Dragons, they had such a formidable performance on. So I wouldn't be surprised if the stats that we're seeing right now, the individual players from the side of Vivokid that have really stepped up to the plate, Lenda, Hates, maybe not so much a Hornital, but they have really put their all into this game, and I'm looking forward to see how Cafe will play out.
Yeah, especially because we've seen now at every moment of Stage 2, somebody on Vivokid Stars, all 5 of these players have stepped up in at least one moment. Gomez yesterday, Ornitao and Hates, we know they always step up. This was a phenomenal game from Daffodil where he had very high impact kills, mainly that huge clutch upstairs. And for the side of W7M, it's expected for us to see all 5 of their players do so well. And sure, you can say players like JV92 had a phenomenal game. He hasn't been necessarily that flashy this stage and finally coming into himself once again, but Herds and KZ looking at that on the entry role that we know him to be so aggressive, wasn't finding the frags that he typically does. He was finding struggles in the early round against players like Hates and Hornytown matching their aggression.
Yeah, and that's as well really looking forward to how that's going to be played out in the next map. But I think in general, W7M potentially coming into this, would you say underestimating how Vivokid Stars would be approaching this game? I mean, we said it, Bank was a map that yesterday Vivokid played really well on, and we're like, okay, maybe W7MC, Cafe. So maybe W7M seeing a couple of cracks in the armor when it comes to Vivokid Star's playstyle. But after what we've just seen on Bank, I have a lot of questions really that need to be answered here.
Yeah, I really do too. Because there were so many rounds that Black Dragons just left on the board and handed to Vivokid Stars where they didn't really have to do anything. There were 3v3 positions that Black Dragons just let the time run out on their attacks. So truly, with how Vivokid Stars played on the defensive side, they played really passive. They gave up a lot of map control. They really relied on utility to stop the plant. There was Toxic Babe canisters and Nitro cells that were going absolutely huge. But with the success of Vivokid Stars utilizing that, I don't necessarily think it's going to work against a team like W7M. However, W7M almost doesn't look like themselves today.
Exactly, and also looking at how huge it's been for Vivokid Stars, a really big part of their success is down to Hertz. We've said it before, looking at the stats that we've seen earlier today. I mean, what else is there to say?
Yeah, he's been having a phenomenal stage so far, and funnily enough, with how much we talk about W7M being better on the defensive side, it's actually Hertz being slightly better on the attacking side so far, finding a little bit more success in the overall entry engagements on the attacking side. And if you look to what we saw last game, he actually found a lot more success on the defensive side, where his team was starting to sort of mount the comeback that they fell in as Vivokid Stars just kind of surprised everybody.
Yeah, I think the surprise is definitely an element that we've seen from Vivo Kid Stars. It was something that we've seen yesterday up against Black Dragons, and we were asking a lot of questions in terms of, was that a flash in the pan? Is that something that they're going to be continuously able to bring to the table? And how they've shown up in this first game against W7M, I think it answers the question quite well and says it wasn't a flash in the pan. Potentially these best of threes combined with the fact that we've had a week off has really allowed them to just fill in some of the gaps that we've seen during their best of one performances.
Yeah, I mean, Vivo Keat Stars, I mean, I almost didn't expect Hates to continue his performance. It didn't seem sustainable because last stage he was almost forgettable on this Magic Squad, ex-Magic Squad team. Now getting signed to Vivo Keat Stars is the new org buff. All of a sudden, you have Hornetow, who was just the lone survivor on that team, where he was the only one that we could say anything positive about. All of a sudden, he has a partner in crime, and it's made this team just overall look night and day difference.
Absolutely. And also the difference that we're seeing right now, I think when we're looking at the side of W7M, being faced with such a big challenge in the best of three, to me also, it's kind of how are they going to be coming into this next game? Like we've had, of course, a couple of deck issues with maybe the rehearse, could have shaken them a little, but has this game also shaken them in terms of their confidence, in terms of how they're feeling about their opponent? Did they come in today and think, okay, maybe this is going to be an easier game? How is that affecting their mental state?
I mean, I think overall, when you're going to be confident to take a team to a map that they just 7-1'd a solid roster on, you've got to be confident. W7M, they've been in much higher stakes positions, and I don't think this is going to phase them at all.
All right, well, let's find out exactly whether or not that's going to be the case, as we're going to be heading onto Cafe with our casters, Parker and Demar.
Well, thank you very much. We are ready to roll, and we'll cross our fingers and hope there are no tech issues to run us afoul. Harry, what are your personal expectations for Cafe Dostoevsky?
It's a tough one because I think Keed Stars, they've recently have played quite well on Cafe. This is a map which is certainly one that they're happy to play and have done quite well on, but historically for W7M, it's a big one for them. It's right up their alleyway in terms of playstyles with these really clean executes that we've seen. It's difficult to not favor W7M, especially considering they've just won the first map and the confidence of this team, the energy of that side is going to be right up there. Keed Stars losing an 8-7, that's a bad feeling if you lose it. Sure, win 8-7, you feel great, but losing it, that's a whole new level of, getting 7-2, 7-3, where it's, okay, fair enough, we were beaten, but they'll be thinking, we should have had that. We should have had Bank. We had a lot of chances to close it out and win that, but they didn't. So it's mentality for me. It always is going to be mentality going into a second map, but I just think W7M on their map, too strong. Too strong.
Well, if W7M lose their map, then Evo Keed Stars are going to go back and kick themselves for how close first map of Bank was. Been playing an awful lot of Cafe in this region. So yesterday, Vivo Keed Stars and Black Dragons had Cafe as the very first map. E1 and FaZe Clan, had it gone all the way, would have had Cafe as well. And now we have two Cafes yet again. I think it's very interesting. I mean, I like this map, I gotta say. It is quite enjoyable. I understand why in a best of three teams would shelve Consulate and Night Labs, while not FaZe Clan. They decided to play Consulate yesterday in their match against E1. But I can understand why with the newer maps you don't want to gamble a potential best of three on that. That said, Cafe is kind of all reliable. It and Clubhouse are two of the maps that really haven't seen a lot of changes recently. I mean, Clubhouse obviously had a small change, but
I'd throw Chalet in the mix as well. I think it's been, the past 2 years, pretty just same thing, isn't it? There's not much really creativity, I think, happening in Chalet. It's just a good map. I think teams will just play it, just do the basics right on it. And I certainly believe that Clubhouse, of course, falls underneath that basic. There's nothing that surprises in Clubhouse anymore these days. Really, since SSG came up with the idea of roaming on a basement, that was the last big creative thing we've seen.
Creativity on the map. I think you're being maybe a bit uncharitable.
Maybe I'm just the EU brain for me. And oh, look at this! Oh, never mind. When I say, look at this, but he's just been smoked out, choked out, and kicked out of Cafe Diffuser Cold underneath the skylight. But W7M, Parker, still on top of the man cam.
Now it's Hates to engage from this angle. Two separate players see him, tries to find safe harbor, can't do it. Now it's Daffodil's turn. Lenda to clutch out.
Oh.
Excellent work on two, but two more to be found. We'll have to double up on those numbers and will be an ace clutch for Lenda if successful. Quite a way to blunt the momentum of a team that looked confident just moments ago. Lenda just only needs a single bullet to be put in the grave. That's it. And with W7M, they're almost always good for one bullet. Lenda bail himself out of this position. He sees one. No. KZ flicks on over. W7M is methodical as ever. They drop the gun. They win.
Another quick one. Another quick round for W7M to get things started. The Ying. So the idea that they went for is Ying's really strong on a map like Cafe. Whenever you look at all the different like strong positions defenders can just anchor themselves into, where it's really difficult to challenge onto them. There's not a lot of angles you can get. So using operators like Ying to clear out those positions, blind those players, then drop in the skylight. You know, we see that plenty of times. I'm really surprised that he got down before he even touched the floor, I'm pretty sure. So all credit to Keystars. They were on top of that immediately. They see the Yings go in. I don't know if the idea... You will die. It's thrown me off a little bit. Was that the idea? Was to get the Ying in and try and get the plant down? But then you're having everyone else push towards red. There's nobody else really helping that Ying drop in towards skylight. Nobody dropping new hatch. Nobody going on to the cocktail windows. I don't know. I honestly do not know what W7M are thinking.
Is anybody?
Maybe W7M, they might know.
I think W7M has a pretty good inclination of what they want.
But sometimes people don't, Parker. You know what you want every day? You know, you walk in and you think, okay, what cereal do I want to buy? Do you know straight away what cereal you want?
Yeah, I mean, usually. I have
Like,
a pretty good idea before I leave my house as to what kind of groceries I want.
You're giving me nothing here today, bro.
Yeah, but that's funny for me. It's funny for me to make you
To see me suffer?
Sorry?
To see me suffer?
Well, I mean, that's your word. Struggle is what I would have said.
Yeah, struggle, that's a good one.
You're a funny boy, Harry. You can make up jokes on your own. You don't need me to do it.
Yeah, but I always laugh at your jokes. Might be the only one.
You stare right through me.
Of course. I mean, like I said, I might be the only one who actually finds you funny.
That's not true. Carter finds me funny.
Carter finds anything funny.
Perfect. Still works in my favor.
You're kind of guy. You're kind of guy. That's
still works in my favor. W7M decided in the previous round that they wanted to go quickly. It's time to get in the building with a minute to go, and that's the real herds. That's not his gadget. Assess that Cigar and Piano are relatively good to go. Gomez is dead. Hornetow almost followed. Daffodil on the board as JV92 dies. Those Kiva barriers that continue to go on the window will just be fodder for Fellapox's hammer. Nade goes out. Fellapox gets yet another, and very rightfully so, worried about a jump out from White, but Lenda, who used 3 Kiva barriers on a single window, now has one left in pocket.
Keeps them alive, especially whenever they haven't brought any utility denial. It's a shock to see no Jaeger and no Wamai on the board. Remember, you're against a side like W7M where you know they will bring at least 2 sets of nades on a map like Cafe. I think you could have done with something like that, but I suppose he's done it the more difficult way, using the barriers to block off the nades being sent through the window from Philippot. But they haven't really held top floor, I think, long enough, Parker. It gives W7M a good amount of time to start moving in, open up the flooring, start covering off their flanks. You know, they did bring the double flank protection, the gridlock, and the Nomad, and this is where the vertical really starts to play havoc if you're defending reading. There's just so many different angles that you can hold from above, and the attacker's just half your way with you. Look at this, a retake from Hornetow! Fires through the smoke! does not get taken out. That rotate, is it made big enough? Doesn't look like it, and it's cost him his life. Daffodil up close and personal on the reading door, but he gets eliminated. Oh, Hornatau, that is a rough one, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, you got to feel for him in that regard, but it's not just Hornatau, it's every single player of Vivo Keydstars. Cafe is usually defender-sided. Not when it's W7M's map and not with the way W7M are playing. They have pulverized Vivo Keydstars on these 2 rounds. Neither of them have been particularly close. It speaks to the confidence that you have on the map. I mean, that's why you ultimately end up going here. Vivo Keydstars are a team that, you'd have said, has a good map pool themselves.
They do.
You can have a great map pool. You can have the best map pool of any team. But if you go up against a team that is just more talented and more gifted than you are, like we've said throughout both early match with Black Dragons, where they ended up overcoming E1. Now here, as W7M are making this cafe look quite fast and easy. It doesn't matter necessarily what map you go to if one team is just simply better. And W7M has given us every reason to think that they are better than, well, pretty much everybody. Not just in Brazil.
No, it's worldwide. And I mean, W7M, you talk about teams who have a good map pool. W7M have, they'll play every map. They will. They don't really mind. Obviously, we've had a shift since the last stage. We've had 2 maps out, 2 maps come in. They banned the 2 new maps straight from the get-go in this series. I would say they're probably hiding them for the major. I think that again, that's the attitude for that side. They'll bring that out when they need to. They don't necessarily need to for this matchup. They're really good on every map, and I think a map like Cafe, it's as equal as to them playing the likes of Bank, playing the likes of Skyscraper. It doesn't matter to W7M. W7M, it's just the team play transcends every single map. They pretty much play the same way. It's just the layout's different.
Still, look at this confidence just walking in. They've droned this entire map out, or at least the parts that they need, in under a minute.
It's great.
That's incredible timing for W7M. It's kind of paralyzing for these Vivo Keydstars players, right? Because, yeah, you can contend against W7M on the roam if you feel your guns are good enough, and why not take the fight to them? You're also allowing W7M to nestle in. They're going to set up and get very comfortable. Utility has already been used by the Gridlock and the Nomad, double the anti-flank potential. You're going to effectively have to fight from the spots that you currently find yourselves in, or you're going to die, and that's what Vivo Keydstars are currently staring down.
You're giving W7M what they want. W7M want to have the freedom, the flexibility, knowing they have so much control. Everyone's on the site. They know that. They've set up the Nomads. They've set up the Gridlocks. Everyone is stuck where they are. It's just a case of W7M get the drones in, figuring out where these players are, using the vertical to their advantage, and just collapsing into the site. W7M, they are going to need to try and look towards VIP. Daffodil is going to be in the hot seat. We've seen so many times the VIP section of this map is where the freezer drops live or die, essentially. Gomez is holding on in the middle off the bomb site. He's staying alive. He's using the keeper barriers to block off those angles being made from the vertical. Picks up the player inside a freezer. Down goes the VIP player, Parker. That's an important kill on Lenda. He's going to have to fall back now.
Oh, and back to Whiskey. He's gone. 30 seconds left. Lenda will be able to continue with these fights because of his position in that red hall. Now Gomez taking some damage as there go the Candelas. 8's far enough back. Lenda still putting in good work. W7M had the advantage. It was gone. Now the nearsightedness as Lenda patrols on over. This round is over for Vivo Keydstars. They win it in relatively easy fashion, just as W7M has done with the first 2 rounds.
I love the position from Lenda. Knows he has to move back. Knows he lost his teammate inside of VIP. W7M have just allowed him to do that. They weren't quick enough on the collapse. As soon as that player gets killed in VIP, W7M should just be like a swarm of ants. Straight to the point. They know exactly what they want, but just too slow. It gives Lenda that time to reposition. He's in a very strong position of coat. There's no nades left from W7M, so he is fairly safe in that position. I don't actually know where Hates was playing from. I want to say he was just playing from just back of kitchen. Nobody was on the vertical angle, which was another big shock for me. Just a couple of issues there from W7M, but Beatstars, they can only play what's in front of them. Like I said, I think they positioned well, they fell back well, they burned enough time when needed, and they get their first round.
Very unlikely that an attacking team will win a full rotation on pretty much any of these maps, so I'd say the scoreline is par for the course. If W7M can prove to be successful 2 more times on this first half on their map of Cafe, I think they are going to be in a perfect spot when they move to defense. Of course, that's speculation. Might end up being maybe a very attacker-favored Cafe, and we're just along for the ride and seeing the beginning of it right now. Buck the trend of Cafe over the last little while, but things can always change on their head. I look at these operator bans of Dokkaebi and Capitao and think, okay, well, the attackers are actually missing 2 very important tools, but Monty's on the board, not that it's been played by W7M. Ying is on the board, who's not presently an operator that's been picked by W7M, but has been played so far. So, I mean, yeah, you lose 2 really good staples. As for the defenders, you've lost Solus and Valkyrie. Those are great defender operators, but Fenrir's open. Kaid is open for those hatches. You've got Nazami, who will be played every single round now that she's allowed. I don't see anything that necessarily will flip the script from these operator bans, because even though there are good bans here, there's still options that you can flex onto with attack and defense.
I think me and Rob talked about this a couple of weeks ago whenever we were casting. We were talking about the idea of extending the bans, and I'm all for it. I think you're at the stage where, sure, you ban away strong operators. We know that Souls and Valkyrie are very strong, but like you mentioned, you've got Azami, Fenrir, Mira. All of those are I think, game-changing operators if you can have them on your side. So I certainly like the idea of maybe extending that ban pool. Because how long have we had these bans for? What, 4 years nearly now, Parker? I think we could do with a couple extra.
8's now taking some damage and doesn't seem to know from where, but that's because it looks like it's through that freezer wall. Down goes Lenda in a similar position where Hates was, and it's almost like he was a little bit surprised by it. Hates knows somebody is over by Cigar, and while he's getting danced around by the drones, 2 Kiba barriers to keep him safe. Ooh, the upside down repel could very easily catch him if KZ looks in the right direction, but Hates is safe. Birds, the numbers touted on the desk, how good of a player he is, but particular matchup has not been usual self. Failure to flush Hates out of this position, Harry, has resulted in Felipox dying, and now it's Vivo Keydstars with the numbers advantage.
Nobody pushing in towards Cigar Shot. Big issue. Didn't put the pressure onto that Azami. Maybe it's because W7M are scared. Look at all the utility still placed inside of Piano as we speak. Shields are up. Kiba barriers are up. JV92 needs to be careful. There's a player prone inside a freezer. JV92 could probably kill him, but never mind. Daffodil appears. He's been a standout player today, Parker. A great shot on the JV92, and with 25 seconds to go, it's a 2v4 nade. Crouch walking slowly up the long bar, eliminates Daffodil. That player still prone inside a freezer, gets taken out by nade, and has to find 2 more. No, does not get close to that. Gomez appears in the bathroom, takes him out. And Keydstars on the bounce back 2 in a row. Parker, we have a game here.
We absolutely do. 2-2. I mean, again, let's look back at the cafes that we've seen recently and throughout the entire stage of Brazil. Go back to yesterday. Cafe was the first map played between Vivo Keydstars and Black Dragons, and Vivo Keydstars won 5 rounds on Cafe defense. Now, W7M are already ahead of that number. With 2 more rounds to go, if W7M goes 3 of those 6 rounds, that's excellent shape based solely on the matchup 4. Cafe's been played a number of times and just running through all of the data, trying to find all of the pick rates on Cafe, which of course is harder to do than you'd think. Looking at the other regions, you expect a 4-2 scoreline. Yep. Basically a 4-2 scoreline on defense is what you expect. So Vivo Keydstars are half of the way there. W7M are already where they need to be. There is room for error here for the major champions. But There's a worrying sign that I've seen through this entire matchup that wasn't just here on Cafe, but was very much on display over on Bank, was that I think it was by my count, it was 4 rounds where W7M had a numbers advantage of 1 or more, and they ultimately botched it. And when they botched it, it wasn't just missed opportunities, it was that they genuinely didn't look like they know where they needed to go. Monty getting shot in the back with a shotgun is something that really should never happen. And yet it did. In that previous round, W7M got picked off from angles they didn't think. Evo Keedstars are taking advantage of what seems to be a poor day for coordination from W7M.
Yeah, great point. They look strong when they are strong, but they look very weak whenever they are weak. It's tale of two halves for W7M for the most part. They will be, of course, attempting the mid-floor bomb site, which worked out well for them. It was reading last time. This time it is going to be in towards that fireplace and mining, which is there much of a difference between how both of these sites are played out from an attacking perspective? Not really. You still take above. That never really changes. Philippox is in the site, Parker. He's crept his way in. Daffodil, you have no idea where he is. He thinks he's in reading. He's not. He's having dinner in your own house. He's in dining, Daffodil. You need to collapse on that and make sure he cannot get out of there. But he is none the wiser. W7M, it's just a period of where they have to get themselves to assist Philippox, and here comes the swing. Now Daffodil knows where he is, but Philippox dancing around the table, eliminates Gomez. Oh, a no-scope Deagle out of nowhere! You can't teach that! Philippox on fire right now!
Goodness gracious! Hates will deny a flawless round and will have to drop through the hatch, which is main way towards the bomb site. Stopped by that castle barricade, smashed open, knows that the sledge is within close contact. Still upstairs, nade goes up. Not the player, a grenade. And Herds takes matters into his own hands. That's 3 rounds on attack for W7M. Cannot lose the first half.
They're doing more than winning it as well. They're just demolishing whenever they are in that position. Like I said, whenever they win the rounds, Parker, it's so convincing. It really is for W7M. But then whenever Keedstars wins, it's convincing for them as well. You know, W7M having a real personality split right now. Philippox, just how? Just why? Who did that to you? Why did you do it to them? So many questions you'd love to ask him, but he's a great player. I think a very smart player, Philippox. Very underrated. Very, very underrated. And I know you brought up the point earlier about Volps. It almost feels as though, like, Volps going out and Philippox in. It feels like an upgrade to me. Is that crazy to say?
I don't think it's crazy to say at all.
Volps is
W7M just seemed to be getting better.
Mm-hmm.
What? That's it. I was going to say, you know what he's talking about. I'm agreeing with you.
It's. I think him coming in, obviously there's question marks, like you mentioned before. People thought, oh, this is the end. Oh, Julio's gone. Oh, big veteran gone. Who's going to lead them? Who's going to do all that? Doesn't matter. They still went on to win a major with the two new players, and I feel as though the skill ceiling is just getting higher and higher and higher. Obviously, Julio, we've seen, was coming to the end of his career, as we've seen the retirement came out after Invitational. So there certainly was all eyes in W7 to see where they were going to go and who they were going to get. And then Volps comes out of the blue. It was a very quick turnover as well. Volps going to Liquid. It was, very close to the new stage starting, and for them to get the new players in such a time and then go on to win the major is a massive feat in its own. Anywho, basement for the last defense for Keystars. This worked out well for them last time, Parker. It was just an anchor on site, turtling in towards kitchen, using the Izami to cover off the players in the site so they cannot get killed from the vertical angles being made by the attack. I would say that this time W7M will clear away those keeper barriers in better fashion than what they did previously. They have nades. Let's see if they can keep them to get rid of the Izami barriers, or maybe get the Flores in.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't really focus on bakery all that much. If you're W7M, you want to take out VIP, you want to go through whiskey, you want to go through coat check, that's fine, but you actually need to clear that spot instead of allowing a warden to just ruin your entire day. I do like the fact that it isolates Hates inside a bakery because he's a tremendously talented player, but forcing him to retake will provide a spectacle for us because of the skill that he has. You have to get to that point first. Daffodil in this position by VIP loses shield. As long as he stays alive, You can jostle those dread mines and will do just that. Half of the round used. Gomez inside a freezer, watching it get torn away at as now a flash goes in. Not affected by it, but droned out and will now need to retreat to the safety of said Kiba barriers. Losing some of them. That's the power of a Flores, and still 2 Rotero drones to go. KZ not really interested at the moment in using it, so instead we'll flash out the corner. Look at this coordination.
Much better from W7M. They're clearing away the Kiba barriers inside of Coffee. That was an issue for them previously, and also it helps out with clearing away the VIP shield, which happened earlier in the round. It's just a case of making sure that nothing goes unchecked, no stone is left unturned. You have everything going for you, W7M. All you have to do is the basics. Leapok still above, making sure that the player in Rice is kept in the Rice. Nobody can move from there, but somehow it's happened again, Parker. They've went unchecked, and the collapses came in from the defense. They fought back against the players on attack, and W7M are stuck in the state of just no man's land. They don't know where to go. There's hardly any time left for them. Nade has picked up Hornatow. They're moving in deep. Nade has the diffuser in his hand. He will try and get the plant down. Fleetbox has moved into sync to try and cover, but no, Landa, there's a flank out. How on earth has he done that? He just walked up through white. Nobody was there. Where's the drones? Where's the flank watch?
That's 2 rounds in a row that Lenda has done this. I mean, he plays it completely differently. I'm assuming he dropped the hatch. That must be my...
No, he walked white. He walked up white corridor.
So
not a drone.
They
Nobody
had
in
to
sight.
open it up to get the revive, and then that same entry point is what dooms them.
You can't make it up. It's unbelievable.
I mean, this is not like W7M. Vivo Keydstars now, by my count, 6 separate times in this match. 6 times Vivo Keydstars have beaten W7M where W7M looked like they were going to clear out the bomb site, get the diffuser down, win the round. And guess what happens? None of those times do they actually prevail because Vivo Keydstars comes at you from unpredictable angles. I don't know if it's poor communication. I don't know if it's just an off day or not, but man, oh man, do W7M look mortal in the dying moments of this round. Not the same lethality from them where they can immediately close out a game. How many times did we see them up 5v4, 5v3, 4v3, and you think, yeah, there's absolutely no way this team is going to give up an advantage. We would say that. Now, the advantage hasn't really meaned all that much. I will say, though, to just kind of blunt our expectations, W7M winning 3 on attack is very good in and of itself. JV92 not having a kill, not very good. Vivo Keydstars can win 1 or 2 rounds on attack very quickly. W7M are going to be in significantly troubling position. And I don't know, with the way that we've seen these tail end of the rounds, if Vivo Keydstars can keep up that momentum. I don't know if W7M will be able to do what's necessary to stop Vivo Keydstars, eventually winning those final 2 rounds and taking it at 3rd map, which of course is Chalet.
Cafe, it is a map which is kill orientated a lot of the times. If you can just win your individual trades, maybe repelling a window and catching somebody by surprise, that's enough to see you over the line on a map like Cafe. JV92 hasn't done any of that, 0 kills. But I will say that I think W7M will feel a little bit more comfortable on the defense. I think with the operators at their disposal, JV, you get your kill, but you have been downed. I'd be surprised if he gets picked up. If he does, and it'll be a fight the mission for W7M. Hates doesn't want to go for it because he knows there's going to be a drone to confirm the kill. It gets sent in. Daffodil picks it up. But still, a kill is a kill for JV92, and eliminating nades from Hornatow is a big one.
Well, they're it'd be a little bit calmer now in the final 90 seconds. If you do not have the tools at your disposal, dropping those hatches can be a very scary predicament. There's confidence on the side of Vivo Keydstars. Daffodil drops. Gomez will go for the swing. To get killed from the backside? No, there's a nade from Hates, but everything breaking in favor of W7M. They're in a 3v1. With the way they've played so far today, this is far from certain, but they're on defense, so I like their chances. Up red stairs, Hates goes, and One in piano, one inside of the bar looking in your direction, and now you might get some information, but good trigger discipline from Hates. Doesn't want to take these fights. Looking away, and, well, W7M will double up on him. That last round probably should have been theirs, but this round is indeed theirs. A very successful first defense for W7M.
Top floor, expected to be a good defense. Just especially with Azami up, that's always the big thing. You look at that piano, Parker, there's so many different objects that you can place the Kiba barriers on. You know, that big double door could just be covered off entirely, being able to put the Kiba barriers on the edge of the stage, then it covers up the windows. Very strong operator, and to see her let through in Cafe is somewhat of a surprise, but it kind of shows us why you should be banning that. It's so strong. So at least top floor's locked down. They don't need to worry about that. We will head downstairs in towards the kitchen. This is pretty generic of what you expect to see in the rotation. It's top, then bottom, and then whatever middle floor you want to go for, by all means. Another interesting talking point, Parker, is we mentioned the mute ban on flank. It was something that Keystars took away from W7M, which I think it helped them, sometimes getting into the building with the attackers, especially getting in fast. Now we see the mute open, and straight away, you're going to expect to see W7M play this operator. It's great for Cafe. Cafe has a lot of tight, narrow doorways, especially whenever you look upstairs. You think about white doorway, even onto like Shaiku door, you can place the mute jammer there, might catch somebody by surprise. Down in towards Bakery, you can cover them on the walls downstairs. A lot of valuable places to deny the drones through mute, so having this up for W7M, it's a great tool in the arsenal for them.
A lot to talk about in these matchups, that sometimes going back and addressing which operators are and aren't available kind of slips through the cracks, but you're absolutely correct. I mean, if Vivo Keystars are being denied information on attack time and time again, I don't know if they as a unit are able to bounce back from that the same way that W7M would be. You know, not that any team wants to come across that. SSG won a world championship in an intel denying meta. I don't know if Lendo was denied information or not, but Fellapox will capitalize off of whatever missteps Vivo Keystars has. And speaking of missteps, AZ slaughtered over by piano window. Probably doesn't hear the window break. Daffodil walks away with that. Daffodil, honestly, in many ways, having the series of his career, even if it hasn't amounted to a ton of success for Vivo Keystars just yet.
I've been very impressed. Very impressed with this side. Daffodil's been a standout. Also on the role he's playing, it's not a role that you would see, you know, light up the sky. It is a more of a support-orientated position he's been playing. So to see him do the damage that he's doing on that role, yeah, it's a credit to him. We mentioned about the mute. All that's going to do, realistically, he starts to slow them down. And how well can they play under pressure whenever that time of having to spend a long periods off the match, just clearing a few mute jammers and then droning, and then going to another and then droning that again. It wastes so much time. You would not believe how good mute is in the current meta, and that's why you do see all of the great teams picking that operator up. With a minute to go, they have that control of top floor. They can start opening up the different angles in the vertical holes. But the next thing they need to worry about is where the remaining players who are not going to be in the bomb site, for example, Herds, he's rotated towards front. Desk, and now he has rotated back in towards Coat. Philippox is just in the middle of the site, holding on to vertical angles, and Nade holding down that freezer hatch. But Parker, from the outlines, it doesn't look as if they're interested in freezer at all. We've got players pushing from Bakery now.
Oh, Herds testing his metal, and that's a gunfight that could go against him very quickly on. Flashbangs to his back, Nade tossed in, Vivo Keystars striking when it matters. Now they've reduced this defense for W7M to Nade, who dies. Vivo Keystars, they're fourth on the board. This is a very close best of three so far.
Just a backstab. We've seen there was somebody towards Bakery. He just walks in, nobody's home for W7M. Losing that player in VIP does so much damage to the defense, because that is where a lot of the defenders will place most of their utility. I will say I think both teams are really lacking in the utility department. You know, we've seen Wamai a few times, but I think you need to be bringing Wamai and Jaeger. I just think it's a necessity, for, especially with how both teams are playing. They're not playing overly aggressive on a very heavy roam game. They seem to be very reserved in sight. You're just a sitting duck in a lot of the positions on that bottom floor. You need to be bringing more denial. You need to stop those nades from having an impact. We've seen a nade kill happen in the last round. That would be the only thing I would say to both teams is whenever you want to play more slow on your kitchen defenses, bring more of that utility denial because it helps out. It really does.
Wondered if the Jackal would come into effect here, if maybe have some difficulties with the mute ban, as you said, or the mute rather being on the board, and the Mozzie too. Is we'll see a Mozzie yet again. JV92 had that singular kill on the run out, then got traded off, and that's been about it. You have to imagine that if he was just having ultimately a better game, this wouldn't really be as close as it has been. Conversation that we had about W7M on Bank is that this is a team of equals. So if you have somebody not showing up on a team of equals, that can be bad, depending on where everybody else stands. 1 kill for JV92, but then 6 kills for Nade and Hertz apiece. 7 kills for Fellapox, KZ at 8. Relatively even. Game of equals. Down goes Daffodil. Another first pick for W7M. They've gotten first blood on every single round so far on defense. Not really helped them in the previous round, but this time, maybe something changes. No way Hertz is going to go for the vault out here, right?
Oh, a player.
I can't believe
Two
that.
players.
Two separate players here.
Close. Very close for Hertz. And he got his kill. That's the main thing. As long as you're trading back efficiently on the defensive side, you always keep that man up now since you've done well to get in front. You should have no issues with Cafe. Losing that first blood is so impactful on Cafe, where there is, you know, it's a big square. That's what Cafe is. The design of it, it's 4 different sides. You want to be hitting at least 3 of those different sides. If you don't have the manpower to do that, you will struggle big time on this type of map. Sure, Hertz has died, but again, he gets the trade back. Hazy, what a shot! It's just a Zami Parker. There's no one else you can swing with this confidence. You know you're safe. You have those concrete barriers. Just go for it.
Hazy still gets the trade on Nalenda, by the way.
Oh,
He dies.
Yeah,
Hornets
that's 2 trades.
outside
2
with
trades.
a minute to go. Last one left.
My oh my.
I mean, Hornetow's a talented player. We've got JV92 on the board, so I mean, at least there might possibly be one opportunity for a kill here, but I expect a lot of patience from W7M. Diffuser is not in their grasp, but Fellapox sides, why not take the engagement? Softens up Hornetow. And look at that. Over in heaven. Hornetow. Can you find even one of them?
Come outside, Hornetow.
Just want to say hello.
Just a slow, painful death for him. Eventually gets picked off, but that was, it wasn't a case of if he'll die, it's when was he gonna die?
Yep.
Not much you can do. Everyone's been there on Cafe, where your entire team has just died within 10 seconds, and you're sat on the rooftop thinking, guys, what's happened? And then you have to drop onto a hatch, your top red stairs, and on Cafe, everyone under the sun knows if you drop that hatch, and it's, yeah, it's chalked from there pretty much. Rightly so, Keystars, that was around with a big tilt fiesta, not being able to let the kills back in your favor, and some great shots being hit from W7M. I don't really fault them, because how do you play around shots like that from KZ? You don't. Okay, don't peek him. Then you're not going to win. It's a cruel game, Siege. Whenever somebody is hitting those kind of shots, what can you really do?
What was that a genuine question, or was that a rhetorical question that you were like setting up yourself to
Whatever you want, whatever you want it to be.
It's not what I want
It's
it
up
to
to
be,
yourself.
Harry. It's your casting.
My casting. It's a good debate that I think a lot of different esports have had. It's if one player's just on his game, you can't really stop it. You just can't. That's him. Take, for example, Eminem versus BDS that happened last week. Shaika dropped 47 kills in a best of 3.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do much about that. It's just you've been Shaiko'd. And whenever a player is on top of their game, and he is hitting every single shot you go into, I don't really think that's your fault on the enemy side. It's just that guy's just better than you blatantly. And that is life. People will be better than you in life, Parker. The sooner people realize that, the sooner this world will be a better place.
Well, Vivo Keydstars use their timeout. Do they manage to get back onto the board? Keep this one close, or do we see W7M break away, go back to bank? W7M were up 5-3, but Vivo Keydstars push us all the way to match point. W7M pulls off the comeback in overtime. Here, W7M have been in lockstep. W7M win 2 rounds. Vivo Keydstars do the same. 1 round for W7M, 1 for Vivo Keyd, 1 for W7M, 1 Vivo Keyd, 1 W7M. If we go by the pattern, then Vivo Keyd should win this round. We go all the way. This one right here, this could be a sucker punch. W7M are able to hold off, get that first pick, as they are perfect so far through 3 rounds to do so. I don't know if Vivo Keydstars have the tools. I don't know which one of these operators you want to lose first, by the way. Certainly not Lenda. Likely not Daffodil. I imagine it'll be Hates or Hornetow the first to die on the team. Not necessarily the first to die in the round, but based on the way that these teams are playing, that's what I have to imagine. No, again, I'm kind of skeptical of the Jackal, but I would imagine now that it does confirm the suspicion we had about Vivo Keydstars struggling with information against a Mute and Mozzie, which hilariously are absent in this round.
That's exactly the point of why you bring the Jackal. If you know that you're going to be slowed down and we're getting for the Mute Jammers, it's a quick and easy way to hunt. Bring in that Jackal. The only person who can avoid a Jackal ping is Cav, which, is anyone playing Cav these days? I don't think it.
No.
So it's a bit of a no-brainer to bring Jackal, because he doesn't really have a counter apart from just don't walk, don't move. If you just spawn in, don't move, he'll not get you. But as we know, that's not how Siege is going to be played 9 times out of 10. Anywho's, you look towards that basement floor, and again, it's very seldom from W7M. They're not looking to get too frisky, not looking to get into the faces of Keydstars. They're happy enough to sit back. I still worry of the lack of denial. No denial for the nades, no denial for the flashbangs. You are going to be in for a world of hurt whenever this execute comes in. So you would be relying, I think, on a Warden here, but they're not even bringing a Warden, which is a big shock. I think Warden's a great operator for basement, where teams do like to use smoke grenades to cover up their pushes. Oh, look at this! Smoke canister goes in, but he just full-on tanks at Hornetow, loses the engagement. How on earth has Herds won that? I will never know. Looks towards gold stairs, pre-fires out, but Lion not wanting to make the move just yet. Herds catches a glimpse, tags him up, but Gomez has to fall back. He's not going to be able to push that. Oh, a swing from the smoke, but look at that trade from Herds. He's playing a blinder in VIP. Digs himself in deep. A player isn't freeze, we're going to know that. A red ping comes in, and oh, peekaboo. Casey's there. Herds with another. My oh my. Herds, man of the minute.
There was the reason for why you could not get Herds out of that position. The Rotero drone was there. With the way that Daffodil put the Rotero drone, there was no way to swing from that angle and not either get gravely wounded or ultimately blown up from your teammate's own gadget. So with the smoke lingering, which you can honestly truck through, that's not a problem. Yeah. But then add the Rotero drone to it. It's impossible for them to swing and flush Herds out of that spot without dying too. Now, I will say the way that Herds ended up playing in that position, trading to kill Herds in retrospect, looks like it would have been a brilliant idea. You can't necessarily approach it like that because you're not thinking, okay, well, if I die and I kill the guy and the rest of the team wins the round, then it turns around and Herds gets a 3K because you don't do that. You don't have that benefit of hindsight. But that one little thing, that one drone would have killed the player on Vivo Keydstars' side. They have to relent. Daffodil's drone goes off. W7M allow Herds to play in that position, then get back into the fray. And that's curtains on the round as the rest of Vivo Keydstars running out of time decide that the freezer execute can go on. In all reality, it was already over. W7M move a series point. 1 round away from being the first team in Brazil, the defending major champs, to make it to the next major in Atlanta.
Said it was a sucker punch. If they're able to win that last round, I think that's developed into a gut punch for Keystars. They've used their timeout. They can't really come and cool themselves down after losing that, knowing that they're up against match point. W7M in the driver's seat. It feels as though Keystars is locked in the trunk. That's what it feels like, because they've just taken control of this game as soon as we've had that side switch. Keystars only winning one attack on this half. They have to pull back too. They have to get over the top floor, which, as we know, is the strong one. With W7M in this state, it's difficult taking them down. A little bit surprised to see no Azami. It worked out so well for W7M during this game, and to see them actually sacrifice that in favor of a castle. That's obviously going to help them with the cigar shop hold and also in towards piano. Is a little bit surprising, but maybe they went for, I did ask for more denial of utility. They've went for a Rune Jaeger and the Wamai. A triple threat of utility deniers.
How do you cut through this? Keystars have their work cut out for them, if I can continue that pun onward. Attackers having the benefit of the repick means they can tailor their setup to deal with the challenges on the top floor. We've got 6 flashbangs, so that'll take care of the ADSs. That'll take care of KZ's laser gates. Oh my. That's not good, but at least it's traded back. That means that every single round of their defense so far, either W7M has struck first or tied up. 4 rounds in a row of drawing first blood. 5 technically, but then again, no advantage gained because Felipox dies right after. Still, it's excellent position to be in when you're on defense.
Parker, I'm really shocked as well from Keystars. They have 8 drones destroyed. 2 drones left. We talked about how they were running blind whenever they didn't want to go up against the mute jammers. They can't even keep the drones alive long enough. Don't even worry about a mute. They are solely relying on just blind gunplay, and that's not going to work out against a team like W7M, where their crossfires and their trades and their refrags are so in unison with one another. They even banned a Solus to make sure their drones stayed alive, and they still can't even do that. They're going to go for the slug out white stairs, just try and trade the way back, but W7M, look at the reposition. They fell back in towards Cigar Shop, and they're going to play the long angles.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly where you want to be, right? And in comes the swing. Down goes Gomez. Lenda will follow. Hates to keep Vivo Keystars in it. No, the defending major champions have a shot at doing it again in Atlanta. W7M, the first team from Brazil to qualify.
What a surprise! W7M will be back to see if they can go back-to-back major champions. We'll see them in Atlanta. Keystars, it's not done yet. You move into another matchup. You will then face the loser of FaZe versus WNIP. And Parker, as much as what we're going to give credit to W7M, which I think is obvious, we have to credit Keystars. They put up a really good fight today against the major champions. And whoever it is out of NIP or FaZe, it's going to be a tough battle for them.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, W7M showed that they were a mortal team today. There were deficiencies on the way that they played both of these maps. So if you are the opponent looking at W7M, you're thinking in your head, okay, if I'm on FaZe Clan, if I'm on Ninjas in Pajamas, there's things that I can study. There's maps that I can approach in a way that maybe didn't really seem conceivable. W7M, whether there was weakness on their side or not, ultimately, they come out with a victory. And they do it in 2 maps. They join all the other teams that are going to the major. There's still one more team to qualify today. And it's either FaZe or NIP. Harry, that's it for you and I. I'm actually done for the day, but Ollie will be joining you for the last match. We'll get there in just a moment, but we got some really handsome people on the desk that want to talk about this. So let's not waste your time anymore.
Able go to the major. I mean, listen. Parker called you handsome. How does that feel, C-Dubs?
Feels
Can't
pretty
feel
good.
better than what W7M is feeling right now.
Feels pretty good. I mean, you got called handsome too, so you know the same feeling as me. But for W7M, it's a expected result, but a little bit closer than we would have expected. Maybe W7M has some holes. Finally, there's a flaw in a team that we call the best in the world. But more than anything, I want to take away the fact that Vivo Keystars are a better roster than we might have thought. They, I think, are going to be pretty strong favorites going in towards the LCQ if they go that far.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if anything, with how they performed today, going up against W7M, being able to really bring these games so close, I would not be surprised if now that they've dropped that lower bracket, whoever joins them there is going to have a very difficult task ahead of them. And maybe Vivo Keystars is going to have the redemption arc of the ages, from losing 3 out of the 4 best of ones that they had to play to get to the deciders to actually making it to an international event.
Yeah, it would be a crazy story to see this roster where just some slight tweaks all of a sudden made them that much better. And in the lower bracket, they're just going to play the loser of this next game and go for that stage phase 1 part of the major. But at the end of the day, if you look at the roster of W7M, it's what you expected once again. Everybody just contributing their part. Sure, JV92 didn't have the best game in the world, but if you remember last game, he definitely did his part and hard carried them to that overtime victory. So he deserved to just kick his feet up during the entire game and just chill.
Yeah, it was a well-deserved win, but Hertz was one of the players as well that we've highlighted coming into this matchup, and how he has been as a player from the side of W7M to getting these points on the board. I mean, look at the entries. What is going on? W7M have really stepped up this time around, and after what we've seen from that first map, it was a little worrying, but it felt like they thought it was just a warm-up game, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this was still a little bit closer than you might have wanted if you're W7M on your own map choice, going against a team on paper like Vivo Keystars. But at this point, Vivo Keystars almost seems like they are a lot more than the sum of their parts. They're not a team that you just look at on paper and think, hey, they're not as good as you might expect. They are a team that has earned the respect of the rest of these Brazilian teams now, and they're somebody you don't want to just glance over and look past.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, I think coming into this and speaking on the fact that Vivo Keystars have been able to make it this far after the run that they've had on the best of ones definitely speaks a lot of what the roster is capable of and what they can do. So I'm excited to see what they're able to do in that lower bracket and how far they'll be able to make it. And when it comes to the games happening today, we still have one more best of 3 to decide which other team will be joining W7M Esports on the international stage. It's NIP up against FaZe Clan. The winner goes to the grand finals, but also punches their ticket straight to the Atlanta Major. So I am 100% sure that you don't want to miss it. We're going to have a little bit of a break. You can grab yourself some water and some snacks, because we all know that we're going to need it, and we're going to be back. NIP going up against FaZe Clan to see which one of these two teams is going to be joining W7M in the finals, but also going to that Atlanta Major. I'm Ginny, your host, joined on the desk by CDAPS, and we're going to have to break this one down because NIP is one of those teams that during stage 1 and even had to battle to get to that major in Copenhagen, and since then they've been on the up and up, whereas FaZe Clan, winning stage 1, have struggled a little bit here on that stage 2, and even the Copenhagen major not really going potentially as to where they wanted it to be.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams, they made top 8 at the Copenhagen major, so they're strong, but NIP, they've been improving at an alarming rate, and you see right now, first in their group, top of attack, top of defense, and right now they have lost one singular point, almost a flawless first stage. But Jenny, guess who that team was that took a point away from NIP?
Was it FaZe Clan by any chance?
Yes, it was. Wow,
Ding,
such
ding, ding.
insight from our host. But with FaZe Clan, that was a really good game. That's sure, they came out just on the bitter end of the overtime loss. That was max OT on Consulate, and then FaZe Clan kind of spiraled into a depression, and it really just boiled to a head with that loss to Black Dragon and loss to Los, back-to-back regulation losses that made it so FaZe barely snuck into playoffs. Sure, they bounced back once again and looked like themselves against E1 in a dominant victory yesterday, but right now, we don't know what NIP are going to come out and look like.
Yeah, absolutely, because we're looking at NIP's track record as well, and it has been nothing short of excellent. They, after that win in overtime against FaZe, they've kind of just been on the complete opposite trajectory of what we've seen from FaZe Clan. They've been on the up and up, and they've also had a chance to sit back, relax, put their feet on the desk, and look how FaZe Clan approached the E1 Sports game that they had. So a little bit of worrying maybe for FaZe Clan, but we're gonna have to wait and see because it was a great matchup last time around. So this time it will be no different. And let's have a look at NIP and how they have been performing over the last couple of play days, really, because if anything, as we've already said, nothing short of extraordinary. They've genuinely been on the up and up. They've made it to the 2 international events this year. They've been to Copenhagen Major, they've been to G8. So nothing really to say besides the fact that they are genuinely a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, early on in this stage, it really was the cons show for the side of NIP, and that can potentially be slightly worrying when your support player is just out-fragging all of your players that are in more aggressive positions, and you're really having to rely on cons to make these heroic plays, these massive stands inside the bomb site, or even clutches on the attacking side. But as the season progressed, we saw the more traditional players out of NIP start stepping it up to the plate. You started seeing your Psycho, your Moozy, and your Wizard bragging out of their minds. That's what you love to see with this team.
Yeah, and also another thing that we love to see about this team is how high their attack as well as their defensive percentage is, because please do correct me if I'm wrong, but this could be the highest in Brazil for both sides.
Yes, it is indeed, while they're also having some of the best entry performances on both sides for this team. As you look right here, there's one bar that definitely sticks out more than all the other. It is those decisive...
Is it the yellow one?
Yes, it is the yellow one, and it's... Yes. I'm so proud of you because the 15-5 decisive rounds is just so big. It's meaning that, hey, this NIP team is firing on all cylinders. Their plans are working. On the defensive side, their strats are looking great. As well as on the attacking side, they are correctly identifying what the opponent is bringing to the table. A total of 18 rounds going at least decisive, 3 of them flawless, is just so incredibly impressive because they aren't really making mistakes. They don't have that many close rounds. And when they do, they're still winning them, even all the way to the clutches. When a clutch is required, they're getting it more often than not.
Yeah, and even on the defensive round, as you saw, 18 wins and 5 losses. That is absolutely insane. This team is just on their A game, and I think that's been something that they've been working towards for a while. It's not that just they woke up at stage 2 and immediately they're great, because looking over their historical performance when it comes to stage 1, when it comes to that major, and now into stage 2, it's that upward trajectory. It's getting used to each other, and it's improving on some of the less impressive points that they've had in the past.
Yeah, going back to stage 1, they really did struggle. This was a team that, sure, they were top 3 in the league on entry, and it's just a hard position to be in when a lot of their stats got really, really skewed with their dominant LCQ performance. Going through the regular stage, they definitely were struggling. And as we look, there's massive improvement, especially on the defensive side, where everything just looks so much better. Sure, their win rate on the attack, it's a little bit more awkward, but their entry percentage is still staying strong, even despite a glaring obvious fact that down there on their first time kill, they are the slowest team on attack by far in all of Brazil. The next closest being about 102 seconds, which is just absolutely crazy that this team is so crazy methodical. And even as the team is progressing and finding more success, even at an international level, they're continuously growing slower, is just really indicative of how strong their support play is and how disciplined their fraggers are to not make mistakes, and when they need to, perform.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really scary to be going up against when you're looking at it from a FaZe Clan perspective, especially if you're a FaZe fan, because the fact that NIP has been on that upward trajectory, they've been performing really well. FaZe Clan, and we put a lot of armor at, especially on those best of one series that we've seen from them. The best of threes have absolutely given a lot of faith, but it remains the question of, is that something we'll be seeing again today, or was it just a flash in the pan? Was it them showing up yesterday, being hot, coming into these best of threes?
You know, they're also playing against a significantly better team. Sure, Black Dragons, they looked strong in that game, but they lost in regulation on Clubhouse during the regular season. This Los team looked really weak, and FaZe Clan made them look good. They once again lost in regulation, sure, with the best of threes coming out in E1 just not being able to match the FaZe that we expected to see. It's plays like Handy down below making a miracle happen. There's been a lot of clutches for the side of FaZe Clan that you expect to see with the big explosive plays, and against a team like NIP, that's not going to be as easy to do. However, when you look towards the BO3s with this team, there's so much experience and they've been playing with each other so long, as well as understanding what NIP are going to bring to the table, that I still think even if NIP look better on paper, it's going to be a really tight game.
Yeah, you're mentioning looking better on paper, and the first thing really that's standing out is the fact that the attack as well as the defensive percentage from the side of FaZe Clan is significantly below NIP's one.
Yeah, I mean, sure, above average in the defensive side and pretty above average on the side of the attacking side for this region is FaZe Clan, but they're going up against the best of the best. This is the #1 team in the league for a reason. Great on attack, great on defense, and it's going to take a lot of work for FaZe to come out. Sure, you see it on these rounds, they are just as decisive in the face of NIP, but they're losing a lot more of those decisive rounds in comparison to NIP. When the rounds get close, it almost seems like a little bit more of a coin flip going down towards the close and clutch factor, as opposed to, once again, with those flawless and decisive rounds, they're more few and far between.
Yeah, and also looking at that attacking side from the side of FaZe Clan, 14 wins to 19 losses, definitely something that they have been struggling with a little bit more. And you're comparing these rounds towards the very impressive, very cutthroat NIP rounds that we're seeing. And it does bring alarm bells to me personally when we're looking at FaZe, but I think something really important to keep into consideration is because of their performances in those best of ones, these stats are very much significantly lower. Whereas if we were to take yesterday as an isolated event and take that as a springboard into today, I think I would be feeling a lot more confident for FaZe, because it was absolutely one-sided to say the least.
Yeah, they looked so good. They were the FaZe that we expected to see for so long, but unfortunately a couple of players on their side weren't necessarily stepping up like we would have loved to see for the side of FaZe. You know, Cyber, he had struggled overall for the entirety of the stage, but somebody like KDS was definitely stepping up to the table, and none other than KDS is who we're going to highlight, especially with his fragging capability. If you know, he's left alive, he's pretty much the way FaZe utilize KDS is really interesting, because they send Cyber in first. Cyber has about 80% of the entry engagements for his team. That's just getting in the first either kill or death. KDS, he's also on those traditional entry operators like the Yana, sometimes even the Ashe, so you would expect that he's in the building first, oh my gosh, but instead he's that second entry. He's going to be trying to trade out somebody like Cyber. If he's left alive for the end of the round, he's got a really good gun, he's got great mechanical skills, and he's going to look to pick you apart.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the clash of the experienced titans. Both FaZe Clan and NIP have a very large map pool from both of these teams as well, which then is going to be an interesting one when it comes to the map veto, because do you want to go for your strength? Do you want to take away your opponent's strength? What is it that either one of these two teams can craft to be able to set themselves up for success?
Yeah, NIP starting off with the Cafe pick is not surprising because both of these teams do like Cafe. NIP, they haven't gotten to flex their muscles on this map quite yet. Same with FaZe, who had it as a decider against E1 that was ultimately unused. But with the initial bans of Clubhouse and Border taking out on the side of FaZe, it does leave in response the Labs and Bank, leaving Oregon up for FaZe to take. That is a very scary map for you if you're an NIP fan. This has been a permaban for over 2 calendar years for NIP with not a single play dating after stage 1 of last year.
All right, so if anything, all right, you're sitting here and you're saying this is a worrying map if you're an NIP fan. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying they're bringing out the big guns. They saved the best for last. They want to set themselves up for success. They want to get themselves into that grand final. They want to book their tickets to Atlanta. So what do? You throw in a curveball.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
they
what I'm
very
thinking.
well could. It's one of those things that you never know because NIP never get tested. It could be the biggest pocket map ever, but with Oregon, it's also one of the maps that you would expect teams to know how to play. And as we also go towards the Chalet Decider, we haven't seen FaZe play that this stage, and for the side of NIP, they did absolutely dominate Netshoes Miners on this, so you have to say the Decider might swing a little bit towards the side of NIP, and potentially having NIP with a stronger map pool might have bent FaZe's arm just a little bit.
All right, coming out of this Cafe Oregon Chalet, I am liking it. I am really looking forward to Oregon simply because of the fact that I don't really know what to expect there, but we're not going to jump ahead of ourselves. We're gonna stick to Cafe first, and we're gonna dissect this one a little bit further, CDAPS, because Cafe, talk me through it in terms of how does that look for FaZe, considering they didn't pick it, it's NIP's pick, but what are their chances when it comes to going up against a monster of NIP?
Well, with NIP on their attacking side being so slow and methodical, with how it's a 3-tiered map, you would expect that it's like oil and water and it's not going to mix that well. But if you know NIP on Cafe, sure, they feel really strong and strong enough that the in-look of teams in the region know, hey, we don't necessarily take NIP to Cafe. But with that being said, it's the same testament that you can apply towards FaZe, that a lot of teams like to ban this map out against them, and E1 were taking a chance leaving it up to a decider that ultimately didn't give us the insight towards that map that we would have liked to see because it was completely unused. For FaZe, the attacking side for Cafe is going to be incredibly important unless NIP just absolutely implode on their own first half, as they'll be starting on that attacking side. If FaZe ramp up the aggression like we know that they can on the roam game, just establishing 3-tiered roams with proper fall-offs, NIP could definitely struggle, but I almost expect them not to.
All right, well, let's see what the casters have to say about this. We have Demo as well as Ollie ready. Take us through it. Ollie, welcome back. If I saw your prediction sheet and I remember correctly, you went for NIP. Do the maps still make you feel confident, or are you thinking it's a 50-50?
This series has been played out so many times. I don't think that the maps are going to be the biggest part of it all. Obviously, there's been a lot of talk about how NIP have snuck a map in that they've not played in sort of 2 years. I don't think we can change prediction here from NIP. I think the biggest surprise, in my opinion, Ginny, about these predictions was Demo's pick of NIP. Because Demo is massive, and I mean massive, FaZe fanboy.
All right, Demo, I'd like to hear from you.
I lost my faith. I'll be honest.
You lost your faith?
I've lost the faith in them.
Uh-oh.
I think it's been a poor season from them so far in the stage. Didn't look all too convincing, even whenever they did win. I mean, they beat Miners, who were the lowest
Miners.
team in that group. So how much does that really say? Losing the Black Dragons, losing to Loss as well. These are matches that times gone by, FaZe Clan would, even NIP in that group, go back last year, FaZe would be sitting top of that. They would be, because they were, that good, you think of what they were doing, in previous years, even 2021, they were always there, always fighting, but 2023 hasn't been good for them. So yeah, I don't know. I think obviously anything can change, but NIP, where one team has fallen off, another team has massively, meteorically risen through the ranks. In 2022, me and Ollie were sitting here looking at this team thinking, oh, well, that's not the world champions from 21. There's no way. Someone stressed them up. That can't be the world champions. But this year, this NIP side, we've seen glimpses of it at the major where they came in through that first phase and they just kept winning. Sure, lost to Sonics, but the fact that they got top 8 was a big turning point. And that team just turned on the burners even more so to get to here.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a concerning one as well as you're putting it yourself already for alarm bells for FaZe Clan, whereas when we're looking at NIP, they're absolutely on the up and up. So how this first map is going to play out, we'll be back shortly after the break, so you'll find out then.
everybody, and welcome back. Thanks for bearing with us. We are getting stuck into our final best of 3 of the day. We've got NIP versus FaZe Clan demo.
That's the
Great.
match. It's an old match. We've been covering this headline for quite a while, Ollie. It's been a while since me and you've dived into Brazil.
It certainly has. It certainly has indeed. And we've both been warmed up today very very nicely by none other than Parker in Tero.
Indeed. He came over, helped us out. We let him get away. He says he has some night plans. Big dinner date, I don't know. Who knows what that man gets up to in his spare time? But yeah, it was a good first 2 games to get us started off, both 2-0s. Is that maybe a par for the course? Is that where we end up? Another 2-0 to finish off the evening? But hey, the caliber of both these teams, Ollie, old teams who know each other extremely well. I'll say they'll be pushing the boat out on this one.
I mean, you say that they were both 2-0s, and you are correct. They were. But they weren't straightforward by any stretch. First map that we did today was 8-7.
Same with my series, 8-7.
Yeah, we had Black Dragons and E1 just wailing on each other on Oregon. And then Cafe was slightly different. We're getting the other way around in this fixture. We've, of course, got NIP versus FaZe Clan. Cafe is going to be NIP's choice. And then we're going to be moving on to FaZe Clan's choice of Oregon. But one of the things that we've always liked to say, Demo, is Oregon ever anybody's choice? It's a map that everybody should be willing and capable to go on to, especially when you start to look into best of 3s and best of 5s. You are always going to look at Oregon and think there's a chance that that's going to be played.
Exactly. NIP, FaZe, 2 teams which have had very different stories this stage. FaZe Clan struggling big time. I said earlier on, I think I've lost a little bit of faith in them. I think this year FaZe have just not performed to the standards of where this team should be. Realistically, they should be right up there competing with the best of them. And NIP, who this year have revitalized themselves massively. I've been very impressed with the style of siege that NIP have been able to put out. And it hasn't really changed, Ollie, since they won Invite. It's been the same formula, just different faces.
Absolutely. The essence of the team has largely remained, regardless of, changes that have come in. Obviously, the main changes that you're going to look toward is going to be Wizard and Comms. But it's hardly a new change now, though, is it? It's something that's been in effect for what feels like a good enough amount of time to gain that level of synergy. It's nowhere near the sort of 2-year long-standing roster that they used to have, but they're going to be getting up there at around this point. You've got to give them certainly that as a mark of respect, and especially when you start to look about a lot of the roster shifts that have gone on inside of LATAM, they are now going to be one of the longest-standing teams.
Kick things off with pretty generic top floor hold, I would say, from FaZe Clan. Nothing out of the ordinary. I would like to see a little bit more denial of nades. That's probably the only thing you look at. I think Cafe's a map where the attackers are already going to be fancying a set of nades to clear players out, especially towards back cocktail. That can be done from the window that Pino's on at the moment, or also from below. Sometimes people forget the verticality that can be applied onto that bomb site is quite ferocious. If you get a back in downstairs, that's another one that you always have to watch out for. So the drone work will be done by Pino. He knows who he's looking for. He's looking for that Warden as it stands. Let's keep it out handy, Ollie. Light flanker, a Solus from below, always comes in to great effect, as we know on a map like Cafe. First Blood does go in favor of NIP, and, well, there's the second. Pino eliminates Handy. Cons in the site. He dropped through Skylight. He does get cut down. A player in Cigar Shop holds it firm. KDS eliminates him. Cyber, where are you off to, friend? He walked straight underneath the Skylight. Pino eliminates KDS, and Via King, this is a long old stairway to walk up. A 1v4 for yourself. Good shot on the Pino. 3 more to find. Diffuser not being planted as of yet. Now Psycho will start to go for it. See if he can weave his way in through the freezer, but that man in the window should hold him, and a good crossfire being held. NIP surgically dissect that hold from FaZe Clan, ripped them limb from limb. FaZe Clan, what was that? No fight back.
Not a lot of fight back at all, and NIP doing such a good job of just piling on the pressure and forcing the mistake. You commented on it at the time. Cyber moving out of freezer there into long bar. You had no business making that maneuver. You know that there's going to be somebody at least up on the skylight, potentially somebody in and around heaven as well. Not an easy start for FaZe. NIP, though, making it look easy. It's always going to make it a lot easier when you pick up 2 first kills. You get first blood for nothing in return. I think King was potentially a little bit unfortunate on that C4. Had that C4 have landed onto Muzi out on rappel, it would have likely forced a different plant location. And maybe he would have had a bit of a better chance at breaking it down into a couple of 1 versus 1s. But still, it would have been a lot to ask at that point in the round.
See the way NIP attacked that? Nothing flashy. You know, NIP for me are a team that comes across very flashy. I don't think they ever have. They're a team that do the basics incredibly well. And we know in this game, if you can do the basics well, you'll get far. You know, you think, oh, it's just basic, people should be knowing that. You'd be surprised, some of the professional sides. I think W7M earlier, they struggled on basics. Parker said they looked mortal for a change. Which is sometimes nice to see, you know, the big dogs getting beat up by some of the smaller dogs. I think the basics for NIP today, if they can just keep control of that, we'll have no problems today with FaZe, who, like I said, I think have been very underwhelming this stage so far.
I respect the free cam on that C4. It didn't come to anything. And I think it was clear that it wasn't going to. But when we do see one, it will look good because it has been practiced. It is some utility, however, that has been sort of just sent out there by FaZe. And I think this comes back to NIP putting on pressure, because FaZe are in a position where they feel like they have to try for something. Throwing a C4 out of a window. We've seen a lot of activity in and around the windows, looking for various spawn peaks. Cyber even found himself outside near the bus shelter for a time. So NIP, it was commented at the desk that they're one of the teams that like to take their time when they're on the attacks, and that's certainly what they're going to be doing here. Slowly but surely setting themselves up, gaining that information. It's always going to be drones moving at these entry players' feet, and it's going to be Wizard again here. He's going to punish Cyber, and to be honest with you, Demo, Cyber was kind of asking for it.
He was. He gave away his utility very early on. That does make him a target of, you just have to play with a gun, and very easily swung on a lot of those windows. It's easy enough to be picked off whenever you least expect it. If you look at the actual structure that FaZe are trying to play, they want heavy control of that cocktail. They want to make sure they can deny as much time to NIP, a point you picked up on. Time has always been, I think, the oldest enemy of NIP as far as we can date back. Time management, the struggles of that has been tenfold for them over the years, and I think it still rings true here today. So I like the fact that FaZe are really trying to push NIP as best they can in the time department. Muzi looking to get aggressive down in towards White Stairs. So FaZe clan should look maybe try and drop back off, but they're looking for a retake. They're looking for a challenge. They want to fight against these NIP players. Souls, 2 kills in the round. Using that dock to great value. Handy. He stuck himself in towards Train now. He's going to be the lone player holding onto that site. Some players do start to rotate back with him. In goes Wizard, jumps in. This is where Handy has to react to this. Wizard, doesn't win the swing. Souls a third. And NIP, they lose the man up top, and they don't really know where they want to go from here. Muzi, it's an impactless kill. Doesn't have diffuser in hand. Handy trades it out. FaZe clan, round number 2 in their books.
FaZe did a much better job there of playing the win condition, and that is to waste the time. NIP will waste the majority of it themselves, and maybe waste is not the right word there. Maybe that's a little bit too unkind. NIP will certainly spend a lot of time in the opening part of the round, and if you're in a position as FaZe were then to help them waste the rest of it, well, you're going to find yourself in a winning situation. Souls, he really stood up for his team there, picking himself up 3 kills and digging in, being a bit of a problem on that top floor. And I think for the side of NIP, you could look at it and go, there was probably an opportunity there. I looked at KDS's position. He was stuck inside a freezer at one point. Yeah, sure, he's on the Warden. That really shouldn't be somewhere that he's allowed to necessarily exit from, especially when you've already got control of New Hatch, Red Stairs. You potentially got somebody on Skylight. I think there were opportunities there for NIP to cut some of those defenders off as they did rotate and fall back, whether it be through Cotsdale Hatch or down those white stairs. Maybe just a slight missed opportunity there from NIP, but it puts a round on the board for FaZe more importantly. We'll now go downstairs to Kitchen and Kitchen demo. Parker called me up on that one earlier, so I'm going to do my best to...
What did he say to you?
I just said bakery.
It's not bakery. That's no.
No,
Bakery's on the site.
Yeah, but it's old school, isn't it? Like that's what I
Oh,
know
the
it as.
old cafe.
Yeah, but like
the site you don't go.
but everybody would know what I meant. But yeah, and this is just Kitchen and Kitchen, so it doesn't have the same ring, I don't think.
I said NIP were a team that doesn't like to play flash. I see a Blitz, and immediately my interest is tenfold, as I'm sure you're familiar, Ollie. Blitz at the moment is an extremely good operator in the meta. Can be used in a lot of different ways, but you also have to be careful. Blitz, he's not as he's not immortal. He is still just a guy with a pistol at the end of the day. You still very easily kill him. But a good Blitz player is a scary one at that. You look, I think, of NA at the moment, have been very dominant with that operator. I look at Forrest over in SSG, great Blitz player in his own right. He just tears apart defense, and Blitz is almost, the wild card that you can bring in to just make the defense play entirely different. Because you do have to change your mindset if you're up against the Blitz. You have to be a little bit more laid back. You have to be able to fall back more. Don't play too aggressive, because going aggressive against the Blitz is not going to end well. Blitz is great in those 1v1 engagements. Where is the Blitz? I don't see him. You see him?
I'm looking.
Where he is. Oh, I hear him. He's punching something. Okay, I think he's on Garage Door. I could be wrong, but I think he's down by white. That's a good place to put your Blitz. Taking VIP, as we know, is very difficult. Blitz is great in that 1v1. You're running straight down a long corridor. You have the shield ready to go. You can take that engagement onto the player instead of VIP. The only issue, the player instead of VIP is actually a Warden. So that might cause some issues for the Blitz whenever push comes to shove.
There's real engagement burning here as Handy, he's going to take the swing on the Echo, picks himself up one and a second. Some fantastic shooting there. It isn't going to go without response, though. The cover inside of VIP has been lost, and that map control gain, but look at him go. He's now going toe-to-toe with the Blitz, trying to put the shots in. He makes it happen. How has Handy managed this? He barely moved his feet. He did not leave reception, and he picked himself up 4 kills, one of which was onto a Blitz. And in a 1v1, if you can't win it as a Blitz, it's a pretty poor do.
I'm not looking at the Blitz, I'm looking for everyone else. These two at the front door, gifting him 2 kills, another one. Yes, please. In comes the Blitz. Impact. Great way with dealing with a Blitz, but just losing them early, man. And the kind of first approach actually getting into the building. A little bit of a worrying sign there for NIP. I mean, FaZe just relying there on Handy doing all the business. I don't think that was the initial game plan as Handy. You're going to be playing Echo. You need to get 4 kills in reception, or else we're going to lose the round. That was never going to be the idea for FaZe Clan. They had plenty of other countermeasures in place for them, but see NIP just fall to one player, having a great round for himself. Bit of a shame. NIP, they go behind. FaZe Clan in the lead, which on Cafe, I think defense, you expect to see them be on top, Ollie. It's the side that is more favored. We say this time and time again, 4-2 splits are very common on a map like Cafe. So even for NIP to get another round, it's not the end of the world for them. But FaZe Clan, they're going to want 4. They're going to want, 5. They're probably going to try and aim for 5 here, Ollie.
I think they'll take as many as they can get at this moment. You know, if the momentum's rolling with you, you've got to take advantage of that. And certainly, as you mentioned, with some of the difficulties that come with attacking on Cafe, you're also going to want to make sure that you exploit that as best you can. Early nade going in there. Appears that there was some sort of utility there that it was destined to destroy, hence the observers Just going in for a bit of a closer look there. I'm not entirely sure what it was. Phase is spread quite thinly here, Demo. We've got Handy downstairs, and it isn't the best position to find yourself in out there on the roam if there is something like a Dokkaebi in the mix. That call is going to give you away, at least audio-wise. And it really just depends on how hard NIP want to try and push onto this.
He's trapped between a Muzi and a Wizard right now. The greatest of positions for Handy to be in. He does have an impact grenade. Could try and make a rotate and get himself out somewhere. I don't know where that would be, but at the moment, he stands firm. I think if you're NIP, you go for this. You've already got the first blood. You managed to kill a player with a nade. So why not? You have the man advantage. You have the man power. In comes the hot drone. Muzi's feet. He will spot out Handy, and it's only a matter of time you would expect. Muzi just needs to try and wait for his teammate to get round there. Wizards. Here he comes. Handy takes one, but not the second. A good refrag. Man advantage still in favor of NIP. Minute on the clock. Now for NIP, it's just a case of getting the drone work done. Figure out where the remaining players are. Go for your execute.
Great work there from NIP. It has eaten quite a good deal of time, though. And Cyber, he's going to level things up at 3-3. So any advantage that has been gained has now really been lost. You've not only lost a couple of bodies, but you've also lost all of your grenades. Of course, the Ayana and the Sledge being those operators that you're going to look toward. Now puts you in a bit more of a difficult situation if you want to try and root any of these defenders out. And well, if we look at Cyber's position, there's nothing that is forcing him to move. If anything, he can peek around pillar and post and pick himself up yet another down. KDS hiding out here inside of the freezer. Nice little crossfire being held here. Vitaking knows he doesn't need to challenge that angle too hard and can drop back with the shotgun. And KDS is still entirely unknown here. Finds himself one. Immediately traded. Diffuser cold on the ground. Picked up by Muzi, and a plant going down. Psycho has to cover for the brief moment that this is a 1 versus 1, but isn't able to. The plant will be confirmed. Muzi, he doesn't have a lot of health to speak of. Vitaking's rocking the SMG, switches to the shotgun, makes himself a nice little line of sight, but Muzi, he's tucked in behind the long bar. He's been in this position before. Genius. Is he going to bottle it? Vitaking goes for the run pass, no information. Takes a lot of nerve to sit in the corner as Muzi, but he's got it.
Just sensational, that. I love that position, love the patience. He's hidden away. If you're in that post-plant scenario, as you're trying to clutch and you know you're in a 1v1 diffuser going down, first of all, you have the pressure of, I am against the clock. I have a limited amount of time before I just lose the round outright. And second off, you have no information. There's nobody on cams. There's nothing up for you to go off. You have to check every single angle. Are you going to blindly check every corner and every position someone could hide in? Obviously you could, but that's going to take too long. You can't play like that. You have to play fast. You have to take the chance. And I always say, in a game like Siege, just a little bit of luck goes a long way. It's just a case of, hey, he's lucky he didn't swing that. He's lucky he didn't pre-fire that position. But again, NIP, they're a team that live on moments. That was a great moment. The fact that they were able to get that diffuser down, I think it was, what, 2 seconds left, and then the plant goes down, and then Muzi, as cold as anything in the clutch. Great stuff to see. Very well played by him. FaZe, you would think, I mean, I was looking at, whenever the execute was coming in for NIP, I was like, FaZe are in such good positions, they're all together, they're all lined up, they're ready to trade each other. One comes in, they trade back, another one comes in, they trade it back, and it goes to the 1v1, out of time, whatever it is. But I think it was the Doc you have to look at. He gave himself away first, and then there was more of a flood coming in through Cocktail, and that's how the diffuser was able to go down. White stairs in that scenario doesn't really do a lot, because you can't plant in White. You can't. You're planting Cocktail. That should be the stage you need to make sure you defend more.
Solid round there from NIP. They now drawn themselves level. And of course led after round 1, and then FaZe had a little bit of a resurgence, but NIP certainly got their act together, and they got it together very quickly, demonstrating how they can be just so effective in those final stages of a round. Doesn't get much closer than planting the diffuser with 2 seconds left to go, I'll be honest with you. It does make for some exciting viewing, that's for sure. There is a C4 prep, there it is. We can
A classic.
hear the good old buzz and beep of the C4. Plenty of information to go off for that one as well. With Valkyrie cameras out there.
If they die to that, I'm going to worry. They do have an IQ. They, you know, Moosey's playing that operator. You would expect that to be found out, along with the Valkyrie cameras. It's another operator that's been let through, mostly because, hey, you know, you're banning away Yazami. And I think the Yazami's very strong, and oh dear, a run out not going to plan. NIP, just a flurry of kills come in. It's advantage them right now, and even more so as Picking's gone. Cons eliminates him, and now Handy in the 1v4. We've games so far seen him play some really nice shots, but once again, I just think time's too much for him, Ollie.
Well, he's been droned now, so it really is only a matter of time. The diffuser is in Pino's hands. They could choose to put that down and pile on the pressure, but instead it looks as though they're just going to try and go for the kill here. Handy allowed to pick up one for his troubles, but takes a good deal of damage in return. Finished off through the wall by Moosey. Almost looks like a pistols only, boys. We can't do him that badly. We need to give him half a chance there because his team has just fallen around him.
It feels like we've left, you know, kind of coke out for 2 days. It's just very flat for FaZe. So it feels like not a lot really to say about them. They tried some jump outs. I think we missed the other 2 kills. I don't know where they came in from, but you pointed out whenever we seen, you know, that early C4 back in round 2, it felt like FaZe, have they put the mindset that they have to go out and be the game changers? Do they see themselves as underdogs? Do they have to be the ones who have to get creative and get aggressive and all that stuff? You know, you talk about, you know, David versus Goliath and all that storylines. Is that where we're at for FaZe now?
Quite possibly. It's early to tell though, right? You know, map 1 of the best of 3 isn't their map choice. You would expect them to come away with a lion's share of the round here, though. A 3-3 split if you're on the defensive cafe. I don't know if you're looking at that and you're thinking that, you know, it's been the greatest success. Obviously, we've had a couple of really key important operators removed from the defense here in the Azami and the YMI, but equally on the side of the attack, you've lost the Ying, you've lost the Nomad, so you've lost a bit of flank control protection, you've lost a bit of executability. And of course, you've always got this that Moosey is doing right now. Look at the time. 42 seconds left on the clock. He's just about getting to opening a door. He's thinking about getting onto the roof. You can see one of his teammates is just making the way on. That's 30 seconds gone out of the round, so time is always going to be a factor on this map for the attackers. It is. I find it very difficult to say which sort of way that this map clearly falls. I can see good arguments for both, but I think in this current game that we've got, FaZe will really feel justified with a 3-3 and potentially wishing they had a little bit more.
So we head into kitchen. This was the blitz round that NIP tried to execute. Didn't work too well because Handy just played out of his skin inside a reception. Looks to be a little bit more generic, a little bit more typical of what we expect to see. An early top-down clear, making sure nobody's on the roam. And as, of course, expected from the side of FaZe, nobody's going to be doing so. They're all happy enough to sit in sight. You have that extension in towards VIP again. The bakery hold there also. Pino going to come in, start opening up the flooring. NIP not a fan of taking Ram, which of course is an operator that we've talked about before. It means that you don't get C4'd as you're going for these certain plays. No C4s actually on the side of FaZe Clan. Only 6 impacts. That's, I mean, I say only, that's quite a hefty amount of them. Right now for NIP, it's just clear VIP. It's doing the basics. Every professional team should know how to clear VIP very well. You make sure somebody's rotated over towards the double window. It means that KDS can no longer escape from that position. But how are they going to get rid of the shield? That's going to be a tricky one, Ollie, because there's nothing on the arsenal unless there's a Gone 6 coming in from the Lion. Or the I'm pretty sure Buck gets it as well. Then it may cause issues.
NIP, textbook round for them at this point. Everybody alive, 35 seconds left to go. They've done a lot of the hard work. They've gained that map control. They've got a good amount of vertical here. Cons waiting patiently for the drop. KDS, he looks away at the wrong moment. That was the one time you needed to be on the ball, KDS. Gets himself full white flash, activates the goggles, but Cons is getting the plant down. It's too little too late. He's gone deep. The Toxic Babe is going to be no good there. And we're going to see a 5 versus 5 post plant very quickly sent into advantage phase as Cyber picks himself at 1. Bitter King a second. KDS, you're still playing the water, mate. You got to activate those goggles. Muzi, he's trying to hold on. He knows that the player is going to be inside of Christmas. Just allows him to cross there on that bulletproof shield. That makes it a much more difficult challenge to take. And with the rest of FaZe alive, surely somebody can start to try and disable that diffuser. Victor King from site is going to take up that mantle. Muzi can try his best, but Cyber has been everywhere. Wizard finds one. 8 seconds left to go.
He's ran down the
clock.
clock.
No longer enough time. Demo, how has he managed to do it?
That is one of the wildest rounds of Siege I have seen all stage long. We had a 5 versus 5 successful plant go in. Not a sinner died anywhere. Everyone was up as that diffuser hit. We'd then seen a scramble of a retake for FaZe Clan. They successfully took upstairs. They used the vertical. We seen the Warden win the 1v1 against the Lion. And then there was still Wizard in the site. And Wizard somehow stays alive long enough to clear away the players who were in close proximity to go for the defuse. But Ollie, the issue was they sent too many people upstairs. Obviously, I think that's an oversight. How can you say you sent too many people upstairs? But they did. If one player had just been lurking around the site, he would have been able to get the defuse. He ran the clock down so well. But there's no shot you should ever be losing that phase.
Well.
I need a tablet. Something. Sore head watching that.
It's just the chaos of it all. I'd love to go back and watch it from Wizard's point of view. I think that would paint a certain picture. Because he was just in the mix there, Demo.
I know. It's definitely one to go back and watch again and just see the ins and outs of that. But even seeing a 5v5 plant, Ollie, it's absurd in itself. Very rarely you'd see them. That's a once in a blue moon opportunity. But again, NIP, they're a team that will take their time. They're just as long as they can get that plant. They're a plant-orientated team. That is what that team is. But a 4-2 half, they're going to be over the moon with that. They really will.
Oh, they're going to be very happy with that. It puts even more pressure now onto the side of FaZe. You don't want to go down early. Obviously, best of 3, it's all about your map pick and the decider. You can't really let the opponent's map pick get into your head too much, but you don't want things like that to happen at the same time. And that's the big problem with it.
Souls. Gone. Using the Twitch. More of the utility will remain at the moment. They're inside a shot. Oh, somehow he kills one before being traded off. Missed time there, I want to say, from FaZe. Should have waited for Cyber to clear the man in Cigar Shop before he dropped down into red. Oh my! Muzi has walked into a grenade. Grenade didn't get sent to him. He walked to it. Minute left. FaZe. That kill back has certainly helped them. Cyber, misses the headshot on the Pinos. He took a glimpse to see what was happening. There's the other parts of that top floor. All 3 players from FaZe now, while they will stack up together and start sweeping across that top floor. But look at NIP, they're very quick now to move into phase 2, Ollie, which is a hold in towards that reading. So you have 2 options now if you're FaZe. You can either start to work on the site, so going in towards Piano, using the buck in that attitude, which it looks like they're going to, or they could have actually hunted the guys in towards reading, because on this bomb site, as sure as anything, they will be somebody inside a reading trying to hold that side of the map, so you could try and abuse the vertical angles above him, clear Psycho out of this position, because he's in it's a deadly spot to be in. You can start to flank in towards Pillar, you can go back to site if needed, you can hold the guys coming down white. It is a strong spot to be in.
13 seconds left to go. Equal man count on either side. Wizard, he's got a decent angle, needs to challenge the upside down repel, but no, catches Handy out. How has he gotten away with it? Why is Handy giving his position away? The plant was going down. Oh, no, not like this. NIP, clutch after clutch.
I'm sure probably you're thinking, why on earth is he rappelling in instead of just jumping in? Simple being is, if a goo mine's on the window, you will repel yourself further in, so you will not get hit by the goo mine. That's why it is, because you know, if you ever swing and you'll see you kind of do a little dash whenever you hit the floor. It's like a long jump, oof, little oomph. And that's why that's why he's repelled in. But if you get caught mid repel animation, then Exhibit A, as you can see, a very easy cleanup job for NIP. FaZe Clan once again, Ollie. There's not a lot happening. You look across really the board of FaZe. There's Handy, and then where do you look? And also Handy got 4 of those kills just from one position. In one round. You know, like, you have to be looking at KDS. He's playing Ayana. You need to be getting more kills than that. Just overall, it's just very deflating performance from FaZe Clan.
It isn't over yet, though, Demo. It isn't over yet.
Panic Monty, anyone? You know, this really does roll back the ears, Ollie, in Brazil.
But this is the wrong side, though. We need the Panic Monty off NIP.
If you don't know, if you weren't around back in the older days of Brazil, NIP were notorious whenever push comes to shove and they were up against the wall. They, I suppose, brought their own wall. They would always pick a Monty if things were not going well. Maybe FaZe have taken a page out of NIP's book. Things aren't going well. Why not throw in the Monty? The reason why Monty's such a good operator, I'd honestly put him A-tier operator. I would have. Like, I think he's right up there with being a really great influential operator. The thing about Monty, and what he does so well, is the freedom of information you get. You can just call out for your team extremely well. And I always think for attackers, finding out positions for defenders is a lot more difficult than defenders find out positions of attackers. So having that Monty there, just to give you that safety, a bit of stability, when things aren't going well, especially the basics, you're almost having a handicap for yourself, because Monty does the basics really well. Communicates. That is basic number 1, as we know, for all these teams.
Muzi going to be dug in here to the freezer. The Lion Scan likely going to root him in place. This is where you're looking to get the value out of that Monty Demo. You mentioned its ability to call out and to really be that human drone. It's going to find players, but it's no good if you can't do anything with that info. Handy. He's going to be the first player to fall. KDS follows up with a nade of his own, and Pino gets down in the crossfire. Muzi, the next one to fall. Psycho left as the sole survivor. But it's going to be Souls. He's going to pick up 2 kills as KDS just trots his way in through the window at the same time. Looks as though FaZe have got a little bit of bite back.
It's as easy as that with a Monty. Do you see how easy that was for them to take control of White Stairs? Communicate, say, okay, there's one guy in White Stairs, get a nade down here quick. Nade goes in, dead man. Okay, you've cleared White Stairs, now I can move in towards Planks, now I can start calling out the people in towards Cocktail. There's one in Freezer, I can see one heat, one's down right now, one's down. All those little bits of information just paints the picture for FaZe, so they always know where the defenders are. They always know what to expect. And look what's happened for them. It's got them around. It's got them back on the horse. It's got them back in the saddle, and they're ready to go again. Monty has only been sticking around for 1 round, so he has gone out of the picture straight away. FaZe, this is their first time attacking the kitchen, and I think Monty does sometimes struggle, I think, a little bit more in terms of the kitchen side, mostly because there's a lot more to do in terms of utility. I think you need a lot more destructibility operators. You're looking for operators who can clear shields away, who can do vertical action. Monty doesn't fit either of them. However, they're still going with the Monty. They're still going with it. But then I look at the lineup, Ollie, and like I said, they're missing destructibility. Shields are going to be an issue. They're bringing 1 set of nades and maybe a Gone 6 from Buck. And that's it.
Always going to be an issue when you leave yourself a little bit light on other things that you may need. And that's maybe what we see happen here. We'll obviously have to wait for the round to play out to know for sure. It's strange to see FaZe being almost equally as slow on the attacks as NIP have been. I guess that speaks a little bit more to the map demo.
I mean, I think you can play a fast cafe. I think you can. I think it's possible. I think there's certainly operators you can utilize. You know, I think Lion has been certainly one that has been showcased quite a bit in cafe. It gives you those quick, 3, 2, 1 executes. Again, Blitz is always going to be an option for that. Sure, you lose the Ying, which is, she is the premier Russian operator, being able to execute extremely well, very fast with the Candelas. I think it's down to how the team wants to play. If you want to play a fast cafe, you go for it. You can certainly do that. We've seen really great bakery clears with just hit it with so many bits of utility and bang, they were in bakery at 2 minutes to go. It's just team preference. But I think both sides, again, we have to remember what's on the line. It's the major spot. You don't want to be trying any new things and any risky strategies. You want to play the best each that you think you can play, and for that, both sides want to play slow. What a pick. What a pick. That is such a difficult position to get rid of, by the way. I'm surprised that Pino has exposed himself that much, but a player in Rice, we've seen so many times the issues it causes the players inside of Freezer, because it's a very difficult position to clear, especially if there's a smoke. He can then start tossing his smoke gadgets into the bomb site, stop you from getting into Freezer. Yeah, very influential.
And if you look at what that pick's enabled, look at Vitaking's position already. Got himself straight in here immediately after that player has fallen. He's going to start to try and get this plan down. Muzi looking to fight on the reverse, but it's not going to do anything to stop Vitaking from nailing that diffuser to the ground. Post plan, Cyber taken out almost instantly, but is it going to be enough? There's some crucial engagements to win here, and Psycho's got to win them all now. He's still got the pressure coming in vertically. He's still got the human drone that is Vitaking bearing down onto him. He's only got 25 seconds to try and do anything. He can't stay in the site because his location can be called out. Very difficult position to be in indeed. Vitaking says, you know what, lads? I've done the hard work in this round. There's not enough time left for him to do anything. I fancy myself a kill of my own.
Every Monty in a 1v, diffuser scenario for the defense. As soon as that clock hits 7, you're unshielded. Look, I do it all the time. I think everyone does it. You've done the job. Go for the kill. Why not? Pad the stats. You don't get a lot of opportunities to get kills on Monty, so take it when it's there for you. FaZe, I love the change of pace. I think it suits them a lot more. Slowing it down. Just do what NIP did to you, and that's be surgical. Pick out what you want to take away, then go for it, put your own parts in, and just piece by piece build that attack. And I think having the Monty, it fills in a lot of the blanks. It really does. Whoa, 5-4. Comeback for FaZe is certainly on. However, Ollie, they do have to attack this top floor, which not worked out well for them last time.
And no Monty currently in the lineup. 6 picks coming out now as well, so now would be the time. I'm not entirely sure they've got room for it. The Monty is good, but what's the thought process if you are going to be bringing it to the top floor? You're going to try and drop a hatch with it? Are you going to try and walk up a staircase with it? You usually lean on more conventional methods. That certainly seems to be what FaZe have done here. Cons, going to go for the oldest trick in the book. Does this demonstrate the NIP are maybe a little bit down and out if they're looking for cheap tricks like this? Demo?
Cheap trick. Great little band. Is that what your reference?
Oh, we might get it here because he's got the Yokai drone coming up as well. C4's very early though.
Drone's been shot as well. They lost that bit of utility.
That's just a big old loss on the side of NIP. It's like -1 Yokai, minus your only C4.
May as well
threw
threw them and shot
for it.
Shot them as soon as you spawned in. Don't need
They
it.
didn't get too much for that.
Little snipe with Twitch throw. Obviously, very strong with clearing away some of the more trickier utility to get to on Cafe. Dropping the red hatch is oh so dangerous. So why not have a drone do it for you? Robots rule the world, Ollie. We should be aware of that. We've seen, you know, there's a good set of movies that came out that teach us that robots will be ruling the world.
I don't get it, sorry.
Hold on, I'll be back. Hold on.
It's still struggling.
You are just... Ah, what a waste. Well, I'm too smart for you sometimes. I don't appreciate it enough. At least Parker would appreciate it, that.
This time, yep, inside this round. I'll think about it. I'll mull it over. Handy. From above on the rappel. Going to be good for taking it down. Wizard, another round where NIP struggle with that opening pick. The Lions gang coming through. It allows Cyber to aggressively burst on in. Skeleton key in hand. Takes down Moosey. Souls. He's going to be the next to find blood. A Psycho. He gets tagged up significantly here in Cocktail. It's going to be a flawless Pino. He's got a plank going down and a player on white stairs. A flash comes down. He remembers. I have the goggles. But it's not going to be good enough. FaZe Clan, they terminate NIP at every single turn.
Well, where do we go now? 3 rounds in a row for FaZe on the attack, and they've looked stellar. I said that I thought their defense looked flat. I've just cracked open a new can. That's how fresh that FaZe all of a sudden started playing, and NIP really struggling to get the grips with some of these defenses. Rightly so, we've seen the timeout be called. For NIP, it just feels as though they've kind of hid away and give FaZe Clan too much of the map. And FaZe Clan have just, they say, okay, we'll take that, no problem at all.
I can't believe you didn't get my reference, by the way, Demo.
Well, I just thought you didn't get my reference. I was just not going to get your reference.
No, but mine was getting yours. Like, I tied it in at the end nicely, you know? Also, would you like to change your prediction?
You... No.
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 You think the timeout's...
Should I?
You think the timeout's good, or you think we're potentially going to all 3? I mean, this isn't done yet. I just have a feeling it's FaZe. I have a feeling it's the FaZe map.
I'll let you know on Chalet.
That's the last map.
Exactly.
that we may or may not even see.
Exactly. I honestly think we'll get the Chalet tonight. Again, this is up in the air for this Cafe game. This next round's a big one. Because this decides what team then gets that overtime match point. Or not overtime match point, who gets that match point leading into potential overtime. NIP going to be taking on the Mining and Fireplace for their defense. Plenty of traps. Quad traps, Ollie, are going to be implemented for NIP. But I will say again, lack of a Jaeger, lack of an Aruni to deny some of those nades and flashbangs coming in. So I think both sides have actually been very smart on the attack, using that utility well.
I would agree. You maybe didn't see it because you weren't working the game demo, but map number 1 today, it was 8-7, and E1 lost it due to a frost mat in the final round. one versus 2 or something like that. And it just all came down to we watched like a max OT game for a frost mat. It just jogged my memory there when you were mentioning about, you know, NIP going kind of trap heavy here, maybe looking to slow down FaZe in some way. Something FaZe have been great at is this information game. Their drone work has been fantastic. And we're seeing a lack of a mute. Mute is a staple in this meta.
Just a great operator.
And NIP, they're just giving so much away because they don't bring these mute jammers. They're just allowing these drones to go crazy. We're getting souls every single round on that shock drone, finding some sort of value, whether it's a Fenry gadget, whether it's a deployable drone block or an observation block or whatever it might be. He's finding that value, and it's just removing so much of NIP's ability to burn out that time. NIP aren't doing as good a job at wasting time as what FaZe were doing on their defenses that way, even though FaZe weren't very successful.
7 drones left for FaZe. That kind of tells you all you need to know. Souls opens up, eliminates Pino, and oh, there's Cons. Diving in, looks the wrong way. What's going on there? I have no idea, but kills go back and forth, and FaZe are on top. NIP crumble beneath the weight of them. Wizard on the frost. 50 seconds to go. He's staring down a long walk. Has to retake. Diffuser going down. Here he goes into reading. Gets spotted out. All his HP almost gone in an instant. Gets an exit onto Via King, but then there's Handy with the kill. Ollie, I don't even want to know what happened in bathroom. What a mess. And
I think Cyber's probably really glad that his team won that round, because if they hadn't won that round, he would probably feel somewhat responsible for missing, I think it was 3 skeleton key shots at such close range. Granted, I think the first shot, half of it got eaten up by the door frame. But the second and the third, I don't know what was going on. It was pretty messy. It looked like someone had replaced his ammunition with rubber bullets or something of the like, because that player was not going down, and Cyber got himself caught in a bit of a spin cycle. Didn't matter though. He was the only casualty on that round for the most part. Right up until it came a 4 versus 1, so at that point, it doesn't really matter too much. You are expected to win those. You don't see too many clutches of that nature. FaZe, 1 round away from taking NIP's map pick here of Cafe. Moving on to their own map pick of Oregon. Going to be going down to Kitchen. NIP need to wake up because they have not had a good time. And Demo, we mentioned about panic shields. It only seems fitting, right?
How do you counter the Monty? Very simple. Bring your own shield. Bring your own Clash. People don't realize how much of a pain a Clash is for other shield operators on the attack. She will, first of all, let the team know where you are, if it wasn't already obvious, so you can hear the big funky shields moving around, but still, you can, give that information out to the defense. And 2, the amount of HP that you can get rid of a Monty just with 1 full-on burst. Monty's already slow as it is. Imagine just him walking speed and then minus half that. So you're even taking more damage because you get that slow effect applied onto you. And it just starts stacking up. You can lose half your HP just off 1 full-on blast of a Clash. That means you can't face her again, because then she'll just do it again and you're dead. So having the Clash, I think, is a great counterplay, and one that I think is very underrated, and a lot of people don't really understand how strong she can be against the Monty.
Something we can say for sure, speaking on the side of NIP, is that none of them have really had a pop-off game so far. Sort of look up and down and you see Muzi 8 and 8, Wizard 8 and 9. you know, they've had good success in spells, but they've not had that consistency. No one's going positive. No one's looking like they're, you know, the one that's going to stand up and be that player, because they haven't really got a talisman player at the moment, in my opinion. I think they've got a lot of players that can do it. When none of them are doing it, it does become a little bit of a problem. Flip that over and look on the side of FaZe. You got someone like Souls who's sitting 11-4. It's very impressive in a game where we're currently in the 12th round. So, got to balance that out a little bit and just sort of say, NIP, yeah, you might have had a great time on the attack, but on the defense, there's no one there that's really sort of saying, look, get behind me and enable me.
Start to, when they kind of phase 2 now of their attack, all the dirty work, a remodel off that flooring, getting the angles opened up. Looks to be a bakery-sided take, because they have spotted out. They see a clash sat in a corner. This is where you should go straight bakery. Avoid the clash altogether. It's an operator you don't want to deal with right now if you are FaZe Clan. However, there is quite a lot of utility still on the bakery side. I suppose that's probably the only downside, Ollie. If you want to try and go to bakery, there's no vertical play for that. You can't open up above that bakery. You just have to try and front up and get the you know, the nades and the flashbangs, get the trades, get the kills, but a very heavy lineup of a lot of denial, the Goyo and the smoke. So all now impossible for Monty getting through that. And another Goyo caster that's going to burn out the freezer door entirely. FaZe are going to be beating time here, Ollie.
Something else that NIP have been able to do this time is they've entirely disabled Souls on that shock drone, but he's still got the gun and it isn't really going to matter. We're going to see a couple of kills come in there. Cons, he might be struggling there on the old clash, but he's going to get the job done regardless. Vitiking is going for the plant. Surely only a matter of time. Hello, where is everybody? How have you let the Monty plant? Vitiking, he's now drawn for the pistol. Well, he better get the gun out there as finds himself in a tough situation. And Clash can win this round because Clash can just do Clash things and press buttons. We've still got the Fenry gadget going off, and well, that isn't going to affect Cons in that regard. Muzi, he takes the bull by the horns and says, I know what is going to win us this round. We simply need to disable that diffuser. Clash, go off and distract, and I will run over and take us to an overtime.
I think for a period there, Monty forgot that the diffuser was planted. He forgot, wait, why am I walking away from the diffuser? What's that all about? And he almost had to second guess himself and say, no, I should be stopping that. And he runs in, but you never get into that in time. And it just, again, it shows the power of the Clash. Beats Monty any day of the week, the 1v1. Even Monty sitting there trying to melee the Clash shield away. Okay, you move the Clash shield to her side, and then what? You're not going to be able to kill her. Yeah, very comical, I suppose, at the end. Overtime is where we end up. NIP, the plan of just stalling them out, using the utility. That Clash, the impact of that Clash, not only did we see it really work well in the, you know, that 1v1 against the Monty, but did you not see the attitude from FaZe Clan? They see a Clash sitting inside a bunker, and they're immediately like, let's not push that. But then they have to go through all of the shenanigans of clearing out Bakery, which is not easy either. So they're really left in a position where they don't want to go either avenue, but they had to choose one. I think either way, just the way they set up for NIP and with the time management from FaZe, no matter what they went for, I just think FaZe were going to lose that.
Well, here we are. Overtime has struck. It kind of seems only fitting because both teams have shown good siege today, and equally both teams have shown a lack of decent siege today. It just happens that it's been on opposing rounds, so we've ended up flipping and flopping until we get to a point where it's 6-6, and well, now we've got to put a limit on this and really find a winner here in map number 1. It is going to be NIP starting off on the defense. Not entirely sure if that's a good or a bad thing for them at the minute demo. They did certainly pick things up toward the later stages of their defensive phase, and you could argue that they are moving with the momentum that they built in the previous couple of rounds. But it hasn't been where they've seen the most success, and well, Handy, he's going to find some success of his own. Cons there. Just goes to show the pressure of a couple of drones and a lion scan coming in can really force you to do some very strange things.
15-6. Standout. Oh, it's handy to have a man like that in your team, isn't it? It really is. Oh, sorry, pardon the pun there. Didn't realise. Oh,
I couldn't
easy.
even count all of his kills on my hands.
Be careful. That flashbang nade combo is a scary one. Burns through any potential ADS that could have been there. And the nade comes in straight after and just, you don't have time to react almost. And the tricking inside a bathroom. That is extremely terrifying without the lack of any burn on his door. ADS has no nades though. That's the good news. No nades left at all for NIP. He was the only one with them. Pino picks up souls. What's happened here? For FaZe, a stall out. Where on earth has Cyber came in from? Moosey's been gifted a freebie, and now the remaining two players have to drop the hatches, Ollie. This is not looking good.
I think we need to put a restraining order on Cyber and that washroom, because he doesn't seem to play very well in that area. He's had a couple of shockers in that corridor. It's not been the Cyber that we know and are used to at all. KDS, he's got his sights set on a player inside a cocktail. He also knows that there's very likely somebody in the bathroom, but look at the cross NIP have developed. And they are given no reason to move whatsoever. Vitaking suffers some very unfortunate timing. Awesome, fantastic team play from the side of NIP. You can decide which, and it's going to be Pino to close out the round. NIP, they have awoken, bursting into life right when it matters. Now put themselves on a map and series point.
I actually really like that hold from NIP. It's showing a good way of holding that top floor without having to rely on a Zami a lot of the time. I think that top floor just gets a lot easier if you have a Zami on board. With it being banned away, you have to get a little bit creative. And obviously NIP going for the Azami ban, they would have prepped that extremely well. The idea was to bring in the castle to then shelter off Piano from Cigar, fully reinforced bathroom, which initially, if you are a side and you see a team fully reinforced bathroom, you think, oh my goodness, we can get into Piano for absolutely nothing. So easy. But then that almost baits the attackers into all flood in towards, trying to get the bathroom all open. But little do they know, they have players holding on to white stairs, holding on to the Piano door, and then also somebody bandit tricking away any ace charges that could be trying to open up bathroom. And then on top of that, you have these long 1.5 angles from Warden in the heart of the bomb site, picking off players as they enter in. So it baits the attackers into thinking Piano is safe, but really it's a trap. It's not safe at all.
Feels like a long time since FaZe have been on the defense. And it is. They did not have the best time of things here, and NIP, they were running roughshod all over them in the first phase of this map. What's changed since then, though? Of course, we have moved into the overtime, so things don't always go as we expect. And that goes for everything, including site choice. I'm a little bit surprised to see go down to reading demo. I would have thought would have maybe been opting for that top floor. FaZe, though, knowing what they need to do here, and that is to extend and burn away time, give themselves options to fall back on at later points in the round, and bring that utility that is going to assist them in wasting that time. And for this round, at least, they've chosen to bring the Aruni, those laser gates. Just going to slow things down a little bit. They're going to cause need for a little bit of burn. And burn is something that is lacking on the side of NIP at the minute.
Not a lot. 2 smoke grenades, you don't really want to be using them. Burn away Renegates. Certainly EMPs, you want to keep them for rid of any electrifications, but as we know, there is none of that on the side phase. NIP, it looks to be a pretty slow play. I think picking off utility, using the IQ, I think is a good thing to go for. See where FaZe are going to be set up the strongest, and start just chipping away, slowly but surely, whittling down some of those positions best they can. right now of your phase, you've seen already NIP sometimes the time can get away from them. All you want to do is hold upstairs as long as you can. It's always a tricky one to say, do you want to just play for your life? You know, I'm going to stay up here as long as I can. If I die, I die. Or is it the case of we're going to drop away quite early on? I see a warden inside a freezer, and I always feel if you're playing inside of a kill box like that, you're happy enough to have the funeral arrangements come in there. You're happy to be buried there. By all means, get the Undertaker in. There's no Blackbeard but you still get the Blackbeard in, or get the Undertaker in. Go for it.
The freeze has been something that both teams have really used to try and manipulate that, but the kills are going to be coming in everywhere but at the moment, and it takes a long while for NIP to find one back in return, but it comes in a 2 in the form of KDS and Cyber. Souls did a lot of damage there, and he's been able to get away with it. NIP, they've got control now of this top floor, but it's come at a great cost. You look at the operators that they've got left, and well, they haven't really got that level of destruction that you might like. Muzi finds himself inside of wheel room. Souls, can he make it 4? He's already found 3, and it looks as though he knows exactly where Muzi is going to be. That DMR is devastating. It isn't Souls, it's going to be somebody else, as Muzi can see the tracers coming in around him. Gonna have a hard time navigating this one and breaking it down. Moves on into dining, and well, he was getting pinched from both sides there. Great hold from FaZe. And Demo, every round required to find a winner here.
Dez, we're going, Dez. No, Tim, back, Tim, no, back, overtime. We're going overtime. Sorry about that, Tim. He said he'd come round for a bit. he came up. He just smelt it. He smelt the overtime, and that's been a running trend for today, Ollie. All of our series in the first map, it has went 15 rounds. My goodness. So, digesting that for FaZe. Equally, they played it just as slow. NIP kind of got into the false, sense of, okay, FaZe are going to let us do what we're going to do. No problem. Bang. Something hasn't happened in a while. FaZe go aggro. They go for jump bounce. They clear the players off the windows. Little pocket plays like that, where a team has been lulled into, a sensation of safety, and then you just rip that away from them out of nowhere. Love it. Love the play style shift, that change in dynamic. And that gets us to 15.
I've got a feeling that this isn't the only map that's going to go to 15 tonight.
Oh my. 45 rounds perhaps?
Yeah, I do believe that we're going to be here for a while between these two teams, just because of how familiar this matchup is.
It's so close. The history of both of these sides go way, way back. We're talking, what, year 3, I think, was the first time we've seen these sides go up against each other. And as it stands in the actual, history, and obviously we know that teams have changed throughout then, 18 series wins for FaZe, 15 series wins for NIP. So certainly back and forth. And the last times that both these sides have met in this current year, in 2023, NIP have bested FaZe on both occasions.
And the best bit is, we're at the end of map 1 and we are no closer to knowing who is going to come away with the series, because both teams have played a very similar level of siege here tonight. We haven't got to this scoreline through lucky clutches or incredibly unfortunate timing. It's been good solid siege that's seen us get this far. Now on the side of FaZe, Clan shows what they've got attacking downstairs into kitchen. Cyber going to start to try and rip open a little bit of this floor with the assistance of KDS. Souls still in spawn, getting the value out of those shock drones. We've commented on it a couple of times already, how he's able to remove so much utility due to the lack of a mute in the lineup. It's a lack of attention toward that part of the game, because the drone game for FaZe has been incredible so far. And the biggest change in this round, potentially, Demo, is that we've got the clash from Cons, but we haven't got a shield on the side of FaZe. So where they've been able to use Vitiking previously to really bully himself in and get that plant down, they're not really going to have that same opportunity. They're going to have to come about that a different way.
And not only that, they've stuck in a Capitao. That can fire off the Clash and stop her from doing her job. Whenever the fuse is going down, Clash is great just to walk in for everyone. You can hold the angles, but you can't go through that shield. But having the fire keeps her at bay. Smoke canister deployed. Souls will be stopped for the meantime. So Wizard, he remains alive. And how about this Freezer player before? Here comes Vita and does flame in the Clash. Oh, burned alive. That is the power of having the Brazilian operator on your side, and Wizard has a big old clutch to do. It's two of them essentially gone. Souls has been down, but Via King has rotated deep, and Handy appears from Gold Stairs, takes down Wizard, and FaZe, my oh my. What a great adaptation. Take the Capitao, clear away the Clash, and win the round and win the map.
Very impressive there from FaZe. That was not a map that I had them down as coming away the victors on, especially during the opening half. They didn't get off to the strongest start, but they persevered and they came up with those adaptations, as you mentioned, Demo. They knew what NIP were going to do there. They gathered good information on those drones. And I guess that's what it kind of comes back to, right? Because a lot of those attacking rounds have really come back to the information that FaZe have been able to gather, whether that's information inside of the prep phase and then been able to make a 6-pick off the back of that information, or whether it's in the round at the start trying to gather that info. They've done a great job, and to see that adaptation come through right at the end, very, very well played there from FaZe. NIP, they're going to be kicking themselves about that one. They had a couple of good opportunities there to close out that map.
It's their map pick as well, which always plays into the mental warfare of, yeah, you've picked it, you should be winning that. So it lines us up quite nicely into FaZe's pick now, and that's going to be our next map, Oregon. But before that, Ollie, we have a bit of a break. So we'll be back as soon as we get the next game ready to go.
Another NIP FaZe Clan matchup, another win secured in overtime. But this time around, not by NIP, but rather FaZe Clan managed to take it away on NIP's map pick, C-Daps.
Yeah, and it was just really hard to watch for NIP because all of their round wins were so close in man count. But whenever they lost, they did lose big, and it was just failure to accomplish the plan that they set out. And FaZe Clan, they just came and were playing so well on the defensive side. At first, sure, a little bit of a resurgence from NIP on their attacks, but as soon as you got onto the attacking side for FaZe, their aggression just came through.
Yeah, absolutely. And FaZe looked like the FaZe that we've seen yesterday, not like the FaZe that we've seen throughout those best of one series. So I think that this is a great showing from them, but the question remains again, is it something they can carry into that next map? Coming on to Cafe as well, for FaZe specifically, we had a couple of questions, considering the fact that NIP has performed on it very well. But it felt like the game plan, as you mentioned, that they had just didn't stick. FaZe Clan just was expecting it.
Yeah, and once again, this was an incredibly close matchup with some crazy post plants that was really fun to watch, but at the end of the day, the better team wins. And especially when you're able to close out those close rounds, sure, everything doesn't necessarily matter. FaZe Clan, their primary plan worked more often than not, and mainly just that round 8 through 11 big resurgence on the attack from FaZe Clan led to all of these stats going handedly in the favor of FaZe Clan. Despite this being such a close game on the scoreline, statistically it really wasn't. 15 additional kills went the way of FaZe, as well as almost a 0.3 rating difference is something I haven't seen before.
Yeah, and we're looking at the individual players as well from the side of FaZe Clan that steps up to the plate, and it felt like it was every single one of them. KDS was one of the players that we highlighted earlier today, but it was very much down to Handy and Solzy holding each other's hands and leading the team towards victory.
Yeah, and Pino, unfortunately, just not able to get anything going. Suffering the opening death 4 times is not something that you want to give to FaZe Clan, especially because we know their conversion rate is insanely high. Sure, KDS and Cyber, they weren't necessarily the ones getting involved in the entry too often. It was actually Handy finding a lot of holes on the defensive side where he was just able to weave in, get a quick cheeky kill, and scamper off, and it looked so dang good.
Yeah, looking then at the side of NIP, and as we mentioned, we were hoping to see the entirety of that roster step up. What was it exactly that has prevented them from doing so? Was FaZe just that blockade in the road stopping them from getting to their success, or was it rather their individual play that was not really up to standard from what we've seen from them in the last couple of play days?
I think it would just fell on the individual play. For NIP, they still played together as a team. Like, the bomb was going down on their attacks. They were able to stop the bomb when it was necessary on their defensive side, but at the end of the day, the game can be simplified down to just flat out gunfights. It's an FPS game for a reason, and NIP just weren't winning them.
Yeah, well, FPS game it will remain, and the question is, for next map, Oregon, it's FaZe's map pick. We haven't really seen NIP on it for a hot minute. So what does that feel like to you? What are your analysts' senses saying?
I'm filled with fear and dread because it's the world of the unknown. I like to fall back on my stats, look at general trends, and have an idea of what I'm going into. And for FaZe Clan, they are stepping into the unknown of NIP's Oregon, but they're very confident. NIP, they did not play this map in all of 2022, all of 2023. So it has been 2 years since we have seen NIP allow this map to go through, even to a decider, which is just very interesting. Sure, an Oregon ban does make sense with it being such a default map that so many teams have in their back pocket, they have in their map pool reservoir, but for NIP, they're just very confident in themselves of, hey, we don't want to go to an equalizer map. They don't play Clubhouse that often. They always ban out Oregon. And now as we're seeing that they're willing to go to this map, maybe it's once again one of the trajectory changes that NIP have shown from stage 1 now to stage 2, that they're on the upswing. Maybe their map pool's getting a little bit bigger, or they're just overall just changing things up, hoping to throw something at the wall to disrupt FaZe.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to wait and see whether or not either one of these predictions is correct, because we're going to take a little bit of a break and then we'll be back with the second map of this best of 3 series, and that will be Oregon FaZe's map pick.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We have got NIP versus FaZe Clan in map number 2 here. I'm XR Troika, joined here virtually with my good pal Demo.
Hello.
Map 1 was a good one, wasn't it? 8-7 on Cafe. FaZe getting the win in the end, but by no means a clear game in round count. There were some stark differences in other ways, and other ways that we can measure, namely the lack of kills for NIP. As a team, they were able to get rounds on the board, but they weren't always able to get the kills or perform in the same way. Yet it still went very close indeed. Now we switch over to Oregon, and I'll be honest, Demo, I'm not sure what to expect here. Do we expect it to go to overtime, or is one of these two teams going to really start to fire up?
Well, I think NIP need to, because obviously they're the map behind, and obviously you mentioned there about no real standout player. Such a surprise. With the stats that I have, gifted by Jack Allen, obviously the better analyst than that other one, that Canadian one.
Oof.
The one, That one, he looks like he's gonna like fix you. You know, it looks like a computer kind of tech guy, doesn't he? Looks like he's gonna go fix like a
the admin guy.
You know the one I'm on. Yeah, that one. I've got by my records that everyone from NIP is hitting at least above 1.0, so above average. Even more so, above a 1.10 average. Every single player. The consistency's there. It is. The consistency is there. If I'm looking for, the big standout, you're looking at comms. So on my sheet, I've got at least, you're looking at like a 1.8 KD. That's absurd.
Well, we'll have to see. Obviously, numbers don't always paint the full picture. NIP going to be starting off on the defense here. Attack was somewhere that FaZe really shone on Cafe. We're going to be falling back onto old tricks, bringing in that Monty to assist in that roam clear. Not that there's much of it that needs clearing. We can see from wonderful free cam. All of the defenders down there on the site.
I've got a message from that admin, Donnie. He says he's got some stats for us. He says that there is a 99.998% likelihood that I smell. Which, completely wrong. Again, just proves it. His stats are entirely wrong.
Yeah, so, I thought you were good friends with the chick, because you did a couple of desks and,
Boy, don't remind me.
I thought that you... Is that mirror window the other way?
No. Just because it's basically the spectator, whatever way you look at the mirror window, we don't actually see it. It's actually darkened out for us. It's just like a little minor thing. That's all it is. It's happened a couple of times.
That panics me a little. Obviously, we're not going to be able to ask to see it, but I panicked for a moment. I was like...
The day that we see mirror windows in freezer holding laundry, then we worry. That's where the game's taking a turn for the worse.
New strat unlocked.
Goodness. All of a sudden, somebody just walks down, opens the hatch, runs away. You're just sitting there thinking, oh my. I'm liking, the kind of pace that honestly FaZe are saying. They're doing all the basics right. They're clearing away the hatches. They're almost probing every angle. So NIP just can't stack up to one side. They have to have a man on every position, in freezer, in laundry, in pillar, in towards blue. You can see that kind of aggressive shield being played by Wizard. Just going to keep the Monty back for the meantime. Collins obviously has the smoke canisters in hand, can certainly keep it at bay. And that's a great nade. Opens up blue now for the Monty to walk in, takes away the smoke canisters. That's off the board. Great little bit of work there from KDS. Even burning through Psycho and using the Wamai, but still getting that kill. It's a big one.
Big opener indeed. It comes at a very opportune moment. Look at the time left on the clock. 25 seconds, and Vitaking's going to start pushing through and really putting the pressure onto Wizard, trying to bully him there out of position. Wizard, how has he still been able to be alive? He nearly got the kill there over onto Muzi, but it wasn't meant to be. Handy. He now moves on through as it's an equal 2 versus 2. Vitaking, he's done so much work to stay alive and feed that information back, but it isn't going to be enough. And Muzi both clearing shop in the end. And a good bit of information. The shield was dropped there by Vitaking. I think a closer round than either team would care to admit there to kick things off.
It was. And I thought FaZe were in a good position clearing out blue, but obviously shaving down the seconds, it didn't leave them with a lot of time. And it's all well and good bringing the Monty, but one downside of bringing the Monty is it's one less guy without a gun. That is, the end all and be all of it. In a 1v2, if it's a Monty, no way he's winning that. It's the only thing you would say about bringing the Monty is everyone else around the Monty has to be getting kills, Ollie. Almost one player has to be playing for two in that aspect, don't they?
Yeah, that's, really where you start to lose out a little bit when you've got the Monty. And we were talking about this actually earlier on, right at the start of the day, on this very map. And Parker was saying, that shield operators are... I liked the phrase he used actually. He said lightning rod. which I quite liked because obviously the lightning rod is meant to get hit by lightning, but shield operators are often the lightning rod for criticism. And it's just because you can see it so clearly, and you're not necessarily criticizing the decision to bring the Monty or the player that's brought it. It usually is something more to say about the teamwork that goes on around that Monty pick or that blitz pick or that shield pick. Because you are leaving somebody without a gun, you have to pick up that slack. You can't expect them to, you know, it's no longer around where, oh, everyone just needs to get one kill and we win. It's around where, well, no, someone's actually going to get two. Because we're not going to rely on the Monty for one. The Monty's going to give us the info. We've got to act on it and work together with that. And Vitaking, he did an okay job, but he was trying to bully Wizard out of that Shiko spot, and there was no one there ready really for the catch. There wasn't sufficient pressure coming in through those back stairs, and you know, slowly but surely it started to diminish. So there's that sort of angle to look at things from as well, but still coming down to a 2v2 in the end was you know, close enough, but not close enough for FaZe to come away with a round win. And as such, we'll be moving on upstairs.
Double French is the option of, I would say, utility denial. I know that sounds weird. What, Rook and Doc denial operators? Actually, yes. Nades don't really affect them. They've got ways to buff their health and take reduced damage, and can also revive themselves as well. That makes them the perfect line of operators to just soak up grenades. Sure, it's a little bit off the beaten track, but it works, I think, equally as well as what bringing in, you know, a Wamai or Jaeger in a lot of situations. So I do like the creativity, and also you get the 1.5x's, and you know, even Rook gets the 2x. And look at this, Handy has just strolled down Attic. He opened himself up with that blowtorch, and he's deep in it. Flashbang goes in. Oh, looks away at the wrong time. He was worried about a Frostman. It will be a down. Gets finished off by Psycho Cons. Two of them lined up. Cyber and KDS are gone, but it's all Cons in a 1v2. A peek on the armory door. A yellow ping going out. Maybe some information that his teammate can feed him, but nobody's on cams right now for the defense, so they have nothing to give this man. Cons has to do it all himself, Ollie.
He's not in the worst spot. It is winnable, but it's going to be very difficult indeed. That drone is going to call him out there. Souls will hit the goo. That's going to slow him down and chunk away some of that HP. Going to continue to chunk as the wall will start to get open now. Souls has been left on one shot. That goo mine could be huge here. Big problem. Vitaking is in position to get that plant down, and we're going to see Cons go for it. Picks one, but not good enough for the second. Boy, it's a good job Vitaking comes off the plant at that moment. We said it was winnable for Cons. Wasn't too far away there, but FaZe respond back with a round of their own.
Oh, it's a close one. Nice attempt from Cons, but just everyone else falling around him. That Maverick's so slippy, Ollie. I'm really surprised that he's been able to get away with that. Just a Maverick by himself walking in through Attic. It's a scary one, maybe lacking some information there. Valkyrie is an option. Valkyrie's up. Very strong on just universally on every map. We know that. So it could be an option for NIP if they do feel that they don't really know what FaZe are going for, that early information. Just information in general. We'll go with the distance. Now this is the meeting defense for NIP. Obviously could have ran it back upstairs, choosing not to go for that. We see teams sometimes go for that. I think that the thought process with teams that if they lose a site and they automatically replay it, there's something significant that they feel could have been massively avoided. Moments could be like, oh, I have been randomly wall-bound through 2 separate walls and it's hit me on the head. Like, that stuff you don't prep for, that stuff you can't play around. That's just luck. That is just the game. And that's where you'd see teams run it back.
Unlucky, to be fair.
Yeah, but luck in favor of the attackers in that scenario. So the fact that they straight away went for a third bomb site shows to me that they're just overall not happy with that.
I don't think the NIP want to, as you say, run that one back there. Whatever Cons was cooking Wasn't
Here.
really working out too well, but he's going to be looking to put a challenge on here. Does he know that Cyber's there? He's got no clue. Cyber going for that roam clear below and will be rewarded. Muzi doesn't have the trigger discipline there. If it had just held off for a fraction, he might have seen a better chance. But he's going to jump the gun. It gives the alarm bells over to FaZe, and they're going to maintain that man advantage for the time being. More dangerously, now going to be allowed to play nades up through the hatch. Just gives another element here for Muzi to think about. Psycho, he's going to find one back over onto KDS though, but it sounds as though a couple of those air jabs are already out there.
Good point you brought up about NIP is, you know, the lack of denying information away from FaZe have been extremely well of knowing exactly where everyone is. They brought in the mute this time around, but I don't think for me it's the greatest choice, mostly because 9 times out of 10, a lot of teams will just attack Big Tower. They'll take maybe 30% of the map, into Attic they go, so you won't really get the full value out of going for like an extension in towards the roam game. And with moments like that, NIP, you have to question him. Souls is deep in the site. He can go for the plant. Pino swinging in through split. It's a great shot on the Cyber. Souls is not planting. He's prone. He's trying to hide away from Pino. He's waiting for Vita to come in. Souls spots out Pino. Oh! Side shifts slightly to the left. Gets away from Pino and hits him in the head. FaZe just strolled on in, Ollie.
And they were allowed to. I think that was the scary thing about that round. FaZe were able to just open that back wall and get themselves established. It all started with Cyber. And he wasn't done there. You could see him battling right up until the end. But you've got to question that from NIP. You know, if you're going to be going for that sort of aggressive play downstairs, you've got to be invested in it. You can't just dip down those back stairs and have a look after you've given opportunity for the defenders to get into position down there. If you're going to roam, you need to be set up from the start. Now, whether that's a late decision to go down there, or whether that's a situation where you tied up doing a little bit of prep upstairs, it's taking you a bit longer to make your rotation or to reinforce your wall or whatever it is, you can't be arriving to that roam game late. Because that's where FaZe had that good, big advantage early on. Because obviously, if you're playing with that hatch open, you're going to want to try and get a C4 out through it. You're using it for your own purpose. And FaZe moving quickly there. Again, comes down to this information game demo. We've praised them on it in map 1 and will continue to do so. Doing a great job, not only on that drone economy. Okay, maybe not in this round too much. They've lost 2, I think. But overall, they've been doing quite a good job at gathering that early round info and acting on it.
I think there will be a much slower approach for FaZe Clan this time. I think they'll try and once again get in early, do the basics right, get all the hatches open, start probing the site. That information game from them is severely strong. It'll be curious to see if they go for the blue take again, or will they opt for laundry. The fact that I'm seeing a Capital always kind of leans into maybe they might go laundry because he's really good at clearing out closet, for example, and could also smoke off highway, which is another big issue for that kind of attack. Is just wide swing will kill you on that double door. So the decisions is certainly the name of the game for FaZe. But now Freezer's there this time, Monty. So again, but it kind of reinforces the point: are they going to try and get down there for the laundry Freezer? Because you wouldn't be doing all this prep work if you were just going to sack it off and go for blue anyway. You can see Vita King now rotating over, going to get that hatch open for laundry. I think you're happy enough to sit on site. Do keep in mind, Ollie, this is the most difficult bomb site to attack. This is Fort Knox. This is how this bomb site gets played. You sit on site, you have all these crazy angles, all this utility, and attackers struggle. We see it happen time and time again.
Very true. It is one of the sites that if you were to pick any out of the game, you would expect defenders to be winning downstairs in basement on Oregon. There's a distinct lack of vertical opportunity. And of course, it's on the basement, so you can't dig below them.
It's a star formation, I call that. Just everyone at a point ready to go. See how well they are spaced out? They have reverted to blue, Ollie. So NIP are going to go up with the same issues, I feel, as what happened to the last time. It was going through all that burn, going through the Goyo canisters, the smokes. It just eats up more and more of that time. And also, this is a really difficult bomb site to find picks on. It's very rare you're going to find a roamer, so you're never going to get a kill from dealing with a roam game. You have to just everyone push in at the same time, but FaZe are doing very well of that at the moment as free kills have came for them. Pino trying to play off that mirror window, eliminates Cyber, and there's a swing coming in from Cons. Pino has it all to a 1v2, but he is against a Montiol. He can trap him in that room. Never mind, Pino's jumped out, vaults over. But now they know where he is. It's only a matter of time before the swing happens. Pino's on such low HP. Oh, Via King is there. He trades Handy for it. But as long as they get the round win, that's all that matters. But Pino, that was very close, my friend.
I don't think Pino could have played that better. If Pino would have won that, you could clip that and you could analyze it all day long. The fact that he shot out the top of the soft wall to allow himself the ability to jump out of there, I don't think it was vaultable until he shot it open a little bit more, because he knew the Monty's coming for me and I am about to get trapped, and that is just no good whatsoever. I need to give myself a chance. Makes the hole, hops himself out. Great play from King as well. Your strength as a Monty is in your ability to keep distance from your opponent. And how much distance you keep from your opponent is kind of down to you, and it's very situation dependent. In that position, you want to have as least distance as possible between you and your opponent, so that when your teammate dies, you're immediately there for the shield bash or whatever it might be. You've got to play close to one another. And King was stuck to Pino like glue there. It was fantastic to see. Very skilled on that Monty. And so far, Demo, it's crediting FaZe with a good number of rounds here. I love the way that they're playing around this shield.
Shield has worked. I don't think we've seen a bad shield round, really, apart from, the clash on Bakery and Cafe, but that's to be expected. Clash comes in, it causes issues. I like it. I really do from FaZe. Shield's very underrated, very powerful in the right hands. And the thing is with Brazilian sides that I feel compared to what probably EU and NA would put up, is whenever Brazil do it, no matter what the idea is, no matter what the call is, they'll die for each other. You can see that spread across, where I think sometimes there's a few baiters you could probably name. Not going to name names, they'll remain anonymous, but everyone knows who they are. Who will, somebody makes a play, but they'll just focus on getting their kill. Brazil ain't like that. There could be a surefire kill on for you in Brazil, but if you get the call to rotate, you do that. That's how they operate. And with a strong operator like Monty, who will be able to pick out weak points, and will be able to say, come to me, we can just plant and we can win the round, they'll all do that. That's how the mentality of this team has been, these teams have been drilled into across the region.
A good start for FaZe then. They're going to be very happy with themselves so far here. 3 rounds to NIP's 1. Now, it is their map choice, but it is also Oregon. There's a map that, as CDAPS was saying on the desk, is somewhere that NIP have avoided for quite a long time now. Nearly 2 years. If CDAP's numbers are to be believed. I find that quite unbelievable, to be honest. I'm not calling CDAPS a liar by any stretch. I trust his data. But I just find it unbelievable that NIP have not played in Oregon in 2 years.
I'll ask my analyst. Analyst, you know who you are. Don't need to name your name, but you know who you are. Tell me if that's correct. See how good he really is. I like that observation blocker in Attic, Ollie. That was an issue that they were having, was denying the information. And Andy has been able to win that against Psycho, but this time a couple more kills do go in favor of NIP, but still FaZe Clan have the lead. Stairs from there. Maybe looking to get aggressive. ADS will be held at bay. Cons holding on to that long angle towards Attic, hoping that somebody may keep their head through, but nothing at the moment. A minute to go, Ollie, and this is tense.
It really is, especially with the positions that Pino and Cons occupy right now. Handy, he gets chipped down and taken out there. Credited with that one. A goo mine coming into play yet again here. We saw how crucial the goo mines could have been last time. The Cons, this time they're providing similar value. KDS is going to go below, just try a few pot shots through the floor. Souls, last of the information there being gained by the defenders as that diffuser is recovered as the bulletproof is taken out, and that's really going to be all that they need to know here. Pino, he's in a pickle inside of bunks there, but Cons has got his back. No, he's not. He fluffs the shot. Pino, he's got it all to do. 1v1. Souls is down. KDS, is he going to be able to find his man? No, Pino comes away with it. 2 versus 2 into the 1 versus 1. NIP needed that round.
Oh, they did. 2 separate 1v1s, essentially. That's what it broke down to. And Pino wins both of them. That's the funny thing. It should just be defenders kill each of your man, and that's you. You win the round, but Pino was pulling double time for his teammate. They needed that. Desperately needed that round to get them back in it. It's a lot easier coming back from probably a 4-2 half if you go by laws of averages, especially with how FaZe have been playing, compared to, 5-1s. So you've denied that 5-1, and who knows, you might get third here. You do head down to the basement, which... It's been very close in these basements, both for the attackers and the defenders. It has been certainly one of those where you can't really call it. I think, was it both times coming down to 1v1s, or was it a 1v2 one of the rounds? I think it was at least...
Two.
Yeah, it was minimum 1 versus 2 anyway.
Yeah, because it was Pino versus the Vita King and Handy, I think it was.
Yeah, so it's pretty close. So certainly the defense would have a little bit of belief that, hey, this might be the one. But I just feel if you're FaZe Clan, you see this basement, you're licking your lips. You're thinking, oh, another one. Oh, my goodness, Christmas does come early, and we're only in September.
Don't mind if I do.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a little bit of a buffet for the previous couple of rounds, hasn't it, for FaZe Clan? They've just been, yeah, I'll have a little bit of that, I'll have a little bit of this. There's no real consequences.
A second plate?
Yeah, second plate.
Third plate.
Pull up a chair. Pull up a chair and get involved. And NIP have, they've dropped the information that they maybe undercooked a little bit of the chicken, and they've started to grab a couple of these rounds back. Still chance for an equal split here for NIP. Equally, still chance for FaZe to maintain that lead that they've had so far this map. Look at the space they've been given here as well, Demo. KDS, he's just trotting around as much as he likes. We've got a player going down into Freezer. There's no roam game to speak of, so FaZe can move quickly.
Just what you expect to see, and obviously FaZe, they'll know that everyone on NIP will just sit in the site. The lineup, you expect to see that as well. Just the only thing is just no Monty. Bring in the nuke instead, you get an extra set of nades, which I suppose could help with clearing out blue, which has been the main focal point that where FaZe have really wanted to stem their attacks from. NIP have sacrificed the Goyo Ollie, which I think done a really good time at burning down the clock for FaZe, so I'm surprised to see them get rid of that. It's a great piece of utility to have.
I think you've got to look at trying to burn the clock, especially when you're not going to go for any roam, because FaZe are going to have as much time as they want to execute this. It really doesn't come down to anything else. They've got full map control. They can do whatever they like. They don't really have to worry about the flanks too much, because it's going to be very difficult for NIP to pull a flank off. Great nade to open things up. KDS, he's been lethal with those grenades here tonight. You can't pick who you get, but he takes Cons out of action. And with it, the remaining Toxic Babe canisters, which have gone unspent at a time that you need them most. Cyber, he's going to be the next into the action, but all isn't going well here for the side of NIP. Muzi left in the clutches. Going to give a bit of his location away there as the plant starts to go down, but I'm not sure it's under sufficient cover. Vitzking, he has to come off it as soon as the engagement is lost by Souls, and instead he's going to go for a reattempt here, but great movement from Muzi. It's just a shame his shot doesn't match up. Does he realize Vitzking has gone for the kill instead of the plant? The answer is going to be no. Vitzking, what hasn't he done in this first half, Demo? He's played every role under the sun.
Workhorse. That's what he is. He's just box to box, all over the map, doing everything. Now, you will look at how Muzi played that 1v2. I thought he wasted a good chunk of time there. Going back and forth. We've seen Vita had to get off the diffuser. Now, if there was Goyo canisters and they'd burned down the time even more for FaZe, could Vita have ever gotten off that diffuse? Think about it.
Yeah. Good point.
Little things like that, not having the Goyo, it gives FaZe so much more room to play around it and just have that flexibility. If knowing you have time, you can take your time with getting that diffuser down. As long as you're in the site, you're in the site. Yeah, NIP, 5-game losing streak. This could be number 6 with how it's looking, and their attacks need to be just absolutely on fire if they want to get out of this, because FaZe, they have all the confidence, Ollie. They won the first map. They're leading in their own map pick. Historically, it's been good for FaZe. Whenever I think of Oregon and FaZe, the game that always stands out in my head, I think was it me and you who covered it? Was it, I don't know when it was it SI or something like that? It was FaZe versus G2, and FaZe absolutely just knocked them out. It was like a 7-2. FaZe were so quick, so fast, agile, everywhere they could be. Attacks were so clean. G2 didn't have a clue what was happening. That game always stuck in my head for FaZe. And yeah, on Oregon, it's always stuck ever since that they're so dangerous on it. Let me see when that was. I'm going to check that up.
I think we've seen a lot of teams be very dangerous on Oregon over the years. And especially, I remember it being such a staple map back in sort of 21 and 22 when we were in Brazil.
Invite 21.
Yeah.
They 7-2 G2. That was it. Yeah. What a game. I remember that very well. Of course, that was the year of Brazil, Ollie. 2021. We know
it's
it
crazy
well.
it's crazy how we can recall those sort of maps and little things that happened in it, but it just seems like when you say it was, 2 years ago.
Oh, it's over 2.5 years ago now.
It doesn't feel like it was actually that long ago.
Well, let's see if Muzi and Pino can carry over their great defensive form onto the attack, because you're going to need to. Those are the Wonder Twins, I like to call them, on NIP. Very difficult to, I would say, separate them because they're so similar. And, one of them's great, but two of them, even better. That's what we love to see from NIP is having them play just out of their skin and how dominant they can be whenever they really get their teeth sunk into a matchup. And going to need to do that. Everyone else in the supporting cast of NIP just need to make sure they can enable them as best they can. I like the fact that Psycho's on the Dokkaebi, having those calls to assist those young players. Well, I'll say they're young, they're getting up there now. It's not the heyday anymore 2 years ago whenever they first joined the scene, but certainly can still do it. There's Wizard. Good pick. Eliminate Cyber. That was a shotgun going off, and that could have caused some big issues for them.
Good news for NIP to get an opening pick here. They desperately need to stop this round and the game from running away with them. KDS going to be hiding out inside of the freezer. Vitaking, he's got the C4 prepped ready for the drop, and it looks as though they've got a bit of info. Potentially one of those Valkyrie cameras still hanging around upstairs in meeting. C4 going to get sent out there, but Muzi does his best to dodge out of the way. Still with a couple of nades in hand as well. Could likely see some success onto this pillar player. Throws the nade, but even saw the man the kills fly. Pino left as the sole survivor. That did not go well at all. If you're an NIP player or fan, Handy, he's going to be on elbow to pick up that final kill. They went for a big old 3-2-1 and were met with resistance.
Yeah, they're probably lacking, some form of denying, angles being peaked. May it be smoke grenades, may it be more flashbangs. Obviously, Ying being banned out is a big one that you love to have for those Oregon basement executes. I do feel as though Ying, if you have her on board for Oregon, then all of a sudden, the attack win rate in that basement does go up quite a lot. She's so good in the meta currently, especially for those 3-1 executes in basement. If you don't have that, the amount of crossfires, the trades that can happen for the defense, that's what makes it so defender-sided, is because there isn't really... Split pushing doesn't work. We see that time and time again. So you always have to go together from one side. Whenever you go from one side, it means that the enemies are always going to be looking one way. They never have to worry about somebody being on the flank. They can just stack up with one another and just trade you. The only ways you get in there is going through blue, which then, you take the 1v1 challenge onto elbow, or you drop hatch and walk down the stairs. Two of those ideas are not the greatest. Walking down a staircase is not fun. Neither's dropping a hatch. So you don't have a lot of good ways into the actual bomb site. That's the main issue for it, for the attackers, just getting into the place. That's why you need to be creative. That's why you need to bring a bit of flair out. We've seen the Capital work you know, for FaZe Clan and those attacks as well.
NIP probably felt quite good after getting that opening pick and then deciding to go for that 3-2-1. They had a good amount of info as well. You think about the nade that Muzi was looking to land onto the pillar player, and you know, they really had a good amount of info there to be working from. Now they're approaching round number 8 here and probably thinking to themselves, really need to start winning some here because this series could run away from us quite quickly if we are not careful. And they too will be sent into that last chance qualifier with, of course, the winner going through to the major. Not really how you'd want to go out as NIP.
Yeah, well, Key Stars is waiting for them, and I think after what they done to W7M today, it's a big possibility. Key Stars could be on their way to the major, and it's the third spot, and then obviously down they go NIP into that dreaded swamp of the LCQs. Can I change my prediction?
I was wondering when this would come about, I'll be honest.
Is that possible? I think, honestly, I found my religion again.
I don't think you're, no, the answer is no.
You know, earlier, you know, it's, I found my faith. I got my pride back. I did.
The answer is still no.
Are you sure? I don't know.
I brought this up at the top of the show. You had your chance then. You've had your chance and you've blown it.
But I love FaZe. Just so in your face the whole time, aren't they? Like this is them on defense, and you wouldn't think it. You know, it's as if Muzi's playing defense and he's getting naded from below. How's
he found himself in that spot, by the way? It really looks like he's playing a defender role
he's
there.
Gone. He's ran away. He doesn't want to stay there any longer. 3 of them stacked up in closet, Ollie. One fatal C4 in the end, but there is no C4s. They've reinforced the single wall because they're playing with a Solus below, trying to play off the information. Diffuser will be planted. Where is Cyber? You've reinforced that wall. You need to make sure you can deny that plant. Plant goes down in quite the predicament. Still, kills go back and forth. FaZe still with that man advantage. The shotgun from Solus up the armory stairs, and Pino's below. He can maybe try and deny his 2 nades in the pocket. 30 seconds. Wonder if he can make it happen. All of them scouring around the defender. I think they know, and 2 of them with 1 nade! Oh my goodness, 2 birds with 1 stone. Handy swings and Pino! There's no shot. He's won that. Oh my goodness, best nade of the year.
Not only the best nade of the year, but we got a great view of it as well with the free cam. We just saw bodies fly left and right. There's, for a start, I mean, we can rewind that round back to almost the start and go through it. But I'd like to kick things off while we're in this timeout for NIP with the question of why did they plant there? That was exactly what FaZe were looking at trying to both bait in and then deny. They somehow, by some miracle, get the plant down there. Not only that, Cyber rotates himself back upstairs because he realizes, I've probably dropped the ball a little bit here. We reinforce the wall. I'm meant to call out when the plant's going down and deny from below. We've shot out the floor so I can just shoot through it and see the guy. And then Pino just hides out inside of the classroom, picks himself up to. How he got to that point in the round and hadn't used either of his nades, again, is another big question mark, because that wasn't a predetermined play by any stretch of the imagination. NIP, they certainly know how to make things exciting, Demo. They hang on when they need to the most.
I take it back. I don't want to change my answer.
See, this is the problem with you.
Typical, deal or no deal. I want to stay with my box.
Typical Glory supporter.
Glory supporter?
Yeah, I said it.
I do like G2.
Yeah, G2, Man United. Yeah, I said it.
To be fair, you're not the first person who said that. It's actually, you're on a list of people who said that to me.
It's probably because it's got some element of truth behind it.
Well, I started supporting G2 whenever they were winning and everything, the same way with Manchester United.
Yeah.
You know? And I mean, I'll be honest, I've suffered as a United supporter these past 10 years. I also suffered for a G2 fan for quite a long time as well.
Well, that's what you get for Glory supporting.
You know, and after G8, you know, the suffering came back.
See, the thing is, you've gone about things the wrong way. as a supporter, you join and support at whatever time you join and support, and that may be a time of prosperity or it may be a time of suffering. And if it's a time of suffering, then you don't know what the prosperity feels like just yet. But you've gone for the prosperity straight away. You've gone for the I want to support. I want the good feeling straight away.
Paris Major, Cloud9,
yeah,
unbelievable.
I'm not willing to go through the bad feeling at the minute. I just want the good feeling. You've got to pay the price with that suffering. You're just paying the debt in reverse.
We'll see what comes of it. Again, still FaZe in a fairly healthy advantage. It's one of those rounds where, I mean, you'll never see anything like that again. That will never happen again. Two nades, or one nade hits two of them, they both stack up, and it was just the way they both flew in either direction. It was very cinematic. Now, what are NIP up to? They've used all the Habana pellets, open up the dining wall. Keep in mind, this is meeting. So it looks as if they're going to try and take upstairs, because if you go in dining, that means you're going to go kitchen into security. You will not get into kitchen or security without taking above, because there will be defenders up here, as is shown on the screen. Well, that's good information. Seeing where the kit is, somebody dropped it outside, so now they know that maybe somebody's looking for a quick walk in the big tower. It's little things like that. That's where Solus comes in very handy. Speaking of, here he is. 50 HP. He's had a bit of a tussle with Wizard, just based on the HP. As long as Souls and Co are upstairs, it means that nobody can really get into kitchen for the meantime. So I think NIP, they need to start looking at putting some pressure on these players above, because what I'm seeing right now, Ollie, is not a whole lot. Not a whole lot of map pressure. That diffuser's still outside. That's still being fed through. I think FaZe are quite happy with where they are. They haven't lost anyone. They have good control of the map still. And a minute to go.
As you say, KDS has gathered a good amount of info there. It might be to the undoing of FaZe, though, because I think Pino maybe went for that challenge. Just get taken out. It's a king. He's going to be in the action there with Psycho as players scurry back and forth. KDS, real playmaker inside of the round, eventually will be taken down. NIP. Slow round, but they've done a great job so far. They didn't account for Vitaking, and look at Cyber now on the flank, just tucking himself into Armory. It's almost as if FaZe are aware here that the diffuser was dropped in that exchange. But what a careless run through by Vitaking. He's not put a foot wrong all game, and then he goes out and pulls that. Cons collects onto Cyber, forced to try and make something happen. Rough round for FaZe. They really were in the driver's seat for a good portion.
To quote a legend, why are you sprinting? Why? Yeah. There's no, like, you have 15 seconds on the clock. You know your mate's in lobby. He can easily walk in towards meeting. All Vita King needs to do was listen to his teammate and just wait, retake together. At the 15-second mark, and you know they're not planting, because I'm pretty sure they still had information in the site, you know you're going to get the 1v2 opportunity at some point. It takes 7 seconds, Ollie, to plant that diffuser. You will be able to double up on the man who isn't planting, kill him, and then it's an easy cleanup. It's so simple. You know, in my head it sounds simple, but I don't know why does it for FaZe?
I think FaZe really got wrapped up in the moment there. And NIP, they can perform under that pressure. You know, you think about that round, you think about where NIP do their best work, it's under pressure. It's games that they must win. It's fixtures that mean a lot. It's not a lot of time left on the clock. You know, this is all sort of piling into, I really feel like, you know, NIP do their best work when they're under pressure. They're a couple of rounds behind, the clock's against them, they're on the attack, they've got to do something. And they're starting to find a couple of things here. One round away from leveling things up. They are going to be attacking into the basement, so by all accounts, you would be excused for expecting FaZe to go onto a map and series point here. But you can't count out NIP.
Again, back into business, NIP, slowly but surely, round after round, and all of a sudden, you're only one round away from equaling things up with FaZe. Head to the basement, and out comes a shield similar to what FaZe are doing with the Monty on the basement. NIP are going to follow suit. Also, no real change from the defense. It seems to be from FaZe. Again, they're going with that Ella shotgun to try and hold down Blue very aggressively. Shotguns at the moment, Ollie, are really good. Pretty good. Good range on them. Almost taking it back old school. Not to the point where it was like that back in the first year Siege, but certainly better than what it was, I have to admit. Even the secondary shotguns, Ollie, you know, the Super Shorty, even the Bailiff, those are strong weapons now.
Yeah, there's a lot of. I've had a lot of fun with the old flump cannon. Even for me, it's
that.
That's what it is. Put a silencer on it. It's terrible. I don't even know the actual name of that gun. I just know it's the flump cannon. Psycho, gonna be on the Monty. Gets himself inside a freezer, caught out momentarily inside the Femery. We need to try and clear that out to be as effective as possible. Vitaking now looks to try and deny a little bit of that area as the Toxic Babe canisters come in as well. KDS just going to replace a few magnets. He's got a couple in pocket for this exact occasion. But he's being spread a little bit. Pino trying to gather out a little bit of info here. He's looking to see if there's anything that he can find. Maybe a magnet. Potentially gets that one on the side. The nade going through would suggest he does. Toxic Babe, it is going to keep cutting off these attackers though. Cons, he's going to push through and find one onto Handy. Vitaking batted back there by the Monty that he himself has played so well, but finds success onto Wizard. Equal 3 versus 3 now. We do have the shield to consider. Look at Soul still dug in there deep inside of Elbow. And Pino, he is late to the party. We needed him here a few seconds ago because now he's left himself in the 1 versus 2, taken out by Souls. It's what we say when we talk about the Monty. You cannot rely on it for a kill. You've got to be there with it, working together. And that's exactly what NIP didn't do. FaZe, match and series point here.
I thought Vita was great in that round. The Monty pushes in the freezer, and Vita takes the initiative. I'm going to isolate the Monty before he isolates me. He uses the smoke behind the Monty. Sure, that's going to do some damage to him, but it stops his teammate from assisting the Monty with that push. He can then reposition back into sight, and we've seen him kill Wizard as he was looking to move in. I love that from Vita, using the smoke, stop the Monty's push, stop anyone else in freezer to pick him off, reposition, job done, no problems. Shield was still up on Laundry as well. I don't know how that was still there, but he'll take it nonetheless. So, very impressive of Vita this game. Like you said, he's been everywhere. He's been absolutely everywhere.
The thing is, he did it on the attack, which is fine. Sometimes we'll see players have a good attacking game, a good defending game, but it's so good to see when a player has a good all-round game. He did everything he needed to on the attack, and he did everything he needed to on the defense, and you really cannot take anything away from the way that he's played Siege tonight. And consider that he's been on the Monty for a good couple of rounds. Now, we've said that Montys aren't good for a kill. We've seen him get a kill on the Monty. Okay, I get it. He was in that little 1 versus 2, or the 2 versus 1, should I say, and he was able to pick up the kill in the end. But he's still doing a great job of contesting and contributing on that scoreboard. 10-4. We haven't had a rehost in this game. He's a clean 10-4 after the 10 rounds that we've seen played, now moving into the 11th. Fantastic shift for the player here for FaZe, and a good team performance overall, but the job isn't done just yet. 6-4 looks fantastic, but it isn't over until it's over. NIP, they've got an opportunity here to try and claw around back and maybe start thinking about taking us into an OT.
We've got the counter pick for potential Monty comes in. The clash, but no Monty, as we can see on the board. So, I mean, Clash will still have the uses nonetheless. But this is where NIP need to find some form of a strong attack to really set themselves up. Because even if they win this round, they still have to go for round number 12. And you want to carry a good bit of momentum into that. For FaZe, I think they'll just play the same way they've been doing. Just trying to control the tempo as best they can. Aggressive when they need to. And you know, even I've mentioned about FaZe how sometimes if you're attacking, it feels like you're defending with how aggressive FaZe can get in the defense. And I think having the Clash to call out, more of that information, and obviously, the mishap that happened with reinforcing that wall and you try and play below was, if that diffuser does go down, then what do? They're almost going to double down. Not only do they have the Soul's Blow to deny the plant, but even having a Clash swing round to give information or even block a doorway, that could come in pretty handy for them and just slow down NIP even more so.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, course correcting really from things that didn't really go their way in the previous round.
Look
now,
at this.
yeah, the wall can get open, but look at Vitaking's position. He's already aggressively pushing into Closet, and he's forced cons into Master. And that's not really a position you want to occupy for too long. You're very vulnerable there, especially if Attic is open, which it is. You've got Souls on the other side of that. It's forcing NIP to get a little bit more creative here with what they're opening up. They're trying to incorporate Armory into the push just a little bit. And Vitakin, guess what? He can just stick his face up against that opening and gather a bit of info. Say, hey, yep, there's one here, there's one there. This is what they're doing. Fantastic adaptation there from FaZe. And it really is starting to slow down this attacking push.
Down has occurred. Vitaking, look at the information. Oh, kills him. Look at that range. Disgusting from Vita. And another one comes to him. He's going to get shot in the back by his own teammate. Psycho and Muzi have it all to do. Psycho up the white stairs he goes. Muzi primed and ready, but still that same issue. That Clash Ollie is just pestering the life out of him.
There's nothing that Muzi can do here. He's really between a rock and a hard place.
Oh.
Psycho finds two as they line up. A moment that could have been, but not. KDS there cleans up those final two. Despite a potential exciting end there for NIP, it's going to be FaZe that are successful here on Oregon. FaZe successful earlier on Cafe, and FaZe going to the Atlanta Major.
2-0. Job done. FaZe, I've said you didn't play all too well during the stage, but Ollie, they've showed up when it matters, whenever you need to play for your life, play for that spot. And who knows, maybe they're just a better side whenever it comes into the BO freeze, which you would expect from the team who has so much experience. Ex-major winners, they're there, Ollie. But NIP, again, they'll be feeling really hard done by off that first map. 8-7s are never fun to lose. But FaZe, I think, on Oregon, they just kept the tempo the whole time. They never seemed as though they were at a loss. They always knew what they wanted to do. Sure, they lose some rounds, but that happens in Siege. Yeah. And very comfortable how they close that off.
Yeah, FaZe can be very proud of themselves. I think tonight they've demonstrated a great level of Siege and a real commitment, especially when you think about the way that Cafe started. It wasn't really going their way, and they got put through the ringer on that map. They instantly hit the reset button coming into the second map of Oregon. And NIP, they just looked on the back foot from the off. And I think it's the aggression, as you say, that FaZe were able to move with there. A very quick team, a team that works really well off the back of that information. And they're playing a very exciting brand of Siege right now. It's very counterplay orientated. There's a lot of layers to the strats. It's not just a plain and simple, we will do this. It goes a little bit deeper than that. Okay, we did this didn't really work. We're going to be able to incorporate this now as well, and we're going to double down because we've got confidence in what we are doing. I think they played fantastic Siege tonight, and it was a pleasure to get to watch it, Demo. I've not really not jumped on a Brazil broadcast for a long time, so it was nice to come home, as it were.
Yeah. And also our first time we've cast at this stage, which feels like an eternity since me and you both jumped in. But obviously we've got a lot more Siege coming. I know that we'll be back tomorrow as well to round things off in the upper bracket before we move into those LCQs coming in, I think, in 2 weeks' time. Of course, we have EU to get through before that with myself and yourself. But yeah, it's been a good evening, all 2-0s, which is a bit strange. But I think the right teams deserve to go through today.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to look at that and you say, with the Siege that FaZe have played this evening, they really deserve that spot that they've achieved. And there's still chance in the LCQ, as you say. It really isn't over yet. But to confirm W7M and FaZe, it just adds a little bit more excitement to what is already a pretty exciting prospect of the Atlanta Major. That's going to do it for myself and Demo. We're going to throw this one back over to our desk. They're going to break it down and have a look at today's games.
Thank you, Ollie and Demo. And with that, FaZe Clan have qualified for the major. So an incredible feat from themselves, considering that last time around they were the winners. They went on to the major CDAPs, maybe not the performance that they wanted, but they got another chance.
I mean, coming out 2-0 and getting your revenge against NIP probably feels pretty dang good if you're FaZe, especially because that game was so incredibly close. Because, you know, a 7-8 loss at the beginning of the stage, it hurts. Improvement came on the side of FaZe when we hit BO3s. Now they won a game 8-7 and looked incredibly dominant starting on the attacking side of Oregon. Get a 4-2 split on the attack is absolutely monumental. And for me, it almost is the exclamation point to the proclamation of, hey, FaZe is back.
FaZe is back, and with that also, they are back and qualified for not only the major, but SI as well. So they must be absolutely celebrating out of their minds. The fact that this map as well went 7-4, they were just in their element CDAPs. We came into the saying, all right, Oregon, a map we haven't really seen from NIP. We don't really know what to expect. FaZe, however, we kind of, you know, had a little bit of a gist, and they completely blew our expectations. And NIP unfortunately fell flat on what could have been the greatest just curveball thrown in FaZe's face.
Yeah, exactly. For the side of NIP, just some overall disappointing performances from a lot of their players. Cons was one of the highest rated players in the league, and he didn't really have that great of a game. Still, playing support when you're losing games is always going to be so incredibly hard, but nobody really stepped up on Oregon besides Pino. It was just him. And also, talking about the entry engagements, KDS went absolutely massive, and it's no easy feat to do this against NIP, who going into today were plus 14 on entry, 28 and 14 overall for this roster across attack and defense. They were dominant in the early round, and for FaZe, who had struggled in the entry department, all things considered, to go plus 8 over the entirety of the series is very, very impressive, and is showing that FaZe is playing their best Siege when it matters.
Yeah, you already touched upon a little bit in terms of those entries being an issue, but the stats are just further highlighting how it went throughout the series. 17 entries in favor for the side of FaZe Clan. They have absolutely outranked NIP on every single aspect when it comes to these statistics. And it's really important looking at it because, as you said it yourself, NIP have had such a great run, and they were on such a positive stats wise in regards to everything when it came to the game. We were saying this is a beast, this is the best we've seen NIP yet, and it just comes down to these best of threes, and FaZe, with that experience that they have under their belt, do end up coming out on top.
Well, for NIP, it isn't over, so we don't necessarily need to play the full symphony song of, oh my gosh, and RIP to NIP. They still have the third place game tomorrow, and then I'm glad you like that. But they still have the third place game tomorrow where they can confirm their spot in Atlanta without having to go to the LCQ, which is a very scary prospect. So the loser of that Vivo Keat Stars and NIP matchup will be going down to the LCQ, with the winner punching their ticket. Then up in the grand finals, the W7M versus FaZe Clan game. That's a big bragging rights game. That's a big SI points, but neither of these teams need the SI points because they already punched their tickets. An overall interesting one.
Yes, absolutely. I think tomorrow, especially W7M against FaZe Clan, that would be an incredible game to watch. I think for FaZe Clan, really, it's a way to set their mark. Winning both stages back-to-back would be incredible, but for W7M to come off of that international win and then also win domestically would be as equally as huge. So really important to see how that's going to be playing out. And then when we're looking at Vivo Keat Stars against NIP, as you already mentioned it yourself, winner does end up going towards major, and the loser, well, unfortunately, they would have to go to the LCQ, where they'll be joining Black Dragons as well as Vivo. No, it's not there. I'm not spoiling the script, okay? I promise I'm not spoiling the script. But in general, today, I think the FaZe Clan really was the upset that I didn't expect. None of us expected it, even Demo himself being the biggest fan of FaZe Clan, so they haven't really shown up to performance, but that felt like it was only the best of ones, because the second they've entered these best of threes, whew, they'd be scary.
You know, maybe they were tanking. They were just doing a little bit of throwing for content, and, you know, they wanted to make things interesting to get this just Cinderella story towards defending their domestic title. But once again, that grand final, it's the reigning Copenhagen International champion versus the reigning domestic champion. So once again, another nice storyline to go through, and FaZe Clan just on the up and up again is definitely going to be giving W7M some problems, because W7M, they fell off just a little bit. They didn't
A
look their
little.
best today against Vivo Keystars. Meanwhile, FaZe, against a better team in the form of NIP, looked even better.
Yeah, absolutely. So tomorrow is going to be an absolute incredible day as well. Make sure that you tune in because you don't want to miss it. Same time, same place. Enjoy the rest of your day or your evening wherever you are, and we'll see you tomorrow.